Hello and welcome back to Project Harmony. I'm Meep. I'm casting for the first time alongside Deanic. We've got a couple of lovely and hopefully exciting games coming up, but how are you doing today, Deanic? This is my first time ever casting with you.
It's also my first time ever being here, and honestly I cannot wait to see some women play Siege. I'm a little bit sick of men, not gonna lie. I've been watching Open Qualify and I want to see the women finally taking over a little bit. So I'm very, very excited. Also, it's my first time casting with you and I cannot wait, honestly.
I know, it's always fun casting with new people. Today, we've got what hopefully could be a pretty good match. We're going to be looking at Wildcard Queens, and Thirst Trap is going to be the first one of today, first of many coming up. There's lots of games that are going to be happening here. It's Meep versus Wildcard Queens, sorry. You can see the schedule for today. We're doing this first one, and I believe we're doing the second one too, which will be Admin Abuse versus Girls on Fire. But plenty of matches throughout the whole day, so lots of Siege to keep you entertained if that's what you're looking for right now.
I surely am, and I think also the viewers are. But I would say we just quickly go into the player cards. Who are actually players, and what do we know about Meep and Wildcard Queens? I think so far the players who've been here, the people who know it, pretty much obvious what's going on here. We have Ellie, pretty standard, 0.73. His cost is still in a very good spot, so a little bit more of a support operator, even though, like support player, even though cost is pretty high, so that's always looking forward. And also these players have only played a few matches, so this can potentially increase within this match. So we could definitely see the KPR going way high from Ellie here. Just everything can variate now within these next few games. And if we look at the side of Wildcard, we have Impal with kind of the same thing here. I think it can change around both ways. Like, it can go up again, the cost can go up, the KPR can go up again. It's just 3 games in this. If we're being honest, guys, like, you play 3 games in ranked or in competitive, the first 3 can be really, really bad, but after that, you're gonna have to step up. Like,
yeah, I mean, still pretty early on in the tournament, not even out of the group stages yet. And you may have noticed that their plants were also pretty low. There was 1 plant from Ellie, no plants coming in from Impala. But that's just because we're not in a meta that sees a whole lot of plants. Look at the plants for the teams as a whole. 6 on the side of Meep, 4 on the side of Wildcard Queens, and those are over the course of 3 games. These teams, not just these teams in particular, but a lot of the teams haven't been planting a lot because the meta doesn't really support that. It's really hard for attackers to get into the site right now with how strong defense is, and so you just see it ending with a lot of gunfights.
Exactly, I think there's nothing to disagree with that. We all know TDM mets are currently going on, even though depending on the map they can vary a little bit, but some maps require an early execute, some maps require a late execute, and I think depending on what map we go, we're gonna have to look at that. But I'm gonna give you the map, click it over, or even talk about a few more of the players.
And this is just a little shout out for the last week's MVP. We can see immediately go into Clubhouse, so nothing too surprising. Go into a pretty staple map of Siege. I expect to see, a lot of familiar strats here, and it's really who can play those familiar strats better. But, of course, there's gonna be a little bit of room for maybe experimentation, as we're going to see some teams have to pull out new strats if they maybe want to surprise the other teams. That's one of the things of Clubhouse I always look for, is which teams bring new strats rather than just sticking with their old strats and just doing the stuff that they've always been doing. Clubhouse it's very much easy as a map to just do the same thing you've always done and not improve, because the same thing will work a lot of the time. It's a map that has a lot of foundational and very basic elements of Siege to it. But at the end of the day, you have to be able to innovate on an old map in order to show whenever your team is ready to go. So, Clubhouse, looking forward to it. It's not the most exciting map, but hopefully an exciting game can still happen there, as I've seen plenty great games go on Clubhouse. But aside from that, I think we'll just wait one quick moment, and we are pretty much ready to go.
Exactly, I think you put some good points out there, but even though it's very early, right? Even though it's very early, I'm gonna, and this is what I do with a lot of my co-casters, right? Which team do you think is going to have here the upper hand? You know, it's very cheeky because I do this with a lot of my co-casters, which potentially never seen a match, potentially just first match going in. Which vibe check do you think is giving the better win chance here?
I'm slightly biased because I watched them play and I was casting one of the games earlier and they really impressed me, but I'm definitely going Meep. And that's not just because they're higher up on the current standings right now, but I really liked watching them play. They were a very exciting team and had a lot of explosivity to their executes and just looked very impressive on attack as well as on defense. So I think their vibe is also good. They just got that little cheeky drawing of a cat as their picture. You know, they seem like a very fun team. They're great to watch. I'm going with Meep.
You know what? The vibe check on Meep is definitely very good because, I mean, look at the graphic design on that profile picture. It's absolutely astonishing. Top tier. Yeah, as you said, you're a little bit biased. On the other hand, I'm just fully going off vibe checks. I have not seen a single game from both these two teams. I do have a cat of my own, so I'm a little bit more towards the Meep here. But I do love the name Wildcard Queens. That's the thing that's kind of catching me over here. And I do believe, even though they're starting down the attack, and we've talked about defender-sided meta and everything, if they get pull off a 4-2 split, and just they need 2 rounds, all they need, and then have a comeback on the defense, I could them see going through this, because it is, at the end of the day, it's Clubhouse, and this is why I said on some maps it is required to do an early execute, on some maps it's required to do a late execute. And I think Clubhouse definitely showed also from multiple other leagues, also from the tier 1 leagues, that Clubhouse is a map that you're gonna, and most of the time it's gonna do a late execute, which might even push the defense side even more. But that's why I mean, only 2 attacking rounds theoretically what they need, but then potentially have a comeback in the defense. Like, I'm already looking too much into the future here.
Quickly, before it gets too active in the server, I just want to point out the bans. Historically, Meep liked to ban Ace. Already kind of an interesting ban. You don't see Ace be banned all that much in competitive play, but Meep liked to ban Ace, so it's not surprising coming from them. But the other bans that are coming out, Capcan and Osa, are also 2 very interesting bans. That Capcan, I wonder if that is maybe a target ban against Wildcard Queens. I don't know if that's something that Wildcard Queens like to play a lot, but that it would make sense if they do bring a lot of Capcan to bring Capcan, or to ban Capcan right off the board. And of course, Azami being banned isn't all that crazy. Azami sees bans all the time just because she's still incredibly strong.
Exactly. I think especially on this map, you do have like Azami on garage, you have Azami on the basement floor, and Azami on the top floor. Like, Azami could be played on this map every single time, and it's just always such a pain to deal with. So nothing too surprising that you did point out the Capcan, but let's not forget, it is CDM meta, so a lot of teams might be a little bit not careful enough when they drawn to taking out the operator, because knowing, okay, we might just fully send and risk a take without having the actual info, which might help us, but then having a captain which could potentially kill us is just such a pain to deal with. To take him out early could already foresee a little bit of the gameplay from me in the attacking side, and with that we open up the main breach in the first 30 seconds of the round, as you should, especially on Clubhouse. You need to have every single breach open for CCTV around the first 60 seconds, just because it's a checklist map, right? You gotta do step 1, step 2, step 3 in order to then have the step 4 planned.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it, as a checklist map. This is really one where you have to do all of the little pieces of work to make this one happen, and they're doing that right now in pretty good time. Unfortunately, it's going to get more difficult as Ellie throws out a C4 at Sails, and it's going to shut down the Buck. That's a pretty big opening pick there, as they're still struggling to clear Raptors. The trade does come out from Impala, so it's going to be evened out at 4v4, but still, you did lose that Buck. That's the potential to go underneath the map or underneath the site and open up those floors taken away now. So they do have Raptor control. Time is looking okay with still above a minute, and they're right on site. But these members of aren't going to, hopefully they're not going to peek too errantly. You know, they don't have to swing out right now. They can wait until the members of Wildcard Queens are pushing in before they start to attack, because they still have a C4 that they can play for denial. They have Armini lurking around as Vigil that can potentially be anywhere on the map at this point. Right now, Armini is up in master bedroom, but you know, the hatch drops can easily make that rotate towards garage or towards red stairs really easy for Armini. But Plants in. The denial's not coming out in just of the right moment. The C4 sails. It's not close enough to kill Queen Reki, but it is close enough to down him, and that's good enough for stopping the plant. But Secret is going to find Edriella, so it's still going to be man advantage for Wildcard Queens, who are now trying to get that plant down again. It's Apricot going for the plant. The coverage is good from Impala.
Attackers are
Help trying to find something, but just can't make it work. The shutdowns are coming out. It's all going to be up to Armini. Last one standing on the side of Meep. Good first pick, make things a 1v2, and if you look at the HP of both Reki and Impala, it's not high. So Vigil, even with that pea shooter of an SMG-12, can make quick work of both of these attackers without needing a headshot, but it's still going to be a tough fight. One of them holding in rafters close, the other one outside, repelled. Going to be a hard fight to win. Here's the first shots going through. Armini put down to such low HP, but now knows that at least where one of them is, but with only 5 seconds left to really make something work, it's looking like it's impossible. As we take down below 7 seconds, it can't happen. It's an easy round there, or an easy post plant, I should say, for Wildcard Queens.
Beautifully played. I think they just showed how simple this map can be. We already talked before we had the beautiful Garage execute. It is a checklist map, and they've done exactly everything. They open up Garage as a first, as a second you open up CCTV, and then you put a lot of pressure on the Rafters guy. Typically we would see two players playing Rafters, one of them most of the time is being Umai, and then you have a little bit of an addition with Azami. But because Azami is banned here, we did see Meep trying to play around a little bit more with Vigil, with going down below and trying to adjust that. But having one player on Rafters right now, we've seen it also in Tier 1, does not really work out as much anymore because there's so much utility also from the attacking side. We had the Capital Fireballs, we had so many flashbangs, we had all the shots, we have so much pressure on the Rafters player, which eventually then being taken out early in the round, and now it's kind of a free take. As soon as you have bomb garage, as soon as you have CCTV breach, and then Rafters in the controls and attacker, that is kind of a free plant position, then go in and plant on the base, on the default spot in CCTV. And I think Wildcard just played beautifully the checklist map and showed how easy this map can be. But Meep now need to adjust in, right? They need to understand how is Wildcard Queens playing this, so then eventually within the next few rounds to get these rounds up, because especially as a defender-sided team, you want to get these rounds in. You want to start with the rounds and not in a disadvantage.
Yeah. Great start for Wildcard Queens, but yeah, Meep, you're on defense in a defender-sided meta on the defensive side, so really hope that they are able to get the majority of rounds here, but if they don't, it'll be looking excellent for Wildcard Queens, who right now have to start attacking onto basement. That's you can see why Impala has switched over onto Ram to maybe throw those boogie drones into kitchen from the windows. You don't even have to enter. You're completely safe from C4s exploding the floor, and your drones can tear up and give you great vertical angles that you can apply a lot of pressure through. But I must have cast a curse at Impala. Eli finds the first pick, shutting down that Ram before any of those boogie drones probably could get active. So now they know one person's lurking up on second floor, and they're going to have to do something about it because, you know, they can't just leave this and let it be. And that's another pick. Secret being shut down. Ellie, how many more can you get? Not another one, but can at least put, once again, it's RJ on the buck, put down to really low HP. And this is not a particularly good start for Wildcard Queens. They managed to get rid of the roam, but now they're down in man count. They don't have nearly as much utility, and including the HP, you know, it's just not looking great.
I mean, utility-wise, we do have still Hibana, we still have a Capital, everything to get these hatches open, which are needed on a basement attack. But as you already said, the health and the man advance definitely go to the side of Meep here, which are going to cause a lot of trouble. If the next pick doesn't go to the side of Wildcard Queens, you could hold this round already over, because a 4v2 is way harder to come back to and bring it down to an even man count than a 4v3, right? Because eventually you want to keep trading from the side of Meep. You want to make sure that every single gunfight that is being taken is either a cross angle, is a trade, or anything. But we also have now the impacts coming through, which could, if Buck is not careful enough, could lead to him being injured on the verticality. But I think I'm trying to make sure here that we're not being injured here on the verticality. But with that, we're entering the last 45 seconds of the round, and this is why I meant earlier when we talked about a little bit of the maps. On Clubhouse, we're going to see a lot of late execute. A lot of execute with goal, like in the 20 seconds meta we had way back. Because it's such a basic map, right? Every team knows what to do, and this is why most of the times we're going to see so late executes.
Yeah, and things have gotten worse for Wildcard Queens as It's RJ gets shut down. Of course, Apricot on that Capita was taken out by a C4. It's a 1v4, and the drop's going to come through. It's not going to do much of anything. You know, it's pretty futile looking. There, not much time left. And so that's a pretty easy defense coming out from Meep in response to, I think, the very well-executed attack from Wildcard Queen. So pretty immediate back and forth. Hopefully it keeps like this, and we have a competitive match the whole time.
I mean, the first round, the second round, both of them are very dominant by one side. We had the first round post-plan scenario in a 1v2 scenario, and then here we had a 1v4 scenario, which, yes, Meep was more dominant here, but I'm gonna have to say how it is basement floor. And we all know it, everybody played there, everybody was there from us here. The basement spot is most of the times always considering to go to the defensive side because it's kind of the most powerful side. And now with the basement spot being locked for 3 rounds, Meep's gonna have to decide where they go. And yet they decided to go to CCTV and cash again, and now we need to see the adaptation coming through from them. What did they do last time and how can they prevent the same push from Wildcard Queens? They know they're gonna take CCTV. They took last time CCTV open, breach, then garage, and then Raptors, and did the simple strategy take. Nothing too complicated, very simple. Is Wildcard Queens now adapted? Are they gonna change on a little bit more? Are they gonna throw off Meep completely? Or has Meep done enough adaptations now with the operator lineup to prevent that push?
Yeah, they're bringing out some stuff that, once again, making sure that wall's going to get open. You see Thatcher and Thermite both being brought potentially. Once again, they have Buck that could go below, open up the wall or the floor underneath that double wall leading into CCTV, get rid of the mute jammer, get rid of the potential bandit that's going to be playing there. They also have a Sophia, who, you know, you throw those stuns through the drone hole there is another pretty common way to try and get rid of that person playing on that double wall. So they have a lot of stuff to guarantee that they can get that wall open, that they can maybe smoke it off, tap a towel, apply some fire, cut off rotates. Once again, I think we're going to see a very direct sort of execute onto site and just focus on the plant, because it worked out for them last time and they might try and do it again.
Exactly, we have the same scenario as before. We open up a little side of the wall and then we go with the thermite breaching just to secure that we have the thermite breach set. Bottom garage is also now opened, but now we have the big adaptations coming in from Meep. Last time we didn't have any player playing mini stats as we have right now here. Adriana doing this is a key. She's a key player in this whole defensive side, because as soon as she dies, they know Wildcard Queens, they're gonna move into garage. They're gonna try to take Raptor stairs. Oh, beautiful first pick that puts themselves already in a man advantage, which obviously opens up even more opportunities now, because as I said, she is the key player here, and as long as she can stay alive, the time to take down from the attackers, to even put more pressure on them, it's gonna be very, very defensive side. She's not been taken out of.
It's going to be a tough pitch for Impala, who is aware that someone's on Raptors, but is able to shut down Edriel. So that's a big pick. Meanwhile, Ellie does find one into Apricot, so that's going to actually still keep man advantage for Meep. The picks coming out, a great used mid-combat firebolt is going to force Ellie out. Impala able to clean that up. So now even things out at 3v3. They have full garage control, just under a minute. So time isn't terrible, but they do have to move a little bit. They got to make sure they're pushing. They have one outside breach. They have one outside the window for CCTV. They have one in garage ready to hop in. The angles are being covered all from cache right now. And then, you know, you can control most of CCTV from cache, except right behind this bomb chassis. So if Impala or someone else is able to get in behind the bomb, behind these shelves, then they can be pretty safe. But the smokes are coming out just to make it difficult to push through those breaches. That's going to delay quite a bit of time, especially since there's a whole other smoke canister that's going out right now to stop anything. And we left with about 10 seconds to make something happen, but they're not going to go for that chassis plant. They're going to just go straight for the breach. It's not going to ultimately work out, but they're going to have to fall off. Impala finds one pick on the coverage. SRL responds. So 2v2, Queen Reki's shut down, plant isn't down. It's all going to be up to Impala. It's going to be a pretty tough 1v2 to find here. Both SRL and Kelpcat were low. They find one, but time runs out. Pretty close and tight there in cash, but ultimately the defenders win it out again.
And this just shows how great of an adaptation they've made, right? At the beginning of the round, I said, have they done enough operator adaptation to do this? So last time, if you go back to the first round they've played on the site, they had one plant denial, and that's it. They had a mute with a C4, and that is what they relied on. But this time, not only did they bring 3 C4s, but also smoke. They also had the Fenrir playing on mini stairs, which was again a very key play into that garage hold, because as soon as you saw her play, her dying,
protect your bombs from being defused by
the Raptors player was just such a big troll and so much pressure that eventually she was taken out because of the Capital balls, because she had to take this 1v1. But she's not only peeking one angle, but she's peeking rather 3 angles directly. So you keep player taken out, but even though at the end the smoke came in clutch, because that one's one of the greatest adaptation that Meep done in that round. Now we're gonna see the first time Master Bedroom and Gym. And here again we have a little bit of plant denial, but mostly focused this lineup from the side of Meep right now is to waste time, right? We have the castle, we have the Fenrir, we have the banner, with the Tubaru, Amira. That is all operators, which kind of indicate time waste. We want to take a lot of time from these enemies because they know that Wildcard Queens, they're pushing very late in the rounds. We saw all of the execute so far, and they have not been too early in the round, so they're kind of could be potentially here on the Kryptonite already.
Reload!
Yeah, definitely. I like also what you were saying about the adaptations that Meep were bringing, where they saw that at least when attacking cache and CCTV, Wildcard Queens would sometimes just like to go straight for plant, and they brought the smoke as a way of adding more denial to it, and it really ultimately worked out for them as it was able to delay a lot of time. But speaking of time, it's Moy RJ not wasting any of it, pushing all the way in to kind of top red into cache, already starting to engage, saw someone but not going to be able to get the peek, is unaware that these head holes have been opened up, though, leading to Adriel just finding an easy pick. It's been kind of tough goings here for It's Moy RJ, who's only been able to find 1 kill to 4 deaths, been pretty unsuccessful for most of the rounds. And Adriel, once again, on this lurk, on this Fenrir, shut down a lot faster though. And Paula, who's been having an excellent game, 8-1, put on low HP, but can use those adrenal surges, get some of that HP back. Still, in the pick to even things out, an excellent trade. Esarella, though, is still aggressing here in construction, holding on these head holes before falling back.
Exactly as you said it, but now we can see we're finally trying to get rid of these utilities. The Fermigators, yes, are a little bit of a pain to deal with, but the bigger problems are also the mirror windows. Because as we can see, the push coming in from Wildcard Queens is one-sided. It's rather CCTV and cache, but we do see that one mirror window is placed in logistic. How do we fight against it? We could get rid of it from down below, but we could also go on the logi hatch and just pressure that side. It's just very important here for Wildcard Queens to not lose the time out of their eyes, because as I said, this lineup is so time wasting. They want to get rid of the time from the enemies, because eventually if you push, if you execute within the last 20 seconds, you tend to do a lot of mistakes.
Secret lurking down below in kitchen to open up some verticals and finds a pre-placed C4. That's a nice little find for them. It's another find for them that they're going to like. Impala now on 9 kills, shutting down SRL. Secret, I don't think you can hack the mirror window. Is that what they just tried to do? It's not an electronic piece of tech, but yeah, it would be wonderful. It was able to switch and all of a sudden you could see through it and your opponents can't. That'd be a great thing, but Brava's already very strong as is, doesn't need that little added boost. Meanwhile, Hellcat, Armenia, making things difficult. Wildcard Queens are getting shut down. They managed to even it out, but they're just stalling outside these windows and getting swung on, not expecting it at all. It's pretty much going to be up to Queen Reki unless Apricot is recoverable. Outside here, definitely recoverable, but Hellcat going to make things a little difficult, keeping them on their toes. The run out is going to be successful as there's just too many windows to watch. And another very solid looking defensive round coming out of Meep.
And this round was not a little bit different for Wildcard Queens, right? We've seen them trying to be a little bit quicker. We've seen them trying to play against that entire lineup, but just playing more flashy, playing a little bit more quick, maybe taking a few more risks, which did help them. At one point, they had the man advantage. But after that, as soon as you have the man advantage, and yes, they were in a little bit in, like, last 35 seconds left on the round, they should have pushed, they should have executed, but they were not in no position to execute. And if you're in no position to execute, and if you have to take these one-on-ones, it is a 50-50, right? Depending who has the better angle, depending who has peak advantage. So many factors that could give you a kill, could take a kill away from you.
Dread mine active.
Every round, we had a lot of trades coming in from Wildcard Queens. We saw the problems more the time issue. This round, it was a completely different issue. It was the issue that as soon as we had the man advantage, we completely let it loose. We just dropped every single man we had. Every single woman. My apologies. Like,
10 seconds remaining.
I think the gamers know what I'm talking about here.
5 seconds remaining.
The gamers certainly do know. We all understand.
I'm sorry.
Attackers moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Just looking at some of the lineups, you can see Wildcard Queens are trying to adapt here. They're bringing out both a Lion and a Jackal. So they're looking to shut down these roamers and freeze them in place as quickly as they can, because Ellie is on that Vigil again, is on that roam. Now, Ellie can resist the Lion scans. Activate Vigil's cloaking ability. You can run around during those Lion scans, which could potentially be a pretty big spoiler unless they know that Ellie is on Vigil. I'm not sure if Ellie was droned out or not. They are going to spot him, so they will know. But that's a pretty quick retreat. Ellie all the way back down in oil. So pretty good in terms of roam clear, as they may not know it yet, but that's pretty much the entire map now free for them, save for basement. They can quickly get in, take first floor control, and start enacting some vertical pressure with that.
Here's the thing from the side of Ellie. Yes, she was pressured, but giving up the top floor that early in the round just shows that Wildcard Queens, they have adapted. They really want to make this a little bit quicker. They don't want to fall in this last seconds again, but they need to be sure here to not make silly mistakes like this. Punishing Ellie here for trying to go up the main stairs, for trying to retake something that's been taken away from them. And that is the first opening pick, and also the man adventure side of Wildcard Queens, which we haven't seen in a lot of rounds so far, because we do see a lot of the opening picks go to the side of Meep, and then Meep kind of closing up the round. But we are here in the basement slot. Taking on Vigil here is not the big pick. Yes, it's a pick. You took away a gun, you took away a player. At the end of the day, but you want to take players out that could potentially deny your plans. Fenrir is dreadful to deal with, Legion dreadful to deal with, but Vigil so far is just an operator. It's a little bit selfish with his schedule.
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot more utilitarian operators that are still on the table rather than Vigil. Vigil's whole thing is just to waste time, and they managed to clear Vigil pretty quickly. The rest of them, though, are going to waste a lot more time with their utility. So we're still coming down to kind of the last minute here, despite the fact that the opening pick went so quickly to the side of Wildcard Queens. But this utility is slowing them down. A good couple swings coming out from the side of Meep, going to shut down 2 people from Wildcard Queens, and it's just going to keep going that way. It's all going to be up to Queen Reki and Secret again. 30 seconds left. One of them has dropped Moto Hatch, so they at least are close. They can potentially find a kill here, but guns are going to be blazing, bullets are going to be flying. No one is going to be ultimately found, though. Pushing in, bearing 9 in hand. Not going to be easy at long range, but going to be good enough to shut down Acerella. Still, man advantage favoring the side of Meep, who just have to play coverage, but coverage is not working out for them. Secret with 2 big picks. Plant can go down right now. Is there a chance to stop it? No, there isn't, but they can kill the person planting right after it goes down. Secret on low HP up against Adriella. Going to be a tough one here for Secret, who's going to have to be able to get the pick and swings at just the right time to shut down Adriel. Is looking a little scary there, as that low HP, and on Zofia, who's someone who's a 3 armor, who's slow, and who maybe has a bigger hitbox. Going to get quickly shut down, though, or quickly shut down the final defender. So a round that didn't look like it was probably, or it looked a little hectic when it came down to the execute and the push, but ultimately really well played by Wildcard Queens, especially in the post plant and in the coverage for the plant.
It was definitely well played by Secret, even though she was not on the side, even though she was not quite there to help with the execute. She quickly rotated around to help the teammate. Queen Reki, who was on Moto, dropped in Moto, and then had to play with the situation there, right? Time is ticking down, you're gonna have to make an entry, whether you go for the push, and then having the time like that, nobody's watching that door. Just having the time out to just swing in, sneaking in, getting a kill, putting yourself in a really, really good plant position, where also there were head hides. So Secret she's able to swing every corner, she's able to watch every angle her teammate could potentially die from simple head hides, from a simple long angle, and she played the right position there to go back, help the teammate, and just the kills fold. As we saw, time was ticking down, we know Diffuser was going down, but everybody just kept running into Secret's hands, and she just picked them up one by one.
Position device.
Alright, this is a pretty important round here because either it goes 4-2 favoring Meep or it ends up 3-3, which if it ends up 3-3, that would mean that Wildcard Queens did pretty good on their attack, and going into the favored side, they're looking really good. So for Meep, this is an important round to win if you want to keep that kind of expected defender win rate of that 4-2 split, which, you know, they obviously do want. But Wildcard Queens, once again, going quickly, opening things up. Unfortunately, one of those exothermics not going to be able to work, but the can opener is going to get one of them. I don't think anything can stop this other exothermic from going off, and they will get these walls open. They've been very good about the CCTV wall, getting it open every single time with 2 different entryways to just maximize their ways into the site, but also the angles that they can hold from outside.
Exactly. Now we can see also Meep that doing again yet another adaptation. This time we do have 2 C4s. We also have a smoke, so we did keep something from the run before where we've won, but we still keep evolving with it. Bringing the Woman Rafters now is going to be a huge change. We've seen it. It's going to stay there, but we don't have a 34 now for a potential kill, for potential plant denial. So the smoke is going to play a very important operator here. It's going to be one of the most important ones, but what we do see here from Wildcard Queens, we don't want to go for the garage taken mill. We do want to change up a little bit. So far we have the CC breach open, which we need from a construction take as well. We need to have the angle open. We need to make sure that the crossovers are not going to happen, right? And now they can go for a construction breach if they want to. They can open it up. They can go for a cash take, because as we can see, there's no a breach done yet onto the lower garage. So understanding that they've won the first round, they've lost the second round on the side, and then going back here yet again and then changing up the entire attack, this just shows a little bit how powerful they could be here. And as you said, this could be a very, very important round for them to pick up.
And so far, it's been a pretty quiet match. No early opening picks and 45 seconds left. So Wildcard Queens have to move on. Finally, that utility coming out. Pretty good on not using it, but it's Moy finding a good opening pick there to make things easier. The trade's going to come out. Keep it 4v4, but they're in sight. They don't know where people are. Kelpcat shuts down It's Moy RJ. Kelpcat also has a C4, can block that entrance there. Ellie finds another one. It looks like Meep's going to be able to take this unless Queen Reki and Secret are able to pull off a miracle like they did last round. They know they can be so good together. They know how to play objective. They have great coverage and great mechanical skill, but sometimes that's just not enough. Kelpcat, Adriella clean things up, and that 4-2 split, that expected defender scoreline, does go the way of Meep. So now it's going to be, can Wildcard do better or do the same on their defensive half as Meep was able to do? And we'll see if we go to overtime. We'll see if Wildcard just do better and win it out in regulation. But also a timeout being called pretty quickly right after losing that. Wildcard Queens are taking it before they go over onto their defensive half.
I think this is very important. Timeout. Yes, we are now on the swap. Yes, they could potentially now win these next 3 rounds. But if you now lose the first, my brain's not clicking. The first round as a defender. There we go. I don't know why my brain didn't want to click there. You put your enemy team, especially at 2-5, right? And then potentially give them in the next round, they will be on match point. So taking a timeout here, understanding, okay, our problems right now are we're not trading enough. If we have the man advantage, if we don't have the man advantage, we keep going in one-on-ones and we keep losing them and eventually putting ourselves again in a 2v4 scenario, which eventually lost us 2 rounds so far. Yes, we had a little bit of a comeback in one of these 3 rounds where we had the man disadvantage. But here again, 1 out of 3 where the scenario happened is not a good state you want to be in. Now going to the defensive side, now we have the angles, now we create the angles. Now we need to make sure that the crossfires are there. What do we play first and how do we play first? How do we break apart the first round that it goes to our side and not to the side to me?
We're seeing a pretty similar defender lineup, Fenrir being brought, Solus, Legion, Smoke, a lot of the same ones that Meep was bringing, but they are also bringing an Alibi. So I think that's the first time we're seeing Alibi be brought out today here on Clubhouse. Like seeing that. Similarly, some new operators being brought by Meep. We're seeing a Nomad for that, specifically just for the flank watch and the denial there.
5 seconds.
They were potentially going to bring a Dokepi, but not going to do that. Just going to be bringing an Ash and Seg and a hop swap off of that. Would have liked to see some Dokkaebi, but I think maybe they feel like they don't need as much of the roam clear, as they're just going to cut off the flanks, and if they just push directly into sight, they don't have to clear everything else as long as their flanks are protected by those air jabs that Nomad bring.
Exactly, we do see that Dokkaebi could have been kind of a key player, as the Akave is also an execute part, a really, really important operator. You just get the information where the players, where they're standing, what they're doing, right? The phone is buzzing, don't bring your phone to work, guys. Like, as simple as that. But here in this scenario, they decided to go off the Akave, and this could be like a problem. This could be like a key change if they win this round or not. But also here, they could have brought the Ying, which we kind of know already from other leagues, that Ying is very, very powerful. Considering an execute, considering everything around the clubhouse, Ying is just so powerful. So we have two of the most powerful operators kind of right now in this meta, in this scenario, not being brought up. And Meep could have their own strat here, could see something that we are not seeing here, that I'm not seeing here. Well, I do see 3 sets of flashbangs, which equal 9 flashbangs. Like, Jesus, that's a lot. And it is flashbang meta. But imagine 3 sets of flashbangs and a Ying on top. That's scary. That is scaring even me, and I'm the caster, you know.
Yeah, that would almost be a bit overkill. They had that much going on. Quickly want to also point out that there is no utility denial. You know, it's been a while since Wamai and Jaeger have really been brought every single time when that throwable denial meta was really prominent. So these 3 flashbangs that each of them are bringing, those can just kind of fly into sight and nothing is there to stop them. So that, you're right, that even without the Ying, that can still be pretty scary, and it can be an easy way for them to get plant. They are certainly just taking their time right now, just clearing everything out. They have most of the map fully controlled, but Secret has been on this lurk and has been fairly aggressive. Was fighting down in Kitchen early on. I really liked how Secret was playing it, because Secret wasn't really taking engagements, but was just doing enough to continuously announce, hey, I'm here, you guys have to do something about this. You know, that phantom pressure that you can create by just shooting bullets or opening a window or opening a door or whatever they were doing. You know, those can be really, really big things as far as a roamer can do, because sometimes you don't even have to do an engagement. You just have to remind the attackers that they have to be looking around everywhere, that they have to commit time to do it clear.
Exactly.
And it kind of depends right now. Is Secret going to come down in time to be useful, or if the members of Meep just push down, they can just take sight. Secret on main stairs next to people, does get a pick onto Elliot. I was waiting to see that come through the kill feed, but it might be a little too late. Adriel is in sight, taking control in the huge hits. Acerella find another one. Impala trades back onto Armini, and things are going to be evened out. But if you look, Queen Reki is down, so it's an effective 2v1. And that's the shutdown. I think the flank from the Solus come out just a little too late, but there was overall some excellent just individual plays coming out of the side of Meep there, who just found what they needed to, went in and got some important picks to clean up sight and be able to give themselves a lot of control.
Exactly, as you said, the push from Secret and the flank from Secret was just a few seconds behind. Yes, as a Roma, you want to stay alive. Yes, as a Roma, if you want to go for a flank, you should use the time and make sure you're not being detected. But on the other hand, we've just been pushed on side, and as we saw, it did seem like Meep had an idea that could be a Roma going on, as we had, I believe, Ellie, I could be wrong down the name, looking up top main stairs into Maz's bedroom, not quite being sure if there's Roma or not, then flowing back. And if they had the information that there's a Roma, then what they simply did is they took the man advantage onto side, right? They're knowing, okay, one player's offside, we have around 40 seconds left in the round. What do? We flood side, right? Because instead of going for the Roma execute, like trying to push him out, trying to push her out, eventually get the kill, you lose time. With that time, you're gonna make mistakes in the execute. Side, well done, and at the end, they just got the round because they used the man advantage, which it did seem like they had information of based on the player behaviors, which could be interesting to know. Could ask them later. But that was a very well played side from Meep. And maybe your vibe checks are correct. Maybe the graphic design cat is just unbelievably strong.
Yeah, it's very powerful. No, I wouldn't want to fight that thing either.
Scary a little bit.
I think this also goes to something that you were saying where, Wildcard Queens are going onto the favored side, but, if Meep just get one and they get one early on, they're now just one round away from match point. They're carrying a lot of momentum right now. They have what must be a pretty good mental game going right now because they're kind of walking away with the game. They've been playing quite well. They already have an attack under their belt. So if you're Wildcard Queens, this is a little scary because Meep are doing really well. They're feeling really good, and they have the potential here to just get a match point. Once they've secured that match point, it becomes mentally really easy to just tell themselves, you just need one more round. It's as easy as that.
Exactly. And now Meep are 5-2 up. There's a 3 rounds of difference. And they definitely put a good showing standing here. And just showing how powerful they can be on attack, even by not picking the 2 main operators, right? By not picking the 2 meta operators on the attack, they still show how dominant they can be. The Wildcard Queens, they did decide to go to the same spot. What are their adaptation, right? How can they do it differently this time that they win the round? Because now they need to win 3 rounds in a row if they don't want Meep to go here into a match point, because match point is always very scary. As soon as the enemy team is on a match point, you're not allowed to make a single mistake. Like, you're not allowed to lose a single more round, because then you would give the map, and it is a best of 1. So it is only this map, and it's over, right? And with this, we have the opening kill onto the side of Meep, and already putting themselves in a good spot because they took out Impala, which has been absolutely performing so far, which I believe is currently also the best player in the entire lobby with 12-6 right now. She's absolutely storming this lobby. Also Solis, great plan tonight, great info gathering, gone from the set, so I think they're going to have a lot of troubles now.
Secret also shut down, so once again a pretty good start for Meep. We apologize for any potential issues you may be seeing while you're trying to watch. We'll do our best to keep you up to date. Believe there's some weather issues currently going on with the observing, but that stuff happens. You got to prepare. We'll do our best. You can see the HP for the members of Meep. Ellie less than half, Kelpcat really low. So while they do have man advantage by 2, both of those players can be shut down pretty quickly. And with the smokes that Queen Reki could potentially deploy, those could happen real fast. But time's running out. Meep are going to have to make something happen. We're seeing them fall by the wayside here. They're dying. Armini going to try and put the plant down, but Adriel is down. There's no coverage. This was almost certainly a Wildcard Queens round. And Meep not going to be on match point just yet, as it's going to be a bit too difficult here on basement.
Very, very well said. And this is what I mean. Have they done enough adaptation? Can they show that they can do it? They showed it. And now we still have the run advantage going to the side of Meep, as you said. The beautiful paint-drawn cat is very powerful. Or maybe my cat's playing here in this well. As I said, I do have a cat, so very adorable. But run advantage still to their side. If Wildcard can play now 3 rounds beautifully, adapting through the rounds, playing in offhand, even playing match operator, as I said, even though they don't bring a Ying, which is astonishing, honestly, because at this point I've only seen Ying. If there is no Ying ban, Ying is being brought, guys. I have not seen anything else. Okay, right. It's just I have difficult times, tough times. But going back to the phone, they bring a lot of flashbangs. They bring operators who have potential flashbangs as a gadget, right? And then you want to bring the Warden. We have not seen, Warden being brought by Wildcard, which could change the way if they start to bring in Warden, if they start bringing, operators who are working against the meta operators. Maybe the rounds could fall a bit more easy, because what do flashbangs do to Warden? No. He's just gonna, she's gonna abuse it, gonna swing it, because they can't, and they might be flashed, they might accidentally flash themselves. We've seen it multiple times, even tier 1, guys. We've seen it too many times that you could always flashbang yourself, and if there's a Warden cheeky around the corner, you have to buy the grass for that round.
Yeah, flashbanging yourself is a lot easier to do than I think you often remember when you're in the moment, when you have the flashbang in hand and you're ready to throw it, and you bounce it off of something and push it a little too fast, and next thing you know, you're blinded, and you've wasted that bit of utility, you've wasted a little bit of time, you have to slink back and hide because you can't see anything. I want to also harp on the no Ying being brought. Ying is so strong right now. I love Ying. We were seeing Ying be banned like every match. Why isn't Ying being brought? Maybe there's no reason to ban Ying every single match if people aren't just gonna, they're not even bringing Ying when allowed. But, you know, that's just me. I just like seeing Ying because it makes for really exciting executes. I think Ying is fun to cast because it always means there's going to be something explosive that's going to happen. So whenever Ying's not brought or whenever Ying's banned, I get a little sad.
The tear drops down, you know, the cheek. Yeah. I do feel with you. Like, a Ying wing roll is just, like Doki said, I flash, I push, I do. Very simple. He just goes in, flashes and kills. We do see this round going through. Does seem like a little execute's already starting.
C4 set.
Yeah.
C4.
He's already starting. Adriella already dead before we were able to see, but Armini's able to push in. The C4 doing a lot of damage, but not enough to fully kill. Kelpcat gonna find one. It's Moy RJ gonna find one and then get traded out immediately by Armini. So 3v3, but look at the HP for the members of Meep. They're gonna have a tough fight here, and Paulo with another pick. It's all gonna be down to that Armini who was damaged by a C4 earlier on. 38 seconds is time to find these picks, but do they know where any of them are? And nope. Secret with the shutdown. Pretty well played there. Just the defense was reactive on its feet, was able to get utility in when it needed to, and swung at the right times, and it looked pretty good.
Exactly. Even though we've missed quite a lot from the round, well, yes, we've only missed one kill, but we've missed a lot of the setup, right? We've missed how did they set up, what did Meep do, what was their main attacking strat, what were their direction to go for into that round, right? And Wildcard Queens at the end just beautifully, as you said, reacted to what was going on and got the round to themselves. And now it does look a lot more possible, right? You have a 5-4, and even if Meep would now go to the match point, 2 rounds to win is not impossible. If you go then back down to the score and you would say 6-1, well, that's a little bit more impossible, right? Like, that when people start to doubt, but a 6-4 is when people really, when the demon starts to awaken, and that was always the case for me. Like, if I was playing competitive, and the enemy team would be 6-4 up, I don't know what it would change in my head.
Looking out!
But a demon would just start, and I would all of a sudden, like, I'll play different. And Wildcard Queens could secure here an even scoreline, bring it up to a 5-5, and that would be the first time we... After the flop, obviously, and we could have had a 3-3, didn't quite happen. We could now have a 5-5, but this is an important round for me, because with this win, they could go to the match point, they could already secure a potential overtime if Wildcard Queens would come back, but also they could secure them already a very clean win here. It's very important here for Wildcard Queens to play this smoothly, to react again, play against them, and not to play a lot of 1v1s, because as soon as they start going into those 1v1s, if they start to lose the 1v1s, they give them an advantage to the side of me. And we've seen already how Wildcard Queens was attacking this side, right? He did the CCTV garage take, very simple. He tried a CCTV and construction take, a little bit more difficult, but didn't quite work out, as the garage take was a little bit more easy, and this is the one where they succeeded in the first round to take the attack, and now we have the exact opposite. How does Meep do it? Do they do the same thing? Do we see, again, a very checklist map? And here we have a breach being opened in the first 60 seconds on this round. Beautiful done. Bottom garage is also open as well. And this already kind of indicates what push are we going for. It just speaks for itself. A little bit of a history teller here.
Yeah, both teams have been pretty good about making sure the CCTV wall gets open really quickly. I think Wildcard Queens were a bit more efficient with it. They didn't use as many EMPs. They managed to get open in 2 places. Meanwhile, you can see Meep already out of exothermics and fully out of Thatcher's EMP grenades. So they got the wall open, which is the big thing. But could have maybe been a little bit more efficient. They dumped 3 EMPs when they really only needed the 1. Obviously, you always do a second one for safety, but the efficiency doesn't really matter if you can just walk in and get picks. Multiple big picks go in the way of Meep. Ellie the only one to really be answered back onto, but Apricot does find a second one. So the comeback, the clutch here, very possible, as there aren't really any members of Meep in sight. Now, they still have to push in, and Apricot's holding onto these power positions. And as we were just saying during the break, you don't see Wamai or Jaeger brought, but they must have heard us, because they brought both Wamai and Jaeger specifically to defend against all of this throwable utility, which Meep had a ton. Secret finds another pick, so all of a sudden we're evened up. Apricot on a tear, that's the 3rd one on the round, and hasn't even moved off of that position there that they have on red stairs. They're just protected by all sorts of utility, Jaeger ADSs to prevent that position being pushed out. It's all going to be down to Armini on the Thermite to make something happen here. But look, the utility, where's that utility going? It's just getting burnt. There is nothing but gun in hand now for Armini to make this work. 2 angles being watched from 2 separate areas. This is going to be a tough fight to win. And with a C4 also available, Apricot could potentially play below if they wanted to just keep it extra safe. Not going to happen though. Apricot going to be caught out. It's all going to be on the secret. Playing just in rafters, hiding behind a solid wall, going to be pretty difficult to find if they don't know where it is. This is going to probably just force Armini to go for plant. Armini looking around, popping the right way, and somehow wins it out. That's an insane. I don't know if Armini had an actual read that the last person was there, or if it was just a gut call, and how that they managed to get the pick through the vaulting animation. It's got to feel bad for Wildcard Queens, who should have had that match clinched. But Meep on match point, they're 6-4. Maybe Wildcard Queens are gonna let the demon fly though. That's what you were saying.
See, now the tears on my cheek running down a little bit. Heartbreaking moment right there. Proning on the ground, giving away the cover, understanding what the enemy is. You hurt the prone, you swing in, you pre-fire the ground. Beautifully done by Meep. You get a 1v2 clutch. Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate.
But the tears are dropping down for Wildcard Queens. But, they said, back in the days I was playing competitive, this is the moment where a lot of players will awaken, right? Because 2 rounds is nothing. 2 rounds is nothing. You could just win CCTV and could potentially go back down to the bottom side, which you've already won and lost once. You need to win this round and the next, but with the next one, you already have an advantage knowing you can go down backstairs, right? You can go to the basement and have the advantage of it. The Wildcard Queens had a little bit of a comeback. We saw Meep just going in, getting the kills 1 by 1, had a little bit of a comeback there, and at the end, it was a 1v2. And this is where it comes crucial, because now we have even more of an adaptation coming through. We still have the Wamai on the rafters, beautiful, well done. We have the smoke for possibly denies, just denying a little bit of time. We have the Kai, we have the Tubaru, and that is the key player here. If Tubaru managed to just waste a lot of time, right, to make sure that the Kaid and Tubaru are talking to each other beautifully when it comes down to taking the CCTV breach, because if CCTV stays close in this round, this could be potentially a free win for Wildcard Queens, because the CCTV breach is one of the most important ones when it comes to CCTV and cash attacks. This is the one you need to have, because without it, you just give a lot of free space and control to the defensive side. As we can see, Tubaru doing Impala doing a great job here, denying the speed, just wasting time, a lot of time here. It's just going to be very, very crucial. Ooh, hoo, hoo.
Tubaru not getting rid of the exothermic, but it's still pretty big that all of those EMPs that were made there to open it up weren't really needed. Tubaru, the wall isn't really being contested as much as Tubaru's just delaying it. So those EMPs not really doing a whole lot. Tubaru just giving the defenders a bit more time here, and they are going to create a Kaid Claw and they go back on. That could potentially just ruin the little push here if it's able to go off in time, but I hear the explosion. Most likely not. Those Kaid Claws are a bit too slow to get going, so I think they do manage to get that CCTV wall opened up. Now it's just a matter of getting the rest of the map under their control so they can really start pressuring from all sides. They're at least starting to move It's Moy RJ out of kind of lurking up by gym and bedroom, but rather than going back to site, going to fall back and go to first floor, potentially go up main stairs, be anywhere on the map at that point. And I don't know if they knew that It's Moy RJ has fallen off like that. Now they will, as Adriela has fallen, so they at least now know that there is a roamer below that they have to clear out or get rid of, because It's Moy RJ can be really detrimental to the attack here, depending on the flanks that they manage to hit. A couple of people going down, Armini and Apricot both down, so this makes it an effective 2v3 for Meep, who are once again going to have to do a little bit of clutching up here if they want to make this work. That's a good way to start though. Ellie finding one on the secrets. That's still my shutdown in Rapids. That gives them a bit more area to push in. Azarella with one, but the flank, It's Moy coming out. It's all going to be down to Ellie. Another 1v2 potentially going to come out. It's Moy pretty good for this round. Can't get outside to go get the res. It's Moy shuts them down. No clutch happening here. It's a 6v5, a 1-point game. Still though, match point for me.
Okay, ladies, suck that tear back up the cheek into the eye. We're moving the 6-5. So this could be overtime potential right here, because as I said, they can potentially go downstairs, but they could also potentially go upstairs. like they can choose. We've seen top floor, bedroom and gym, they've won it pretty clearly. It was believe a 4v1, which we missed half of the round because of the technical issues. But it could also go downstairs. But they chose to go upstairs now, and here's the key point. Okay, you know how they attack this. Are they gonna do the same thing? They're already adapting to you. Wildcard Queens, this is their chance to go hit map to overtime, just for the matter of fact, because they've won this round as a first, and they're already adapting to the enemy team. They're already taking operators, which are kryptonizing a little bit Meep here. We're playing against their odds. We have the information coming through Valkyrie. We have a little bit of a time waster with Foreign, with... Help me, not closet. Castle. Jesus, what's wrong with me today? Kate and Jaeger.
5 seconds to insertion.
A little bit of time waste.
Attack.
A little bit of information coming through from this side.
Attack.
Not many meta operators, which do hurt Maya a little bit. But we do have a Valkyrie, and as I do like to say, a good Valkyrie can either make or break the game. If we have a fantastic Valkyrie in this game, we have 2 beautiful C4 kills. They could already turn around the entire round upside down, because a C4 kill is an easy kill. It's like a free kill. You don't have to take a gunfight. You don't have to risk yourself most of the times to get it. So it is kind of a free B from the side of Meep. Again, this could be the chance to close this up, make this a 7-5. But as I said, Wildcard Queens, the challenge was to win the last round. This round is mentally easier than the round before, because of 6-5. There when the demons start to awake even more, right? Because 6-5, guys, we're not like, ladies, listen, we're not going down.
And I think you are right. The demons are awake. An opening pick going the way of Secret, who's been doing really well, popping off now 11 kills, and really accelerating these last couple rounds. Impala still doing excellent, 14 and 8, finds another kill onto Adriella. So those 2 opening picks are going to make the pushes in really easy. Apricot does go down, but if you look, they still have man advantage, and Wildcard Queens still have most of the control they need. They're able to hold on to the central stairs here. As any of the people that are going to try and push in from that jacuzzi wall that's been opened up, they are going to fall off. We're going to see it's Impala rotating away. So kind of letting them know that they're on the stairs and they have to clear the stairs, but then immediately leaving and finding a different, safer new position to potentially surprise these attackers from. Plenty of time to make things happen, though, if you're on the side of Meep, and we know that they're good for the clutch. They're going to start throwing some smokes in, potentially close off some of these angles, just trying to figure out where is safe to push in, where are angles being held. Gym is safe, at least from inside of Gym, but outside of Gym are all 3 defenders, or are at least 3 defenders holding angles through footholds. That's going to make it really difficult. That's going to make it even more difficult. Ellie taking a lot of damage. That damage is going to result in Ellie going down. And yeah, it's just getting real difficult. Armini's going to be the last one. Clutches can happen, but 1v4, that might be asking a little too much.
It's a very long way here. She needs to go in order to get this round. But as you said, it's not impossible. We've already seen on 1v2, so why not on 1v4? It's just such a long way. See, take a little bit of damage, but it's just not quite enough here for a death. And last 40 seconds, it's not looking too sunny as we're gonna move to overtime. Our first map of today. And honestly, good cooking. Good cooking. Well, not good cooking.
Yes, very much so. It's been a while since I've casted a map that's actually gone to overtime. A lot of them finish out before this, so I'm just happy that it's been as close and competitive as it has been.
But do we, now, and here's the thing, right? Both of the teams have won 2 attacks. Both of the teams have won 4 defenses.
Yes.
Wildcard Queens is now starting on the defense. Is that already over for Meep? Well, like, the key point here for Meep is to take this round.
Attackers need to.
This is, if Meep doesn't take this round, we could see Wildcard Queens walk away with a win. Just because defense, attack, and then defense again. And Meep has 1 defense, Wildcard Queens have 2. If we go all the way to 15 rounds, this is just looking forward into all the way to 15 rounds. And they just awaken a little bit, right? We talked about the issues, not winning the 1v1s, not having a lot of trade offers, and they've fixed it over the rounds even better and better. That you saw them adapt, you saw them fix those tiny little mistakes which caused them lose the rounds. Now Meep is in a little bit of disadvantage, and this is where
5 seconds.
I would like to see them starting to try around a little bit, or maybe start to try around with the operator lineup. I said Dokkaebi is not being brought, and Ying is not being brought, even though those two are right now the biggest meta operators that are, right? And we're talking about a lot about meta because if you look at tier 1, this is why I'm talking a lot about this and also about the operators. Because if you look at tier 1, and yes, I know we're not here at tier 1, but it just shows the dominance of these two characters. It just shows what they can impact and what impact they have in a round and how crucial they can be for a win or for a loss. I do love to see that we can do it without, but here again we have no set of flashbangs. We have a lot of breaching charges, which we theoretically don't even need as much on this side because there's nothing verticality to do. Yes, we can open up a few walls, we can do a few things. We have the smokes from Fermat coming through, but nothing to pressure, right? No flashes, no nades. So a lot of these fights, a lot of these
A bomb has been located.
force moments from the attacks gonna have to be through gunfires and not through utility.
We are seeing them also bring out an IQ just potentially in the response to the Valkyrie that's being played. Hellcat not going to be able to get that off. That's real unfortunate timing. They are bringing all these charges. They have to make those charges work. And that right now, leaving Jacuzzi while potentially not going to be opened at all. They still have can openers. Buck can bring some can openers open. So it's not entirely all hope is lost yet. Just, you know, a little concerning that those exothermics not going to make, you know, something come through. But if Thermite can't open up the walls, Thermite can certainly open up with kills. That's Moy going down. Hellcat finding that first pick. So that gives man advantage to Meep, which is at least pretty good. They still have over a minute left to work these different angles. They could potentially just start hoping for these window hop-ins as less angles can now be covered. Wildcard Queens being down somebody. If the pressure comes out, it's kind of this multi-pronged push. It can be really excellent, and it's going to be going out. Trade game being pretty good here for me. They're finding the kills they need. If they can get this attack, which they already have site control here in Gym, they can certainly just go onto defense and have a good defensive round, winning out this match in overtime. They're going to start putting it down. How is this coverage going to be? Impala looking to go from below the Deagle, opening up a hole. The C4 isn't going to be on time. It's not. It's just a second too late. Hellcat is taken off, though. So it's a 1v3, but a clutch and a half this would have to be coming out of Impala, who's had a phenomenal game. 17-8, would have to go up to 20-8 in order to make this work, and that just isn't going to happen. It's a bit too much to ask for, even from your star player.
Beautiful, and I think we saw Meep going back down to the roots. Alright, we saw in the defense a lot of these rounds, a lot of these victories won by simple gunfire, by simple taking the fights, taking the 1v1s. As soon as they got a little bit too stuck into their heads because of utility, it just wasn't really working out. So going back to the roots, just saying, okay, listen, we don't need flashbangs, we don't need nades. Full attack, full shooting, we got this. We just dominate them by shooting them down, which is a way to win. Like, it is at the end of the day, it is an ego shooter. You're gonna have to take a gunfight. In very, very less occasions, they're gonna be that there's a plant happening with 10 players alive. So at one point, you're gonna have to take a gunfight, right? You're gonna have to do it. And we saw Meep just going in and fully just overwhelming the side, just taking the gunfights, and just, I won't say not caring, but having the confidence to just peek in and knowing they're gonna win the fight, they're gonna win the round, which then brought him in a 4v2 scenario and eventually in a 1v3, having the upper hand. And this was the key round, as I mentioned earlier. This was one of the key rounds they needed, because now they're on the defense. They've won also for defensive side, like Wildcard Queens. Could be an 8-6 now, if Wildcard Queens don't turn around. But I'm gonna give it to you, Mika Rush, because if we look at the right side, what do we see?
See a Ying.
That makes me happy.
I know. Ying being brought up for the first time could potentially, you know, be the little upset pick that Wildcards, they need to win this out. Meep were able to win one on attack here in overtime. Why can't Wildcards win? You know, they've been tied this entire time, 4-2, like you said, on their defensive halves, each of them. So Wildcard Queens could certainly make this happen, but Meep have been playing really well. I can't wait to see this Ying come out, though. I'm so glad we're just watching this. Come on, Ying. Use those candelas, open things up. I'm hoping for a quick execute onto it. And they also are bringing a Jackal too, which could potentially help. And they know where people are going to be. They can, apply a bit more pressure when they're going in. They can flash everything, know where people are, get the kills. It's as easy as that. Well, it's as easy to say as that. It's obviously harder in practice. And we'll see how difficult Meep are able to make it. They do have a decent amount of denial. They've got Banshees coming out from the Luzi. There are goo mines with Legion. And of course, there's Dreadnought mines as well coming out from Fenrir. So lots of stuff to slow down, stop, or blind the attackers. Even with that Ying being brought, it can still be really difficult.
Exactly as you said it, and just puts a little bit of a smile on my face, because I've been pointing out multiple of the rounds, and this, we could potentially now see a win from Wildcard Queens and go to all the way to 15 rounds. Because Ying could be a little bit of a game changer, but also she could not be a game changer. Depends on the execute, depends how well the Queens are going to do the execute and what is their main focus here. Do we see we want to take Blue, we want to take Jenny? There's a little bit of a key position here. With the Ying, it's just going to be an easy one as to see the drop coming in.
Ying, first to go out, is able to pressure someone out of blue, but it's not for long enough before she dies, and then that person in blue just gets back in there. Though, Meep still in mankind advantages. They are able to find not just one, but two more, making it a 4v2 after those little opening bouts. Impala to go down too. It's all going down to Queen Reki, who's not been having the best of games today. And once again, no matter who you are, even if you are Impala, a 1v4 clutch just isn't all that easy, especially when you lack complete site control and they know where they are. One pick going the way there, though Adriella being shut down. Queen Reki still has an okay amount of time to at least push, but to find three defenders, that's a bit more questionable. It's looking like Meep at this point, they might have what it takes to just win this out here and now. We're not going to go all the rounds. We're going to shut it down. Meep with a solid defense. They resist the Ying. I'm happy we got to see the Ying, but Meep played a little bit better today, and they're the ones who take out Wildcard Queens. They move up in the standings. Great game from them overall, but I was just happy to see it go close, to see it go as far as it did.
I think we've seen pretty good siege against these two teams. Very unfortunate to the side of Wildcard Queens, but at the end of the day, we had also a few of these players having a little bit of a hard time coming onto the map, right? We saw two main key players having a lot of kills, doing all these kills. But if your team doesn't catch up, if you have two players having a hard time coming onto the map, it just changes a little bit the dynamic, right? You're going to put them in rather passive positions, and then the enemy team always has this mental advantage. You swing in, you know you killed one of the top fraggers, both top fraggers are gone, and now you have the confidence, now you have the boost. You can just swing in, you can just do it as much as you want. If you kill one of the lower players, you're still going to play careful, and this is what we saw from Meep. As soon as one of the two top fraggers from Wildcard Queens was out, we saw them play a lot more aggressive, a lot more flashy, just push in, just be quick, because they knew they can overwhelm the sides. They took a pretty much advantage of it.
Yeah, it was a great game. I was happy to cast it. We've got more games coming up, and we're casting the next one too. So we'll be right back for Admin Abuse versus Girls on Fire right after this quick break. Welcome back. I hope you were able to have a nice and restful break. I took a few minutes of sleep. I know that much. I was conked out. But we're back for more games. We got Admin Abuse and Girls on Fire. These are teams that are seeded second, or I keep saying seeded. They are ranked second and third in terms of everything here. So hopefully this is a really close competitive game. Last game, though, was still quite good. I really enjoyed Meep and Wildcard Queens. It was a lot of fun. Went to overtime. Had a lot of cool stuff going on. And I'm hoping for another one.
Exactly. Honestly, like the first map that we kicked this day off in is A6, and now we're going into the second match. And as you already mentioned, these two teams are standing pretty high, so this could be another very, very close match, as we can see here. Currently third and fourth. So I think we'll have another really close matchup. And why don't you take us over what the teams have to show?
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, there's a reason they're ranked this high. They have a lot of good stuff going on for both of them. You can see that their win rates overall, they both won 2, and then they both lost one. One of them was an overtime loss. one of them was just a regulation loss. You can look at their KD. They are both positive. A lot of the other teams that are towards the bottom, obviously you're losing and stuff. You're not going to have a positive KD as a team as a whole. Plants, they both have 3, which once again, I want to reiterate, not a whole lot of plants going on in any of the games, regardless of how good a team is. We just don't see a huge amount of plants coming out. So it's not too surprising to see that. And both of them have a pretty solid cost coming at it. So both teams looking really solid, looking like we're going to potentially have some really great stuff. And I want to just quickly point out, oh, never mind. There was one thing I was going to say, but I realized I just covered it, so I don't actually have to say anything more.
Oh, that was very wonderful. Well, as we can see here, we talked about a lot about, and listen, guys, I'm just going to go back and forth to this point. I know you're sick and tired of hearing it, but Matt's operator, Warden. Melee, a positive KPR and a positive cost, so looking really, really good. And this is a player of admin abuse, and as you already said, this team does have positive KDs overall on the entire team, so this could be looking a little bit more stronger to their side. But yet again, let's not forget they're 4th and 3rd on the standings, so it can be very close. But what about the other team? Girl on Fire, that we have, oh, Azami, beautiful. Matt operator screaming. Sorry, it's just, brings a little bit of tears to my eyes when I see this. Also, yeah, again, positive KPR, positive cost, beautiful. Well done. It just makes me happy every time, I see this. I smile. I just internally smile that we made it so far, even in women competitive siege. It is Rainbow Six Siege. It's a little bit of a pain. But now seeing the top 2 players of both of these 2 teams, the real question. Oh, another one.
The MVP from last week.
MVP from last week.
Look at that cost. 88.9, really high cost. Easy KD there, you can see that. KPR also 89, so this is Arrow. Really good performance last week. Part of the reason why they are so high in the standings is because they've had a lot of tremendous individual performances coming out, really high performing players, as well as they just work together great as a team. So I'm going to ask this same question because you asked this question to me last time, based purely off of the vibe and maybe the logos that you have seen. Which admin abuse, I want to point out that main central lady is using 2 mice. She's not even touching the keyboard. 2 mice. Which one of them is winning it out purely on vibes?
Here's the thing, right? We can look at the map a little bit. It's Clubhouse yet again. Okay, but purely on vibes. As you said, the main lady of admin abuse has 2 mice in her hand. So she is aiming for the teammates, as we see in the background of the pictures, which are a little bit tinier now. That they're only the keyboards, right? And Girl on Fire, she's... This girl... Sorry, okay, like everybody knows, has now the song in the head.
We're gonna get copyright struck. We can't do that.
No, it was less than 3 seconds. We should be good. I already know the rules. I've been there. I've done that. So, anyway, amazing name, beautiful picture. We have the map. Classic. Which vibe do I go off? Girls on Fire. Just purely because it's now stuck in my head. I don't want to sing it, but it's stuck in my head. You know exactly what song now is stuck in my head.
Know exactly which one, and I also agree with you. For vibes, I'm going Girls on Fire. They are 3rd in standings, whereas Admin Abuse is 2nd. So Admin Abuse are looking a little bit better, but once again, remember, these teams are really close. They both have very similar scorelines. It's just one of them was an overtime loss for Admin Abuse, whereas Girls on Fire, their loss was just a standard regulation loss. So they both lost 1 match. One just happened to be a bit closer than the other. So these teams are really neck to neck in terms of just how good they have been performing so far through the tournament. But yeah, in terms of vibes, I think Girls on Fire, I like the image. Hope she doesn't catch too much on fire and burn out. That wouldn't be good.
See, I was about to ask you the question. Which bands do you believe are we going to see here, right? What do you expect in this matchup? And already, I don't know why, but I'm smiling, right? Taking out a very important operator, which is Akave. And as I say, ooh, we have the Montagna ban coming through. And it does deny a dirt push. It does deny a jacuzzi push. It does deny a garage push.
Yes.
So 3 standard Montagna push that you could do in this map with a Yin combined, with a Blitz combined, with a Thinker combined, with everything combined there. We don't have a Docker, we don't have a Montu, we don't have a Solus. Solus could have been a different operator here. Just for the matter of fact, because Solus is on, especially on Clubhouse, not as useful in providing like on a map like Chalet. And it's just a matter of fact because you have an entire bomb site, which is nearly hard floor, right? You have the basement spot, which is, besides kitchen, completely hard floor. And then you have the two top sites, which, yes, are verticality plate, but in a lot of times you do see the attacking team taking the floor down below as well under control and playing it. And Aspen is a Zami. Nothing too surprising to see here, so now, the whole garage, the whole rafters, tough. It's gonna be a tough spot. No Azami. Yes, Monty's out, but you don't have Azami. You're gonna have to work with Wumai. We've seen it in the last match. It's just a little bit of a tougher spot. It's a little bit of a tougher scenario to be in. But we're gonna go to the all good and basic and easy side, which is the basement spot. As already once said, usually the favor does go into the defensive side, so wouldn't be too surprising to see here Admin Abuse just walking in with a little bit of a freebie in the first round, but could also be the first round for Ghosts and Fires if they do the same thing they've done that Wildcard Queens have done, right? Overwhelm the enemy, be a little bit quicker, take on the gunfights, and get the round for yourself. And the mirror is being played. What do you think of these mirror windows?
You know, you see that one on triple quite a bit, just because it allows you to really keep an eye on anyone who's going down main stairs and in that area. And then one into blue here. I think they're pretty good mirror windows. They're pretty safe. It's hard to get something in there to pop them. Even if you are bringing the Twitch, like Swaggy is on a Twitch, you know, the Twitch has to go through quite a few different areas where it can easily be seen. There are just immediate drone holes that allow it to go and zap those little canisters on the back of the mirror windows. So, still, they're well protected. I think they're going to work. And before we also get too far, I just want to point out that Kaid, on the side of Admin Abuse, hung.af is Victoria. So if I ever say Victoria during the cast, that's who I'm referring to. I'm referring to hung.af. That is a name. They're just you play as hung. So I will be referring to them as Victoria, just so there's no confusion for anyone watching. That is a person on the team. I'm not just seeing an imaginary sixth player on a team. I'm not having those visions anymore. I fixed that issue.
Anymore?
Yes, we don't need to talk about it.
Okay. Well, imagine it or not, we already are going to open up the hatches from the side of Girls and Spies. We can see they already took a little bit of a control there on their behalf, so they're now able to open up the hatches and apply a little bit of pressure on site. The first few shots as well, but not quite finding a piece for themselves. Also trying to get rid of these mirror windows, but the Fenrir is going to make a little bit of a tougher spot.
Ready.
Talking about Fenrir.
Or Fenrir. Opening pick. Found already. Basket case shut down. It was Ueli, I believe, to get that first pick. So they're doing a solid job of putting a lot of pressure down. But sometimes that pressure spits back. Cavi finds one, trades it back out into Ueli. And while they're saying that, Swaggy does manage to get that Twitch drone in, managed to jump it off just a second later on that little shot from the Twitch drone, and it wouldn't have been able to get that mirror canister just because Mirror was pretty quick on getting rid of it, but they managed to get it. So that takes away a decent amount of the defensive capabilities of that triple wall side of Church and allows the main stairs push to be a bit easier, though now it just means the window's open, so you still have to watch for people to being contested from there. Just because it's no longer safe for the defenders doesn't mean they still won't play on it and try and attack you from it. That is about as 1 HP as you can get from ISO. Really shut down to 1 HP, but
The diffuser.
Last person left, 1 HP. I think they can do this, right? This is easy.
I mean, 4 headshots. First one to find. Is a one-shot headshot game, so as long as she does not take a single bullet into a little bit of a featsy, and she should be able to survive this, but 7 seconds left on the clock, and it's not looking too bright, as we can see, trying to save this KD. Blitz a bit, this is between her names, and last round playing for the last few seconds to potentially get a way to talk to your teammates, But ladies, listen, what just happened here, right? Like, how did we lose this first round? And here, is it surprising that admin abuse won this round? It was a good hold. Beautiful demonstration and dominance from their side. But it was the basement floor. Now we go up to the top floors, which are going to be a little bit tougher. Bedroom and gym, still now considering Monty's banned, considering Soul is banned, considering Azami is banned. Bedroom and gym is the better side compared to CCTV now. So going here as a second one is definitely a good pick here. But as soon as we go to that third side, as we do like to say, the tertiary side, then the real question comes. Is it an overdrive from the defensive side? Is admin abuse just simply playing the better siege? Or is that just a little bit of an illusion? Or imagination taken away from, you know, past? We're not going to go into that, but we can take it definitely in this game. And even in imagination, if the defensive side is really as strong as they believe.
5 seconds to go.
It's going to be a tough fight for Girls on Fire, just as you were saying, with how difficult it can be to attack the site, especially with, again, they're bringing bandits to keep those walls secure. They have Mira up, and they're going to still be using those. And these mirrors are also going to be kind of difficult to get rid of. We were seeing 8G, who's now swapped on the Sledge, was initially going to go on to 0, and that could have been a good counter to Mira, but those 0 cams, those Argus cams that 0 can shoot out, are just, they're kind of temperamental. They're really easy to spot out if you're on defense. You hear them, you see them. You know, it can be difficult to make them as useful as you would like. So I think the Sledge pick is a safe pick, a solid one, and it still provide a decent amount of utility in terms of creating all these extra rotates that they like to have around. And maybe Sledge won't be creating any more rotates now that he's rotated down to the grave. HE getting shut out by Basket Case, who once again, Basket Case was opened up as the first death in last round, but this time responds in kind, opening up with the first pick here to give admin abuse the initial advantage.
Now they do have the man advantage to their side, but also a lot of utility still in the pocket right now. Single support has been used, proxies, even though that's a little bit surprising, we still have a proxy in pocket. But the Benetric just coming through, is still getting one wall, but the second one is not quite going to be able to be cashed. That's the main bridge open, but the wrong wall, theoretically speaking, you want to have the right wall open, which Victoria is currently playing on and just hugging that wall. Just because of the mirror window, just because you're able to hide with the left wall and then play with the right wall. So here, we do have the difficulties now, but we need to get rid of that mirror window. Another one's going to fall. Not looking too good for Girls on Fire right now.
No, and it goes from not looking good to not looking very good at all, as Sonny also goes down. HP for a number of the members of admin abuse has been lowered, so the attacker assault rifles can make pretty quick work of them. But still, you have to be able to find those picks. They are able to find one on the Akave, so that's a solid way to start things off, but it's still a 4v2. And right now you can see Swaggy's just outside having to watch all of these windows. Admin abuse can be getting a little too aggressive with those peeks. You definitely don't need to take those, but they can play that aggression because they've got these mirror windows still intact. There's no way for either of the members of Girls on Fire to get rid of these mirror windows aside from just being in the room with that vulnerable type of mirror that's facing it. So they can really just, the defenders can really just hunker down. They can stay here. They have tons of information and can play all sorts of really deadly angles. ISO gets shut down by a spray. Swaggy's going to have to clutch this up on their own, potentially pick him up. Oh, pickup's not going to come through. Basket Case, big round from them, shuts it down in the end there, and a pretty solid round there from admin abuse.
Now we go to the tertiary side. Site number 3, CCTV and cache. As we can see in the middle, objective location has been picked. That round pretty much follows from the setup admin abuse. Yes, we did have a little bit of a comeback from Girls on Fire there, but just very well played down. Man advantage, getting the opening pick, and then just keeping up the man advantage, keeping up the man count on their side. They just played that so beautifully. Nothing else much to say about that. When we go back to these sides, the key point is going to be, can Girls on Fire adapt? They may have the vibe check because of the picture.
Right.
But have they enough adaptability to go in, to just change the entire strat to potentially get around from admin abuse? So now we are set on the tertiary side, so this should be potentially their first opening round for themselves, right? They should get the opening pick. They should get this round into their pocket to make this a 2-1, because as soon as you're on the 3-0, you have the 3-round rotation over. You have all 3 good sides played, and you can go back to the side you originally won. And then we start to worry, because if we keep winning from admin abuse, we could see a little bit of an overdrive. But yet again, this defense decided. Or are we just imagining it?
Sometimes when I cast, I talk about how defender-sided a map is, and then it turns out to be attacker-sided for that day, just for that match. And you know, I always feel like a fool. The game has trolled me. But we'll see if that happens here today. I also want to point out Cassiopeia right now, 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists. Still, admin abuse are winning, so Cassiopeia's lack of anything on the scoreboard isn't a problem. Clearly, they must be providing some sort of utility, probably in terms of information, as they are on Val. Not really sure what Bandit's doing, but I think both those Bandit charges have been grabbed by the Twitch drone. However, Tubarão and Bandit can still team up here, freeze off the X or the Ace charge that's going to be thrown onto this, get the Bandit batteries down. Cato just kind of probably leave those be, as those are going to get open no matter what. You can only really get rid of part of it. Luckily, that's not vaultable, and Cato does find a pick, as well as Victoria, shutting down both Ueli and Swaggy. So that's the Twitch gun, that's the butt gun, lots of HP damage done. But man advantage obtained again for admin abuse. Have been so dominant in maintaining these leads for most of the map. Even when they've lost the opening pick, they managed to get man advantage really quickly and make it work. And they're going to continue to make that. Victoria, another on Asani. HG, just trying to find something, but pushing into that door into cash is just such a death sentence. There's so many angles that can watch. So going to open up, maybe hang out, explore the options of CCTV windows, see if anything can't happen. ISO will at least find one of the admin abuse players, shutting down one, but Cato finds another one, trade it out immediately. 1v3 though, gonna be tough here for HG to make anything happen. On Gridlock though, lots of health as a 3 armor, full health, instantly to 0 health. Victoria, big plays there coming out, multiple kills, I believe 3 kills coming out from the Rook. Doesn't even bother to ADS for most of that fight, just laying into the Gridlock. ADS is right at the end though, so not complete disrespect, just a little bit of disrespect with the hip fire.
Now that we have exactly that, as I mentioned, the 3-round rotation, they've played every 3 sides, not looking forward to play Bar Stage. It would be a 4th. Let's be honest, as soon as you win the first 3 sides, if you win those first 3 strong ones, then you want to go back to the one that just opened up, which is now the basement spot. And now Girls of Fights are going to be in a little bit of a tough spot, because Solba said they need to get around it. They need to get at least 1 win in pocket to not make this kind of a clean sweep from the side of admin abuse. But also I figured out what makes admin abuse so strong. Would you like to know?
I would like to know, and I have a feeling you're going to tell me.
Look at the names. Cato.
Oh.
And as we all know, cats give immensely
10 seconds remaining.
power.
The cat buff.
The cat buff, exactly. And then we have...
Seconds left before insertion.
Exactly.
You wear the thorn skin with cat ears. It actually gives you walls. A few people know that.
Yeah, and here's the thing now. Twitch coming in as well with the new skin from Felix, I believe. Cat.
Bomb located by...
None of these teams are taking this cat buff into consideration besides the name, right?
I mean, they got to start taking it seriously. It won Meep that last round, that last game with Meep's their picture being a cat. Certainly gives them a ton of power.
We could be onto something here. Could be onto something here.
An entirely cat-based roster, cat-based team. Might be the way to do things. It's not how it's going to do it right now, though, as we are just seeing a pretty standard roster. Not a whole lot of felines being brought from either team, but we are seeing the Grim come out. Grim's super popular now, but we haven't really seen much play from Grim today, at least. But Ueli is on Grim. I see Grim a lot for these basement pushes, specifically because you can really easily clear out like Generator with those Quana Hives. It's also excellent for certain parts of Armory itself. Certain boxes, you can get the canister there, and it just helps make sure that no one's hiding on it. So excellent pick coming out there, as well as the fact that they're bringing out, you know, a Jackal as well. Continuously pressure those defenders. You know they're all going to be downstairs pretty much. You know they're going to be hiding down there, but you just want to make them uneasy, make them always be moving, and know where they are so you can punish them with the pinches. Right now, Girls on Fire mainly just working this vertical angle, getting everything open.
You said it very beautiful, Dan. Just setting up here from the side of Girls on Fire. Not a single kill. Well, I just jinxed that. Well, the first kill that happened in the round, as we can see, does favoring Girls on Fire. Maybe this found the reason why they were losing, and all of a sudden it's all up to Kato, and I think I give it to you.
Cat Power coming through, finds 1 kill onto H, but Plant's going down. 2 more right now, as the coverage is going to be pretty strong, and these Koana Hives making it impossible to rotate in anywhere. Just being spotted out this entire time, and Swaggy shuts down Kato. Cats can only do so much. You have to bring some of your own power too if you're going to make it work. And so the Cat gave 1 pick there, but you know, it's not overpowered, I would say. It's balanced.
But here's the thing. Girls on Fire brought a very, very good counter to Cats. It's the Grim, the Bee Man, the Bees. We had it before the stream, a little bit information why I'm saying that. Before the stream, my cat was running after a wasp and was hunting it, got distracted by it, and then I had to step in, right? So bees are a great way of distraction, a great way of chaos, and this is what Grim is all about, bringing the chaos and making sure that the defenders have a really, really tough time as soon as that execute starts. And we saw the bees coming through, you have no sound, the entire sound is covering it, you don't know where anybody is, all of a sudden you have bees around, you're being spotted, so much panic evolving in a single player as soon as they know there's a Grim on board, as soon as they know an execute is happening. So the adaptation from Girls on Fire, as I said, this is where it comes to a key point. Can they adapt? Because the 3-round rotation is done, and can they change their attack that much, or can they change the operator lineup that much? If they win a round, and this is exactly what they did. They didn't bring the Grim, they brought it this time, and they got a round. They got more use of chaos and good setup, and less of getting killed 1 by 1 and less of taking these 1v1s. At the end, it was the chaos overwhelming admin abuse, doing silly little mistakes, which then eventually cost them the round.
We're back to Jim's bedroom. Last time we were here, Girls on Fire struggled a bit in terms of both getting in the map, but also getting the angles they wanted opened up. If you remember, the jacuzzi wall was a bit difficult for them as they got the wrong side open, and it took a decent amount of utility. It's already going a bit better for them as they find opening pick onto Kato, shutting down that castle. Luckily for admin abuse, Castle is one of those operators. Most of Castle's utility is probably set up during the prep phase, and the loss of Castle doesn't really mean a whole lot of utility is lost. It's just, you know, obviously the disadvantage of losing one of your players. Still big, but there are certainly worse operators you could have lost. But regardless, good opening for Girls on Fire. It's even better as Victoria's also shut down. They still are working on getting this wall open. Tubarão is just kind of halting the push a little bit, which I really like. Once Girls on Fire kind of start getting these kills, it's really easy for them to get rolling and just steamroll onto site and pick up tons of kills. Tubarão just slowing that down is a good idea, but once again, it's just not working out for admin abuse at all, as a 3rd pick is now found. It's up to Basket Case and Cavi to make something happen. Well, now it's just going to have to Cavi to make something happen. A 1v5, and probably the most dominant looking round we've seen today, even considering last game. This flawless, really quick, super forceful, and very oppressive coming out of the side of Girls on Fire.
Very beautifully said. And now we also have a little bit of a troublemaker in the background, as a few of you have heard. My cat is rooting for admin abuse here. It's a cat, right? Like, it's our cat, they get a hold together, and he's just making a lot of noise in my background, so I do apologize if you hear my cat in the background. I hope it's not too distracting or not too adorable. I know. I'm joking. Girls on Fire securing 2 rounds. Same thing as before, same thing as on the last map. A 4-2 is completely fine, especially on the defender side of matter. If you can get the default swap 4-2, you're in great hands. If you get a 3-3, even better. And now, they got to 2 rounds. It comes down now to admin abuse. Are they going to go back down to the basement floor? Are they going to go to CCTV? what is their rotation going to be like, and how can they adapt upon that? And can Girls on Fire potentially secure himself here a free swap that will put him onto a neutral score? Then moving onto the defense, this could have a whole flip around, even though the first few rounds looked very dominant to the side of admin abuse. It could have a little bit of a turnaround, depending how this whole round turns out, right? Like, said it in the round before, it is a big round.
Yes.
And you know, it just makes me happy. Like, look at here, look at Valkyrie, cat in the background.
I was gonna point that out. Admin abuse, or maybe they do know about the cat buff.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it would make sense, right? Because we have the cat buff on one side, then we have Swaggy with the fish, and cats eat fish, right?
Oh, well, I guess it depends on the size of the fish, though.
I mean, is it really depending on the size? Like, if it's sliced up?
You're right. I was silly to doubt the power. Also, something I wanted to comment on in the last game was the last match. Something that was being brought a lot on the side of Girls on Fire is they're bringing a lot of Twitch, which I like. There's tons of Twitch being brought, but I was going to bring it up last match, and then I didn't even have time just because the Twitch didn't even see much use. None of their utility on Girls on Fire saw much use, as they just went right in and got kill after kill after kill after kill. And were able to make it work, but I do want to see if they bring Twitch for this last one, because admin abuse haven't really been doing anything to counter a Twitch. We haven't seen a Mozzie come out, or we haven't seen a Mute come out to potentially try and block Twitch from getting into certain doorways at all. So it's just been the Twitch, the admin abuse relying on their ability to shoot out these Twitch drones. But I mean, as long as they're not bringing a Miro, I don't know if we will see Twitch. You know, Miro is the real reason to bring Twitch. I think that's what we've been seeing a lot. So no Miro by the looks of it coming out from admin abuse. Probably no Twitch on Girls on Fire. So what was I even talking about? You know?
I mean, Twitch can be used in so many different ways, not only because of Mirror. Yes, back in the days, you had a Mirror, you bring the Twitch. It's, like, very simple. But now with that Twitch, you can get rid of so much more, right? It's not only the Twitch, it's so many utilities coming from the side of defensive. You have the Valkyrie cameras, you have the Kai claws, you have the Womidas, you have the Legion Goo Mines, you have the Jaeger ADS. There's so many things.
Feed active.
Are we?
Oh, it's the double black eye strat. Do you not know about that?
No, do explain.
Oh, I didn't really have an explanation queued up. I don't know what to do here. Hold on, let me flex my casting abilities. Yeah, you can see the double black eye strat. You put them both there, and then it just confuses the attackers so much that there's two cameras that they actually waste the entire time just looking at it. It never works, but it is a strategy that you can do. It just has a success rate of 0.
Okay, so the strategy is here to confuse the enemies, to believe one, and eventually do the other. Because you make the enemies believe that you have shit Valkyrie cameras. But secretly, it's just a mission to waste their time.
Yes. Like I said, it's never actually worked. It's a really bad strategy, but it is a strategy.
Fair enough, let's because the strategy here from the side of Girls on Fire is to take the top 4 to get rid of these roamers and potentially secure themselves the killers. We do have the first one fallen. Swaggy is gonna find herself basket as a first opening pick here. That is Jaeger going, but let's not be too sad about it, as we still have one more roamer on the board. But Jaeger, his ability is very passive, so you put it down early in the beginning of the prep phase, and after that you can just forget about it. Don't have to do anything with it. It's set in place.
Great roam clear coming out. Both roamers pretty quickly shut out. And unlike Jaeger, Cavi's utility generates over time. Those goo mines, the longer you're alive, the more goo mines generate. So more time alive equates to more utility if you're a Legion. So shutting Legion down so quickly means a lot of those goo mines are generating dead in the pocket of Cavi right now. Pretty quick on the roam clear, pretty quick on taking control of most of the map. Oh, it almost worked. The black eye strat almost worked there. You know, look how confused IQ was before IQ shot it.
I mean,
Almost-
it did took a few bullets, right? Could we say the confusion has worked?
I think we can, very confidently. Now see, HG also starting to push down main stairs, almost getting caught in that little corner, but just enough cover to keep him alive. Patchwork getting done. Just under a minute left. Most of the vertical control still has yet to be done. You can see they're just getting hatches open. They haven't really opened up a huge amount of the floor yet. So most of the defenders can be pretty safe, unless you're Victoria or Cato. Both of them getting shut down. But that's just because Girls on Fire are just pushing straight in. Once again, they're kind of recognizing there are these openings in sight. They don't need to focus on all this vertical play. If they just push in, they just have stacking up on doorways. They have plenty of coverage. They can make it work.
They just have the gunfire for it, right? We've seen it now multiple times. They just push in, get the kills, and eventually they don't stop pushing. They just keep going for it. And if they, as soon as they set their mind to one thing, you see them, all of them doing it. This is a little bit of a difference what we saw from the last match, where we did had a few players doubt the ability, not pushing directly, but Girls on Fire have done it so great. First 3 rounds happened, it's okay, we didn't get to win, but the next 3 rounds were very important because they adapted every single round. And also the executions, as I said, were all together. They pushed and it did not matter what happened, they continued to just overwhelm the side, and it did went into their favor. Now
Attackers have located a bomb.
we have a 3-3 split favoring Girls on Fire, just for the matter of fact, because now they're on the defense. They've won 3 attacks. It's now to admin abuse to do the same on the attack. If they would like here, get this on the first match point, but it's a 3-3, so because it's so close, I could see, depending on the first few attacks of admin abuse, this could go either against an overtime match point, or we could see a potential overrun from Girls on Fire.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, for admin abuse, who they looked solid on defense, but not great. Meanwhile, I think Girls on Fire, I liked the showing from them a little bit more. I think what they managed to pull off is obviously a bit more impressive, and just based off of that, going into it, I kind of feel like Girls on Fire might have a bit more momentum or a bit better mental at the particular moment. So it's going to be, I'm just saying that it's going to be tough for admin abuse, I think, to make something happen. But of course they can. They're also bringing a Twitch. They've got an Q. They have Hatch Queen herself, Habana, on a Thatcher to make sure it works. And they've got Capitao, who just brings almost like the most utility of almost any operator. He's got bolts, so you can burn ADSs or Wamai gadgets if there are those, but he also has cut off rotates with fire, block off slant sight with smoke. Good usage out of the Twitch, too, to get rid of those Goyo canisters as early as possible to just make that time delay that they provide completely useless. Because now, you can't really rely on them if your Girls on Fire. There's nothing that they can do, and they are stacking up here in dirt. The Gone 6 ready to just pop this barricade open. They have 2 operators behind it. They're just going to get it open. They're going to start pouring in. They have some drones to get the reads, and Kata, with that first opening pick, taking important positioning, finding the rotates, shooting down, Swaggy taking damage and ultimately dying, but there is an answer back from ULE. Still, man count favoring admin abuse. This attack and this rush through dirt is working. They have sight, and they can even plant, but ULE is going to find one to make that just a bit more difficult. So a small little narrow angle there. Cavi shutting down ULE finally. It's going to be up to HG, who just can't control the recoil to shut down the planter. Victoria does take a ton of damage, hops off plant, but is able to get better coverage. They now know where HG is, but the impact able to finish off Victoria. The plant doesn't go down. Plenty of time left for admin abuse to make something happen, and they are able to make it happen. It's Basket Case finally shutting down HG. That was a bit closer than you would have wanted. Plant got shut down. It was a 1v2. It's pretty easy at that point, especially if you're Legion with the T5. You know, you could make anything happen.
We talked about how Girls on Fire took advantage of the opening spots. This round was a beautiful showing how a simple drone, a simple piece of information, and a simple mindset of a team can cost an entire round. They stacked up into dirt. They had the drone for information where these covers. We didn't have anyone playing into AK, which would be the typical place for somebody to be, or somebody on dummies. Nobody of Girls on Fire was there even near that. We only had one in the back arsenal, which, yes, the player who did kill her got immediately eliminated. But at the end of the day, we didn't have one of the two key positions being played, saw the opportunity, took the opportunity, walked on site, and eventually just flooded and went down with the potential plant then in a 1v2 scenario. So just really well seen from the side of Admin Abuse. They saw the key, they saw the light, they saw an opening, and they went for it. They went for it with a little bit of confidence there as well. So honestly, just very, very well played, very well played.
Yeah, 100% agree. Those types of executes you can't do all of the time where you stack up, because pretty soon your opponents are going to get wise to it, or at least your opponents should. But when you do realize that you have an opening like that and you decide to take it, it can easily get you an important round. And, you know, Admin Abuse already have one of their attacking rounds secured, which is pretty big for them, especially since they didn't have the most successful defensive half. For them to take an early attacking lead shows a lot of impressive strats coming out for them, or at least some, you know, the fact that they recognize when there are vulnerabilities in the defense. Potentially, basket case, gonna maybe do a hot breach in, but bounces off the castle, but they decides to just blow it up normally. Second, I was worried that they were gonna get killed by their own breaching, or their soft wall breaching charge. Didn't happen though. Currently, we're just seeing Admin Abuse work their way across from this gym bedroom area. There's a lot set up though to contest, so they're going to have a little bit of trouble as they try and work their way across the map. This mirror window is being brought out again. They're able to get part of this wall open, but not all of it. So they're still going to have to vault in, unless Ace decides to use another Salma canister on the bottom little section there to just make things easier. Luckily, Mirror's window has been shattered, so Mirror can't see through it. They are going to use more EMP as they're getting things open. Time is looking okay. They're just doing that kind of standard due diligence stuff that you have to do on attack, where you just open things up, make sure the defenders don't believe that there's any safe parts of sight, and have to keep looking around at every window, every open wall, every hatch to see where you're going to be dropping from, just to kind of apply your own sort of attacking phantom pressure on. And that's exactly what Admin Abuse are doing right now. It's just now important that they don't stall out.
Bomb located by attackers.
Not stall out too much time. There's a little bit of a key point, as you said, here in this round from the side of Admin Abuse, but time is ticking down slowly but steady, and we now have the first opening kill, and it does favor Admin Abuse, and this could potentially be another round for themselves, but the kills just keep coming in, and all of a sudden win a 3v3.
Pretty quickly to a 3v3. Kato's hopped in. I think Kato maybe knows that Mira is there, but it's just a tough fight to take, and they prefer to just leave Mira trapped in there. They're going to try and take the engagement. Victoria unable to win out that fight. It's Swaggy winning it out. So that's going to give man advantage back to Girls on Fire, poised to then tie this thing up at 4v4. But as I say that, Cassiopeia finds ISO, who's just tucked in logistics here, manages to get that hit. Kato on low HP will go down fast, but really it's going to come down, I think, mainly to Swanee here, and to if Swaggy can win out this fight. Swanee holding can prevent one entry and potentially a second one. Two beautiful headshots there. Just playing around this little bit of cover here in Master Bedroom. Finds one and a second to just shut down the round. Easy win for the 2v2 there. Just excellent individual play coming out from the members of Girls on Fire.
And here we are, yet again, in a tie. Both of these two teams have 4 points each, and this is looking like we're gonna have a very, very, very close round. It's like a summoned, you know, it's like I summoned this team because both of these two teams are playing mat operators, right? Besides the Ying, we still cry because of the Ying. I cry because of the Ying D-play.
I know.
But
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
if we look at the defensive side, we have a Warden. Even though Ying is not being brought, the flashbangs, she knows the flashbangs are so dreadful to deal with. And they decided to bring the Warden out of the board. And we still have a little bit of Planted out here coming through from the kite, from the mirror, 2 C4s, then 3 Toxic Babe canisters coming in from the smoke. They completely push deny by a Warden, and then just a simple Jaeger. Because Jaeger, even though he's been nerfed multiple times, and he is kind of in the bins right now,
5 seconds to insertion.
he's still very, very well. But considering we don't have a Ying, we have probably flashbangs with probably a few nades. 1 set of flashbangs, and 4 sets of secondary heart breach gadgets. Not a single heart breach. Oh, we do. I didn't see correctly.
Yeah.
Well, we have the Hibana. which I don't know how that slipped through my eye.
You also have the Capitao too, so that at least gives something for Warden to do in addition to those flashbangs being brought. He can see through the smokes that Capitao will potentially throw down with those bolts. So Warden has some cases where it can be useful, but ultimately Warden is brought just because that MPX is so good. It's such a strong weapon, and a lot of people just pick it just for that, the real laser beam. So it has lost that 1.5 on it, so it's a little bit of a nerf to him and the reasons to play him. But still, plenty of reasons, I think, just because Capitao can be so strong, especially on when you're attacking the basement. The ability to cut off certain angles and drop into Arsenal is why I bring Capitao when I play and I'm attacking here. I'll cut off maybe like I'll smoke a box and then drop onto one of those boxes and start planting immediately. It's just super helpful, but with a Warden on the field, that's going to be a lot more difficult to do. They could potentially use one of these EMP grenades that Victoria is bringing and actually nullify Warden's gadget for a small amount of time, which I have seen teams do as a counter to Warden, as they have pocket EMPs or Thatcher. But regardless, HG is the first one to find a pick. He's going to be taking out Cato, which is pretty big because that's the smokes I was talking about coming out of Capitao. So that's a lot of utility taken out pretty quickly for the side of Abin Abuse. We're now going to have to be fighting uphill.
Attackers recovered.
Tough fight here for them to win, as Girls on Fire are going to be able to maintain this man advantage and not have an immediate trade come through.
Oh, well, you were talking about trades, and I think you jinxed it there yet again. Victoria is going to find herself at least one of these pieces.
The bomb diffuser.
With that, story by steady, time is ticking down, as I like to say. 45 seconds left on the clock. Sooner or later, we do have to go for an execute, as we don't want to execute in the last 20 seconds, but rather before. Right now, we're stalling a little bit of time with the next few kills. Are going to be really much depending which team is going to win this.
And I see the push-in finally happening. It's even man count as it gets into the final 25 seconds and the final bit of the execute. Both 3v3. Abby just looking around trying to make something happen and somehow wins out the fight on just a little chunk of HP. Finds the head of Ueli. Another great pick. Swaggy was in dirt, swung out, found basket case. With Victoria down, Abby's still going to stick this plant, but has no coverage and no way of surviving, or no way of defending themselves aside from just their own gun. Plant will go down. We are going to see Victoria be finished off from that down but not out state. Heavy's on such low HP. There are 2 Toxic Babes left. One of these Toxic Babes are placed correctly. Heavy can't push through the Toxic Babe in order to stop the defuse. Heavy's just going to have to either swing before the Toxic Babe goes off or get swung right there and shut down by Sony. It's an easy little kind of post plant there for the defenders, as there just isn't enough presence from the attackers to really cover the plant or to really cover the diffuser, and the HP was just a little too scary with all those smoke canisters going off. But regardless, very well played by Girls on Fire.
You said it, just the defense after the post plant just wasn't there. Yes, you can go in a post plant scenario, but what happens? The attackers become the defenders and the defenders become the attackers. If you don't have the capability of it, it's definitely going to be much, much harder. But also here, yet again, as I said once, Pika's advantage, and I think that is a pretty big synonym to all of us. Everybody knows what it means. The player who swings in, the player who peeks in first, has a little bit of an advantage just because of the time, just because of the milliseconds, and also because of the reaction time of the other player. If you're ready to swing, if you're ready to take the combat, you just have the advantage instead if you're just holding an angle and you never know when exactly somebody's there to peek.
Right.
And with that, Girls on Fire put themselves in a lead, which could potentially bring them to already a match point this round. But we are on CCTV and cash. As I said, this is considering the bans and considering what we've seen, the tertiary side of Fire for Girls on Fire. It go both ways, depending how admin abuse have adapted to Girls on Fire. They can change this round, can make this 5-5, and then we would have even closer rounds. And honestly, I'm very happy and I'm very astonished as the first match we've watched went to 8-6, and now we're in the second match and we're on a 5-4. It's way closer than a lot of the other matches we have seen, a lot of maybe tier 1 and stuff like that. So even open qualifiers, you see a lot of runovers, and here you have really equal teams, but it also comes down because they're so close in the standing to each other that this point kind of already could determine which one of these two teams could potentially be on the top, right?
Yes. In fact, whoever wins this one is obviously going to be right in the top. This is second and third ranked teams, so whoever wins this will maintain either that second position and has a chance, I think, to potentially overtake the first position, though the team that's ranked number one obviously still gets to play and maybe hold that spot if they continue to win their own games. But I wanted to quickly note, during the prep phase, we saw Jaeger, we saw Sonny on Raptors in Garage with a really great setup with some Jaeger ADSs to protect that Raptors position, but also a lot of those information denial secondary gadgets that you can now bring that block off drones or any form of cameras that just make it impossible to figure out where that person is on Raptors. Like, you know there's someone Raptors, but exactly where they are is extra difficult, and I really like that sort of play. And the attackers are making quick work, though, of the defense. Swaggy finally responds onto Cassiopeia, so that's at least one trade coming through. ISO finds another onto Kato, equalizing it at 3v3. A lot of HP going back and forth. Basket Case ultimately wins it out against Swaggy. That damage took in that engagement, though. Basket Case is going to be down, potentially recoverable, but not if everyone else is down. Victoria going to be also putting that down, but now down safe. So it's up to Cavi, who just gets shut down, and you can see the kill feed instantly going all the way of Girls on Fire as those two downed players just not able to help out, and it was just an effective 1v3 there.
You know what that means? We are on match point, ladies and gentlemen. The side of Girls on Fire. Maybe they did find a kryptonite, how to play against admin abuse. Maybe they've just looked for every single potential thing that they could be possibly doing here, right? This is what brings them up, right? They were at a disadvantage, they just swung in, they played the lives, they played the swings, they played the one-on-ones, won those one-on-ones as well, and put themselves in a 1v2 scenario, which two of these players were down, which I don't think they had quite information on. But obviously, having the Fenrir gadget, having the utility on your side, which is always a pain to deal with, right? Like, everybody knows it. You swing a door, there's a Fenrir gadget, you're already annoyed by it. Girls of Fire playing a lot of meta operators. We saw the Fenrir. This is one of the rounds where they don't really play into it as much when it comes to meta operators, because right now we don't really have anyone coming through. But admin abuse, they need to change a little bit. And even though it is match point right now, and it is a 4-6, as I said once, at this point, a lot of the people just start showing up all of a sudden, right? The demons start to awaken in one, because, you know, 2 rounds is nothing. You win these 2 rounds, you get it. With this win, they can play against another side and win again and be here on the match point. But also Girls on Fire, all they need is one more win, and they have 2 tries before this would go to overtime to get here a clean 7-something, like 7-4 or 7-5.
Quickly want to also, there was one thing I saw, or something I had noticed. I'm actually blanking on just what it was, but I also want to point out that Pulse, ISO playing Pulse down in kitchen in that little meat locker area. Pretty powerful position, not only because that pulse scanner will just tell you and can be great for information for the rest of the team, but also if you realize that someone's out there, you see them on the heartbeat scanner, you can peek that door and potentially get an early pick. Though we haven't seen it, as most of the attackers look like they're coming in from the east side towards that CCTV double wall. And we'll see they're going to be getting to the engagements over here. It's AG trying to get out of there after finding that opening pick on the Cassiopeia, just getting shut down. The spray's coming from all the soft walls. Can't make it out of there, but still. That's a Jaeger for a Thatcher. I think that's a totally worthwhile trade. We've talked about how Jaeger is one of those passive operators. You set up the gear in the beginning, and then after that, you can forget about it. Set and forget, as we all like to call it. And Thatcher being taken out is pretty big, because there's still plenty of other gadgets that I'm sure you would love to be able to disable temporarily. One of those EMP grenades now are not going to be able to get rid of. They still have a Flores with 2 more Rotera drones, so you can do some of that same stuff, getting rid of gadgets with those drones, but it's just going to be a bit more difficult. Still, the attack has taken a decent amount of control of the map, but we've been seeing a lot of attacks from Avid Abuse where they are really quick into the map. They maybe do a good job of taking the lead or maybe getting that first opening pick, but then things struggle when it comes to the mid round because Girls on Fire just hold defense really well. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Basket Case also going down to give man advantage the way of Girls on Fire. If you're looking, they can now just kind of sit on site. They have 2 C4s to play for denial. They have the information coming in from a Pulse. Their mirror windows, I believe, are still intact. So Pulse can just keep leading these things out. Mira can keep spotting stuff. They have plenty of break guns. They have man advantage. It's going to be a tough fight here for Admin Abuse, who are definitely downhill in this battle and are going to be working really hard to try and get all the way up for that win.
Exactly. Well, also what does scare me is the Pulse just replaced 84. Swaggy still has a C4 in pocket, and talking about Swaggy here, just find one on the Victoria, and now we have the man advantage favored even more to the side of Girls on Fire in 2v4 scenario. This is what I mean. If you are in a 2v4, it kind of looks impossible. Just for the matter of fact, because you're 2 man down, talking about your 1 man down, and that is it. Girls on Fire take the round. They get the victory on their hands. That is a clean 7-3 coming through. And even though it was a clean 7-3, a lot of these rounds have been in one-on-ones, have been in 2v2s, have been in 1v2 scenarios. So even though it doesn't look as close on the scoreboard, the rounds within itself were way more closer than it actually says.
And it was also, if you look at just, you can quickly have seen the stats there. It was pretty well spread in terms of kills across all the players. Everyone was stepping up. Even on the side of Admin Abuse, they didn't have as good of a showing, but still, when they were working and they were coming in those close rounds, you could count on any of those players to perform well. There was no one that really was lagging behind too much, or that was kind of an immediate issue of, oh, this player is not pulling their way. Everyone seemed to be doing a good job. It just so happened that the people on the side of Girls on Fire, ladies, they were just doing a better job today.
Exactly, honestly, I can just agree. Maybe the vibe check today from both of us on the same team was correct. The first round it was this, and now we have that. But I do have to say goodbye, guys. I think both of us are gonna have to say goodbye to you guys, as there's gonna be 2 other beautiful and very lovely, wonderful people coming in for you guys to cast the next 2 games, which will be there after a quick little break. So thank you guys for watching. We expected us, but do stay tuned, because now we have 2 more wonderful people coming through to cast for you guys. So see ya.
Welcome back, everybody, to Project Harmony. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Chaka. Once again, pleasure to be here with you. And we've got our 3rd matchup of the day finally getting underway and ready to be started. It's Silly Slinkys facing off against Thirst Trap, so a top of the leaderboard, or I guess now 2nd place leaderboard after the 2nd game of the day, facing off against our 3rd to last team on the leaderboard, or sorry, 4th to last team on the leaderboard, but statistically sitting at about 3rd to last the same. So pretty far across the standings between these, but who knows what happens when it's a single game series.
Yeah, Thirst Trap just last weekend were in that top 4 position after their loss to Wildcard Queens because of a poor attacking half on Chalet. They now sit in 5th place, so it's kind of tough. You play against the best team in the league in Silly Slinkies to fight your way back into that top 4 position. For Thirst Trap, I'm kind of scared for them because I want everything to do well, and especially Thirst Trap, just because they do have a lot of players that I know of, but also Silly Slinkies, on the other hand, NA players, NA massive, we love them too.
You know the players on Thirst Trap? It's crazy. I don't know a single name on that Thirst Trap team. There's not a single name on there that I recognize, I swear, yeah. Yes, but as you'll see, Silly Slinkies is ranked up in the 2nd place thing, 1 point behind, but that point differential is purely because Girls on Fire did just play their game. So, you know, statistically, their differential is going to be a little bit different. They have 1 more game on them. Silly Slinkies were leading that in the 1st place. In fact, they're the only team that still does not have a loss on their record. So Thirst Trap are going to be the team that's hunting to try to do so. But Thirst Trap's previous 3 games were all against the 3 teams that are sitting kind of below them, right? Wildcard Queens, Cinta, Negra Girls, and Akave Black. And they barely came out with a win against 7th place. They didn't win against 6th place, and then they did have a good victory against 8th place. They're sitting in this weird kind of limbo state right now, where statistically we don't know where they're truly going to be, because they've gotten the start of the season, you know, standing-wise about who they're facing off against, has been all these bottom 3 teams. So we don't know if it maybe was a bad matchup against those teams. We don't know if it was maybe a map that they weren't as comfortable with initially, or if it's just, you know, they haven't really lit themselves up in fire and really been able to step their name up above everybody else. We've seen Silly Slinkies do up to this point, as well as now Girls on Fire, who are pretty rightfully sitting up in first, bar the extra standing against Silly Slinkies.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Thirst Trap not really having like the best of starts, but also not really having the worst of starts. They're kind of in the middle, whereas Silly Slinkies have been quite literally, statistically, the best team in the league, and their gameplay kind of speaks for itself. And also the statistics too. They have a higher KD, higher KD, I would say, more than Thirst Trap at the very least. They have less plants, but a better cost overall. Overall, just a really good-looking team that has a lot of good frag potential on there, whereas Thirst Trap, it's kind of, I don't really know what to think about them as a team and what their style of play is as of yet.
Thirst Trap, it feels like a lot of the times they run into this big problem where they have these strategies they're bringing into the rounds, but it feels like they kind of break down pretty easily. Once a single kill or even 2 kills work against them, they start to lose kind of that solid structure that was building up the base of the team, and it kind of feels like there's always one last player remaining, kind of trapped, not sure how they're supposed to play it. They weren't swinging when they thought they should have been swinging. They weren't really sure how to recover, and it was a consistent thing. I'm not really sure how they kind of fixed that, but that was on the map of Chalet when I saw them play that and casted that game. So I'm hoping that, you know, transitioning to a different map, if we have a different map here today for this series, it may help them out just a little bit more. But here's the MVP, the best player you could argue for the side here is Silly Slinkies, which out of every player on the team, you'd assume it's to be someone like Lauren or maybe like Goddess or Mom or anything like that. No, it's Melly, who has absolutely come alive this season. 26 and 15 KDR, an 81.8% cost, an unbelievable stat line for an individual like this. And they've been playing Blitz pretty heavily on the map of Oregon, down inside basement through Blue Bunker. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that. If Oregon's the map, I don't know what map it is. So we're all going to learn together right at the end.
Yeah, like you mentioned, and for Blitz, it's kind of weird to see those stats for Blitz because you don't usually think of a Blitz as the entry. Usually you're stuck initiating aggressive gunfights for the rest of your teammates, not doing it yourself just because of the disadvantages of being a shield player is when you're trying to entry yourself. On the other hand, though, for Thirst Trap, you do have Panda on the other side of it. Pretty good stats overall. Positive KDR in 3 games played. The KPR isn't really the best, but 0.87. That's near 1 kill per round, so it's pretty alright, I guess. And the cost 75.2%. Pretty solid overall for Thirst Trap. Not anything that's really, really bad, but again, not anything that's really exciting, if you get what I mean.
MVP, most valuable player from the week prior. There it goes to Lauren. I highlighted them for just a moment right before we were talking about the Silly Slinky side. 1.1 kills per round, a cost of 80%. Really, that's what I think what we base most of the MVP standings off of is your percentage of cost to how much you performed. An 11 and 7 KDR. It's always a standout player, Lauren is. We've seen that in Project Eris in the very big heydays. We've seen that in Project Harmony now 2 seasons in a row. And they're always looking to make their name even further known. But here's the Matt Vito screen. You can go ahead and take a look at what we've seen. It was Border, Oregon Bank, Cafe, Chalet, Consulate Bank, and Skyscraper. 2 banks back to back almost. Even though there's 3 maps in between. But we got 2 banks apparently on the board being removed. And we are, in fact, going to Clubhouse, which we know that Thirst Trap has played on here at Jaka. 2 weeks prior, not last week where we saw them on Chalet, but the week before that when it was Mason and Harrison casting them on the map of Clubhouse. And we saw quite a couple difficulties coming out from that Thirst Trap team who were struggling when it came through. And I think that was the game where they had to go into overtime as well.
No. That was the 7-1 victory over Akave Black, where...
yes. I see that now.
When I watched that game, not Akave Black, but Thirst Trap were bringing a lot of things to counter Akave Black's attack. They obviously didn't really have much of an issue when they went on their attacks because I believe they got a 5-1 lead and they just needed to win 2 attacks overall in Clubhouse, which nowadays is a pretty big ask. But overall, the ban veto for me is pretty interesting because if you look at Silly Slinky's last 2 to 3 games, they usually ban out the Clubhouse. So they left it up late knowing that Thirst Trap had that decision between one other map, which was Skyscraper, and Clubhouse, because why would Thirst Trap ban a map that they 7-1'd another team on in the league? It makes no sense. So in this case, they pick into Clubhouse, they ban a Skyscraper, and honestly, it would make no sense them to go on Skyscraper over Clubhouse because they seem like a team that's more used to Clubhouse than they would be on Skyscraper. But getting into the map ban or operator ban phase, Scott, it's pretty interesting. Dokkaebi is pretty average, the most banned operator in Project Harmony so far statistically, but Grim, not really so much.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. The funny thing is they throw it immediately back into the defending side and say, okay, Solus, throw this in there, throw this into the woodworks. This is a normal ban. Maybe not so much for the map of Clubhouse. It kind of depends on the player buildup that you're expecting to play against, or maybe what you're comfortable with and maybe comfortable allowing for the other side. But Solus isn't like this always must ban for the map, but Fenrir pretty much always is. And Jess is apparently very glass half empty kind of idea mindset here, so asking just to win one round here. It also that they love women. So that's all of Project Harmony here, Chaga. That is just all of Project Harmony in a nutshell. You ever look at the Twitch chat, that's what it is. You ever look at the in-game chat, that's what it is. That's what the whole point of Project Harmony is for, apparently. Round one gets underway. We're going to see the second floor as the main bomb site for the Silly Slinky side defensively. And I like their operator lineup, their selection here. The mirror more likely not going to be inside path. We can see Mario going to go and place this here. One magnets should be tossed around fairly willingly. You want to make sure they can't send in any utilities to clear out any of that denial that could or could not be on that wall connecting over towards Jacuzzi. Thankfully for Thirst Trap, there's really not any utility that is there to deny that. They're purely going to go off face value, force a hard breach util out of them, and then go face value with the mirror window into the bathroom wall. That's where you're going to run into a couple things. You may change up your strategy here for Thirst Trap. We saw a lot of teams use the Rotero drone on Flores to try to clear utility that's there, but with the utility not being there, you can kind of free up that operator choice. You don't need the Flores anymore, and you can pick something that maybe helps your team out elsewhere. And I think the mindset for that's going to be that Capital that can help funnel out Cash Room with Firebolt, same thing off towards VIP to smoke, so you can drop in through, or Logi, sorry, you can drop in through that hatch, or just try to work in Highway more specifically and set up the smoke so you can step in towards Gym through window and get the plant done there.
Interestingly enough, Thirst Trap had made a couple of 6 picks. At first, they kind of juggled between the Ash, and then that was really about it. And then they finally made the decision to 6 pick onto operators such as Thatcher, Finka, and Thermite. They don't have anything. The point is that they don't really have anything from range to deal with the mirror window inside the bathroom. They just have things to open up the breach pretty easily if there were the now, which we obviously know there isn't. So information for Thirst Trap, not really optimal because they didn't really bring anything that fits the full lineup here of Silly Slinkies. Gonna start off by opening the wall by Jacuzzi and then maybe pivoting to the other side of the map to not make their push as linear. But for right now, the bulk of their attack is resting over by Jacuzzi and only Jacuzzi, with the drone appearing in Garage.
Keep in mind, even if you open up Jacuzzi, this outside balcony, you don't necessarily have to push from here. You talked about moving into a different area, having a less linear approach. That's pretty normal, pretty standard, but considering that Thirst Trap are still sitting static with 3 players here, now finally seeing a rotate be made by Panda, you maybe would question about what type of, I guess, emphasis they're trying to work with, because Panda may just go for the repel here. No, they're waiting. I think they really want to pressure. They really want to pressure inside a bathroom and clear out this mirror window, because to be fair, it is a big spot to try to contend against when you're dealing with the pressure in bathroom, trying to step in through Gym. They can jump in through the breach. You need that covering angle. You also need to create phantom pressure elsewhere, and that's why we're seeing the floorboards from down below start to be destroyed in towards bathroom. Oscar a little bit further back. I think they're subbing in again this week, which is an interesting thing here for Silly Slinkies. I believe they subbed in last week, or is it a different team they subbed in from last week? I can't remember for the life of me. With only a minute now remaining, Chaka, you have yet to find a single kill for either side, which means the defense is still sitting very strong with no pressure really being given up.
Looks like they're droning out main stairs, so you may have somebody walk up there for free, and there's really not anything from Silly Slinkies to stop them apart from Turler down below in Bar. But also, she's just here to sit here and stop the plant down in Gym, and with 35 seconds left, Thirst Trap have to make a move.
Mind totally strong. ACOG in the 9mm tries to get some distance, but Silly Slinky's acquiescing. Some big first bloods, 2 now in favor for Thirst Trap. The lifeline utility, concussive blast, and 2 impacts go out as Pandas try to clear some space around the corner. Can Mind get this one? No, they can't. As Ancient will begin to put down this diffuser, Turler stuck down below on the first floor will stay there for the time being as it's just Mari. All by their lonesome. What can they possibly do in a 1v5 as Thirst Trap were asking for a single round win in this series? and very well may have just found it in the first round bar. A miracle coming from the Vector in hand of Mari, and it's not a choreo, no big scope, just a ridiculous looking red dot on top of it. As the scopes right now are in an awkward state, as it will be a flawless first round for Thirst Trap, as Jess's highway control proved too much to overcome for Mari.
A lot of that pressure built down below, being very creative in opening up the mirror window, using the Sophia charge on the only soft part of the flooring down below and bar. Really not a lot there from Slinkys to stop that push. They didn't really have anybody or any traps over by the main stairs, allowing that walk up for free and a free cutoff being established. And really, just not enough aggression from Slinkys. That was a frown, because again, the one thing that I highlighted was I felt like to not make the push so linear, you would go buy cash and CCTV, open up the platform walls, so that there isn't really any aggression from server side. But you don't really need to do that if Slinkys don't initiate anything. They didn't really do anything to stop the pressure from building up from Thirst Trap. Highway being a big power position, like you said, again, not being stopped or countered from Slinkys. And overall, just a lot of issues being created because Slinkys just
10 seconds left.
felt content enough to just sit in sight and just wait for a lot of the map control that Thirst Trap built up to work against them.
The first round falling in favor for Thirst Trap. Slinkys say the second floor just really isn't where we want to play this one now, is it? It didn't work out for us. They took us flawlessly. Yeah, we'd be a bit silly. Silly Slinkys, maybe. Let's try to go back to the objective so quickly. Maybe they can try to back for it once they start to figure out the Thirst Trap playstyle, because right now they really haven't keyed in on anything. Just somewhat to be expected, considering it is just the first round. But down into the basement they go, Armory and Church, and you'll have to really do a good job of trying to keep some of these angles off guard, because Dirt, well, less used and less perused by a lot of attacking teams, still is very easily opened up, as most teams don't try to deny that any further and just play a longer angle behind Stack or inside Blue to hold that door and that cutoff. But if Thirst Trap still want to use any of their utility to kind of watch those angles, trying to peek in from there. Maybe your IQ steps over there. Sanjaya kind of steps over there a little bit later and tries to see if there's any information or any more util that's put up in place. But I think their role is going to be very important here, as the EDDs are in play for Slinkys, having that cap can, which means Thirst Trap will need to keep their eye open. Sanjaya will need to keep their eye open with that scanner to see where it all is and to call it out for the team so nobody faces a very unfortunate death early.
Create a fuse up in logistics. Usually you'll have a buck up here as well so that you can safely get the flooring open down below in kitchen, just because of the way that logistics works. Every part of that flooring just above kitchen is very much soft, so you can just safely make the vertical without the danger of being nitro sold yourself. And look at how much they're able to do and how much they're able to open up with just a single cluster charge and logistics over kitchen. A lot of map control being given to Thirst Trap, so they can work this vertical for free. They do have to worry about these nitro cells, but that's being aided for them as well to make this vertical. And with all of the map control that they do have, you can kind of just like make a push happen anywhere. Down Blue into generator, oil pit. You can even work Dirt to clear out the AK's position so that you can have an easier time dropping into site. It seems like they are having some issues opening up the hatch, but eventually they will get that open because those Slinkys have run out of impacts.
Dylan Andrusel in the back pocket. One was sent in main hall to try to deal with the player, aka the sledge they were mostly concerned with at that point in time. And he is kind of a threat. Still has two nades in their pocket as well. Same thing with Sanjaya. Those nades can be thrown down through and force the defense of Silly Slinkies out from behind their cubby holes. They haven't opted to throw any just yet, and still have, I guess no, they don't even have any more cluster charges remaining. You still have to peek these silence. You're going to have to start thinking about dropping in. There's no one on main stairs. I don't see any pressure trying to wrap around the other end. Nobody off towards Dirt. This is an exceptionally one-dimensional drop through here on Kitchen, and having such a flat approach forward is just going to spell an undoing of these roster for the side of Thirst Traps. The only player on main stairs finally goes down. They did eventually wrap Sanjaya off, or sorry, Ancient One off towards the inside of Dirt, but I think it's too little too late. You've got too many problems ahead of you, and Silly Slinkies, hey, diffuser's going down here, folks. You may want to start stepping in towards the side. Thank you very much, Turler. The dance party can wait for a couple more seconds longer. You can even wait a little bit longer. You got 30 more seconds till the diffuser ends. They'll tie up this series 1-1 with a pretty ridiculously solid defensive round on down on basement, completely opposite of what we saw upstairs on the second floor. And I think they're calling a timeout because there's a wasp in Ivy's room.
Yeah, they're just I don't think Ivy even touched or Lauren didn't even touch her like computer a single time. And fair enough, there's literally a wasp in your room. I know if I have a spider, I'm literally frozen and I just can't move. And I literally cannot like do anything before I have to like escort the spider outside because I'm just not killing it. I think that's gross. But regardless, as a pretty straightforward end to that round, the result was again pretty straightforward just because of how slow that attack was from Thirst Trap. They didn't really do enough to create any opportunities for themselves. No push down blue, nobody working the dirt tunnel. And also just I noticed the lack of utility being used to help clear the power positions to help aid into the hatch drop. There was only like one nade used, and that was dropped towards AKs, but of course, that's not going to really reach it that far from the hatch, and especially with just how the trajectory works when you're just throwing it down below. It's really weird, and it was a really weird round to watch overall because Thirst Trap had a lot of map control. You have a lot of options working against you. You can, with the top 4 pressure that you do have on middle floor, work the vertical. You can even open church wall with the Hibana. You can go down blue. You can do anything that you want with the map control that you have, but Thirst Trap didn't do anything.
We ran into the same problem, right, that I mentioned on Chalet, where it kind of comes in the final 30 seconds, and they either lose players, which means they didn't have the angles to work with, or didn't have the angles to work with. Why are we seeing 2 players come into dirt in the final 20 seconds, but they have to lap all the way from kitchen to get there? You essentially have no time to hold an angle, to peek, to hold a crossfire, to help the team that has to drop hatch. You're in desperate times, right? You're in red time, ticking down. You have to move, and if you don't, that's going to be the end. It just was too slow, I think, for Thirst Trap. And they did a good job. The EDDs up, or the cluster charges, upstairs inside of Logi. Breaking down the floorboards in kitchen. They get main hall purely off the sledge. A lot safer choice, like we mentioned, or you had mentioned, would have been that buck with the skeleton key for a little bit longer distance. But it doesn't matter anyways. Whatever can get the floorboards open for you and has the pocket util that you're asking for, hoping for, even the weapon that you're really wanting would help you out. But it's time. That's going to be the biggest factor. The 6th player on the roster for Silly Slinkies defensively. And it's kind of your responsibility to turn that on its head. Father Time is kind of a jerk. He's going to play both sides, right? That's just what it's going to be. You got to get the diffuser down for it to go your way, but you have to get the diffuser down anyways. That's kind of your goal. You're not going to play just for kills. This isn't TDM. We're queuing up in an actual competitive match right now. And I just don't see enough, I would say, fervor from Thirst Traps in basement. They didn't pursue enough routes. They didn't try to drop in. Where's the drop into Moto? Where's the hatch opening there to try to get an angle off towards Church? Because Church is arguably a safer objective to pursue in the first place. But then you need to put a player off towards blue, which, honestly, if you're taking kitchen, you should be taking blue anyways, right?
Yeah,
Too many left up angles that should have at least been broken. So, phantom pressure, turn sight lines elsewhere, and they weren't there at all. And that's going to be a giant problem for Thirst Trap if they don't start to realize that halfway through, because Silly Slinkies, they're going to gun you down if you just come in with very flat angles. We saw it very well in that second round, and we could see it in the third, but this is arguably the hardest objective to defend on this map defensively.
Yep, cache and CCTV. Everybody's already said it before about the site. Really, the only thing that you need to open is platform wall. And you think, what is a singular wall going to do for the CCTV site? You can look into rafters, you can look into the rafters window, you can literally cut the site in half just by opening that single wall. Platform wall is a very important wall for the defense to either deny entirely, or you just let them have it for free, and then you just try and go for plant denial down below. So I think, or even just across the site with the smokes from Vry. I keep forgetting her name, and it's gonna make me angry because I'm pretty sure I've been told this before about her name in particular, but I just don't know it. Or I think that's Melly. Holy crap, that is Melly. Wow, realization gone. I made myself proud there.
Who are you losing it over right now?
Vry, the smoke.
Okay.
It's Melly.
Is it?
I believe so.
No, that's Mari.
Okay, thank you, Scott, for just ruining and crushing my dreams.
Yeah, Oscar is Melly.
Right, yes.
And then Barcode over on the right side is Kitty.
Kitty, yes.
I don't know why. Are those all different, height barcode letterings as well?
Yes,
I don't know how you do that. Seems like a whole lot of effort. So my OCD would kill me playing with that. Speaking of OCD, though, you gotta have to have a little bit of OCD to get the straight lines necessary, break down this wall. And there was a bit of a problem with this 2 weeks ago, where it wasn't really done very well. I don't think it was in the Thirst Trap game, but it was in a game still that day, because it was Clubhouse like 3 times that day. It was a big problem where the Maverick couldn't get a straight enough wall, and because of that, they didn't break it down, and they couldn't find the way to step in. The objective was on second floor in Master Bedroom and Gym, though, so it was a little bit less of an issue, but they couldn't get that pressure towards Cash. They had to go over the top to get in towards Highway, and then they just got flanked from the rear anyways, and it became a big problem later. Speaking of problems, though, a little bit more to be said for Silly Slinkies as Mine up in Rafters. Usually you should be able to hold that pretty darn well with the Azami, with the Kiba barricades, but that's not going to be the case. Now Lauren's left to try to find some sort of grasp at straws, any sort of kill to climb back, and does so well off towards Panda, but it's only a Zofir you're trading out for the utility charger of Mine on that Azami.
Yeah, lounge is usually just an area that you need to focus on if you are going to push into the Raptors positions. You either go from secret like Jess does, or you can go through the double door, but she goes through secret instead, finds 2 picks, with Kitty finding the 3rd here from Thirst Trap, and now they have this 4v2. Raptors is in complete control of Thirst Trap, while Platform Wall is wide open, completely cutting the side in half, and then denying rotations as well. Unless Thirst Trap just have attention spans like mine, and they just look away for a split second and let Slizzy.
It's really flat right now. You've got 3 players attempting to step in from the exact same way, and with the Malusi Banshees online, that technically makes it pretty darn difficult to get into the space. They climb through quite well, clamoring their way into the distance, but unfortunately just not the angle you're really hunting for Melee. It puts all the hands and all the, I guess, responsibilities now on Mari. Jesco not too far away, outside on the eastern subroof. Mari has to play this one smart, gets hit in the crossfire, and there's Angel One's just sitting on side static, still refusing to step away from the bomb chassis. And that nets them the kill necessary to put Thirst Trap up through to the end to take through round 3, go back up a round in this series, and attacking wise they're looking pretty darn good against the Silly Slinky side, who hasn't found success neither on any of the second floor objectives, but at least Cash and CTTV were closer, so they'll go back there hoping that something will be different.
What you told me, or even what you told the stream and me at the beginning, is that Thirst Trap, whenever they find like an issue that's like in their way, they seem to freeze in place and not know how to work around it. In that case, they got Raptors really early, but they had an issue with Lounge. And even if you have Raptors control, it's not easy to just forget about Lounge just because it's the room right next to Garage, and somebody could just rotate in and shut down a whole Raptors push entirely. So what the Thirst Trap do, they rotate somebody to secret, have that player rush down into Lounge, and just get 2 picks for free. Not only do you get it on the Lounge player, but then they also get it on the top red player, a player that can be a person that is in direct opposition to what you want to do around the server rack, or even if you want to try and get a plant down close to the platform wall. So that was really good problem solving mid-round for Thirst Trap, where in previous games they would have trouble with that.
It feels like Jess has been let off a leash, maybe, right? They're not trying to rein her in on this, and letting Jess kind of go off into no man's land, letting Jess kind of move in their own angles and play their own way is rewarding Thirst Trap when it comes to those moments. So the rest of the team are kind of sitting maybe a little bit too static, not really sure where exactly they need to move towards, how exactly they need to play. And sometimes you gotta let it happen. Sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. And when it goes big, it goes crazy. And that's exactly where we see Jess right there completely open up that round for Thirst Trap, completely cut off both players in towards Lounge. They had secured Rafters. That left 2 players that were sitting inside Cash and on top of red stairs. There's not really anywhere they can go that's direct because you have the cutoff on that CCTV hardwall that's been breached. It's the perfect style of play that's just really caught Silly Slinkies off guard, as it seems like Lauren once again has been caught off guard. That's your Romai charging utility again, removed early in this round, forcing Turler to have the wraparound back through to take down Sanjaya. That is a Thatcher. It's going to make it a lot harder to take any sort of wall breach denial, which unfortunately there is none for Silly Slinky, so I don't really know why the Thatcher's here. It would make it a lot harder to get through these hard walls. Again, not an issue, and I think we're seeing Thirst Trap opt to go towards construction this side, which is interesting considering the success they just had in through that garage side.
You don't want to be too repetitive with what you're doing, although Raptors is a complete win condition, even if you are pushing in from the cash and CC side. Even if you open up that main wall, you have a direct angle. Sorry, I took a bit of a pause. The native bounce. You have a direct angle onto this plant spot right on that cash and CC wall. Thirst Trap find themselves in an impasse, though. They're going to be able to open up the wall for free. They're kind of being kept at a distance, and you still have the smoke grenades to worry about. That's going to be keeping you at bay. Already being utilized here early with a minute left in a round. Usually when you save those for the last 30 seconds, but obviously the pressure is being a little bit hot here for Thirst Trap, or from Thirst Trap.
Curler's in a pretty rough spot. Z pings galore for Thirst Trap to realize that they are in fact around that corner. Mari has a good cutoff through the construction breach, or at least for the most part through the construction breach. You can kind of see a tiny sliver in below the little metal shelving there. Down goes Melly, unfortunate as it may be. That puts Silly Slinkies now at a player disadvantage. What can you do from here? Panda's going to crossfire off towards top of red stairs. Turler's being flushed back even further. And you may just need to swing in through this highway door, or highway window, sorry, because if you lose this CCTV window control and you can't watch that cutoff, it's going to make Turler's position here impossible to actually work from, and Mine loses the 1v1. 6 seconds left, though. Red time ticking. Down goes Turler. Mari all alone, able to get the shot off necessary. It's only Kitty removed, and Jess is still on site, watching the door frame. Nothing that Mari can do when the callouts are made when they're inside the site. It's a round one again on CCTV. Thankfully, basement's back available for Silly Slinkies.
Yeah. Pretty linear push there again from Thirst Trap, but the reason why it works so well is because they get those early picks and also just the map control that they're able to gain. They didn't open a platform wall. They didn't really have a lot of pressure anywhere else. The kills just really helped them just push onto site. And when you're already pressuring site, you soak up all of the smoke grenades at about a minute left. There's really no form of denial from Silly Slinkies. They have to get aggressive. They have to peek. They have to try and swing in and deny the plant there from Thirst Trap, who again kind of like stalled for time again. They could have been a really big issue if Thirst Trap didn't get those kills earlier, and if they also didn't get those kills in the mid round, because Silly Slinkies had to get aggressive and deny that push coming in from Thirst Trap. Now we go into the basement site here for Silly Slinkies, a site that they're a little bit more used to, a site that, just like the other few sites Thirst Trap have stalled out on before, and now they have a Cav on a roam to make that even more difficult for them.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Ascension up to the second floor for Silly Slinkies. And Turler playing my favorite operator in the entire game. To make matters worse, I'm really hoping that Lauren does actually opt to bring out, or anyone truly on the side of Slinkies, to bring out the Blitz in the second half. Though I seriously doubt it'll ever happen. Those are my two most played operators, and seeing them ever in play is the single-handedly best thing in the world. As if you're not a vigil here, Turler, the drones, they'll spot you. They'll keep you on your toes. And yeah, you're going to have to fall on back as a secondary drone comes through, and Turler once again will have been spotted, maybe just by a pixel. Kitty now flushes around this corner, neither side getting the better end of that firefight, but Turler's in a spot where they kind of have to swing for this kill. There's nowhere else to go. Both sides have been opened up, which just creates a deadly crossfire. Down goes Jets. Deviant open, not yet finished, but Turler has the same problem. Here's the assistance, though. Perfect from Melly as Jess gets finished with a toxic babe. Down goes Kitty, is just the same. And Turler, somehow, some way, still refuses to go down. So much assistance from inside of Lounge as the last kill goes forward as well. You start off getting flawless, you'll go through and find one of your own eventually.
No words, because like, what are you gonna say to that round? Turler just went crazy with the Kavera and Clubhouse. That usually just doesn't happen unless like the drone work from Thirst Trap wasn't good, which in all honesty it was. They knew where the Cav was. They almost did a great job in pinching her out, but what they didn't take into account was that she has friends. Melly going up secret stairs, rotating to Lounge, and then killing at least like one or two people from Thirst Trap who were trying to converge, trying to get that confirmation, and a round ended as soon as it started. Thirst Trap couldn't even get around the site or even around kitchen to get themselves set up, and that was the key there for Silly Slinkies. Not to let Thirst Trap get set up, get aggressive in that early round, and make it so hard for them to set up later on when they're already in like a 5v3 or 5v2.
Master Benjamin Jim didn't really pan out for Silly Slinkies previously. But hey, if you know what went wrong, you can start to bring something to help it out. And honestly, a lot of what was so effective for Thirst Trap was purely that initial Jacuzzi breach, keeping the bathroom player at bay, making sure they were forced to stay inside bathroom, which then allowed highway control windows to essentially thrash that position and keep you pinched and essentially make you completely useless in that bathroom at all. Plus, you had somebody breaking billiards down below, which should help a little bit as well. But if they can deny that Jacuzzi wall for a little bit longer, they'll have a much better chance of actually being able to secure it. And that's the reason why we're seeing Two Brow come into play. Throw out the ice canisters, keep the hard breach denial, an impossibility. But you got to stay alive, Mari, if you're going to do so. That's already proving to be quite difficult here, as an interesting damage being contested against each other, as a Maverick's coming out this time around, out on Jacuzzi, which makes that Two Brow pretty much useless. Bar for the fact that it's just a little slower on the usage. Is this a perfect night show? Oh, not there. Just too far to the left. And it will, unfortunately, be that Jacuzzi wall that's just going to get opened up in about 15, maybe 20 seconds.
It's got either good prediction or good information here from Thirst Trap to bring that Maverick beforehand, and now they're just going to comfortably Maverick trick the wall. Mari is not gonna even try and trick it. More trouble than it's worth, and they're just gonna let the wall get open. Jacuzzi breach successfully opened here for Thirst Trap with 1:40 left to go. That's pretty decent timing. They also have 2 hard breaches too, so they can even work the other side of the map, which they've already done. They've opened up the platform wall, so this is already a little bit different than the last attack. You have pressure built up on one side of the map, and then pressure also built up on the other. So the Slinkies won't really have a lot of options to play from. And so, again, it kind of forces them to be a little bit aggressive, to take gunfights that you normally wouldn't want to take. And it just makes you very uncomfortable as a defender with a lot of this pressure building up and map control being gained from Thirst Trap.
Drones still needed to be cleared out for Silly Slinkies. The information game trying to work wonders for Thirst Trap. They kept most of their drones alive. In fact, that's the only drone we've seen get destroyed for them. A lot of time it did feel like, especially on Chalet, that information was working against them, and it's paramount to success on the attacking side, but we weren't making the best of uses for it. Here, though, they know everything. They seem to know everything, and even though we did see a really good hold from Turler and from Nelly in the previous round, purely off the fact that they were playing against those drones, this round's been working out up until now. Mari finally does find a good position to work from, deals with the contestant from Panda, but that doesn't keep the other 2 players inside Jacuzzi, or just on the other side of Jacuzzi, away from the firefight, as Kitty tosses a nade around the bin, has to swing this, and Mari is aware of that, can continue to hold this with the DMR in hand. There could be another player there just the same. Down goes Lauren, and finally Mari will fall as well. Kitty winning that one out with the LMG, and Turler dusted just the same. It's just mine remaining. Is time on their side. Can they get away? They're running. They're just booking it. Mike Hero plays to win off of 0 coverage inside elbow from the attacking side of Thirst Trap. How have they turned that half around?
Nobody on Jacuzzi breach, so you're clearly right. There's nobody watching that elbow position, 90 hall, whatever you want to call it. The area or the hallway right next to the bathroom mirror window. Simply put, the coverage just wasn't good, and also I think if you just don't have coverage in a specific spot, you shouldn't really be planting right in front of an area that you do not have consistent eyes on. It'd be different if there were eyes there, but the fact that there wasn't meant that the plant spot again just isn't really that great. But it also comes down to Thirst Trap just not having enough time to really adjust. They don't really have enough time to get information on where mine exactly is. And also, I just noticed it wasn't just the Jacuzzi breach that they didn't have anybody on. They also had nobody on the highway windows. Everybody from Thirst Trap was inside of the site or just in a map, and nobody really had eyes on any crosses that could happen through that hallway.
I think it's so crazy is they had so much player control over Jacuzzi and the breach there to get control over towards elbow. But with Kitty stepping into bathroom, which obviously worked for them, that was the right idea. Nobody that was coming from Logi, nobody was stepping up through main stairs, which I think is one of the more important positions to really be concerned with on the attacking side. Nobody's holding that main stairs control to stop a player from wrapping around. It's just bad watch, bad hold on your planter, and it's not their responsibility to do so. It's just one of those progressions, right? You have to take it step by step, and that's something that Thirst Trap will need to think about. As well, they made their bet, and now they have to lie in as we step into a 3-3 half now, heading in towards round 7. Silly Slinky's officially in on the attack, and it's like Turler playing on that Ash, stepping into that entry role, needs to find that first blood for the team, working in through Lounge. They knew that they controlled this spot previously. They want to make sure that Thirst Trap don't have the same luxury this time around. The breaches are being effectively denied here for Silly Slinkies, but it can't last forever. And eventually those pocket EMPs and everything in between, or no, just big boy EMPs in the hands there of Lauren, will make sure that the bandit battery blocking, bandit tricking will fail on that CCTV roll, and it will eventually be opened up for Silly Slinkies.
There's also pressure down below there from Thirst Trap. Vertical angles being made below Kitty meant that she couldn't effectively bandit trick. It wasn't just the EMPs, because you can simply trick if there is no pressure elsewhere. Even if there is a Thatcher against you, just because of how the hard breach now works. You probably couldn't do it against Thermite, but you most definitely can against Ace because of the time delays that the Somas now have. So now that wall is open, there's a lot of pressures for Silly Slinkies inside of sight. You don't have Raptors cleared, but they are seeming to pivot towards the construction side and maybe even working to open up that construction single panel wall now.
65 seconds left, not a single kill has favored either side. And you can feel Thirst Trap starting to feel the pressure in towards the objective as Silly Slinkies are starting to move and transition elsewhere. Not just a static focus on that CCTV walling and breach. They haven't found the success they were hoping for. Down goes Turler. That's lounge control that you were trying to vie in for the final 30 seconds. It's no longer available for you. And Mari, who does have Diffuser off in towards construction, doesn't have the variable assistance they need from Highway CCTV window. Doesn't have the kill they need to get to the player at the top of Red Stairs. And lacking that lounge control means that Turler's not there to wrap around to the bottom of Red Stairs to try to isolate a 1v1 and win that fight, as Ashes tend to do. It's just a really bad spot for Silly Slinkies to be in, with Thirst Trap holding so much control of the objective. You essentially have to just step into sight, and Melly does so well. 3 kills with Lauren in mind, finding the last 2. They had nothing going for them positionally, nothing utility-wise, just gun up engagements to secure a win. What in the world happens for Thirst Trap there to be turned the wrong way with no noise?
I have no idea. They just... Yeah, like you put it, they just simply walked in through the main breach, and then you also had somebody later on around to deal with the Raptors player through the ventilation, the CC window. That's just a lapse of concentration being broken there from Thirst Trap, who clearly had eyes on every single position, but maybe somebody looked away for a split second, and then Silly Slinkies just collapsed. They killed the Red Stairs player, they killed any form of denial that Thirst Trap might have to stop their main push through construction, which is what the pivot was from Silly Slinkies after they opened up the platform wall. And now Thirst Trap, with an unlosable situation, turns it into just that, and now they're forced into this basement.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
The Valkyrie here? I don't know.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Silly Slinkies.
I don't mind it.
I mean, the thing is, like so much of that's going to come off of control. You have to play off towards lounge for the cams early to make sure they're not trying to take hatches. Because I don't think Silly Slinkies is a team that's going to forget the starting point of this round, which is going to be dealing with every hatch. Kitchen hatch, yes, which Thirst Trap put 4 players in on when they played this. And then obviously Moto hatch, our hatch, every other hatch here between, blue hatch, right? Every hatch that's possible, Silly Slinkies are going to try to break through at some point or another. Because they have the Cavitat with pocket breaches, they have the Abana, which is the status quo for taking down hatches.
The attackers bomb diffuser.
Can't see Thirst Trap having much to go with it, but they do have to actually move over a bit of utility with Lauren to stay onto that Thatcher, because they have the Kite, which is another choice that I think is very interesting defensively for Thirst Trap. As most teams just say, hey, dirt's not going to happen anyways, it's not going to be that big of a concern. And Jess is going to have to try to Kite Electroclaw trick this hatch inside kitchen, which is an obstacle in and of itself. As they hear the footsteps drop forward, and Able to step back even further. It's just a time sink for Silly Slinkies as Thirst Trap play this one pretty well. That's why you create sidelines, and that's why you bring a sledge or a buck, which is absent for the side here, Silly Slinkies. And I'm not seeing the Ram drone do enough to clear the floorboards here inside Kitchen.
To be fair, she's only used one. You have a max of 3. You can use one towards this main hallway position, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to open up an extra line of sight, and you can do this safely. You don't have to do any extra work. You don't have to risk your life as well. And that's perfect for Silly Slinkies, but yeah, like, they don't really have a lot going for them. There's a lot of explosives working for Thirst Trap, but with auto vertical being opened up above them, the uselessness of those explosives are just going to wane. But the guns don't. They get 2 in their back pocket, and now they have that 5v3.
Not as simple as Star Wars makes it out to be, with high ground control being everything. Sometimes you actually have to fire back in these engagements, and Silly Slinky's mine and Melee are just trying to peek through holes that weren't really there for them, as Hurler's trying to do a little bit of that Silly Slinky's magic and sneak their way in towards side. Down goes Ancients. Exactly what you're asking for. Down goes Panda as well. And what was initially a 5v3 is quickly turned in favor of Silly Slinkies, and Lawrence frag to Kitty makes this worse, as it is a 2v2 evened up with Sanjaya, but the round, the objective is flipped on its head. Diffuser down, 37 seconds left for Thirst Trap to recover, and Jess and Sanjaya have taken huge licks of damage. Flash off in from that church side. Jess wrapping around through Hall. Will they know that this is coming forward? They may just, as Sanjaya with a Vector at range deals with the congestion, but it's a good shot back again, just from blue control, that Silly Slinkies completely forgot to clear. Thirst Trap will find the recovery in this round to take the win.
Straight end of round from Thirst Trap, and like you mentioned, not really, those 2 early kills actually happened by blue too, so if that would have worked out for Silly Slinkies, think about how much better that execution would have been, especially with Turler just being able to walk in with no blue control for free to find 2 kills, not only on the site player, but then on the blue player herself, because the blue player wasn't watching the Moto walk-in. Just an overall good recovery from Thirst Trap, when in a round previous they had issues with their focus waning. They're not really watching the right things. They let people just walk in and steal kills for free. It almost happened in that round. Silly Slinkies get a plant for free, but a good recovery at the end from Thirst Trap, who now get to go back upstairs. They're not going to go to Cash and CCTV Scott. They're going to go to Gym and bedroom.
Your Red Room's probably the right idea here for Thirst Trap.
Yeah.
Can't play basement. Can't play CCTV. I mean, to be fair, you probably could play CCTV. You probably could play CCTV. They should have won that round. Let's be totally honest here. Silly Slinky's just sneaking in for gunfights. That's their fault, but they did everything up to that point perfectly. They're just, when the kills they give up in the last round are the same exact problem, or just letting them step in, you've got to start to think, what can we do to stop that? Because it's not going to be, the answer's not going to be just try to slow them down, right? The answer's going to be to hold those angles, right? It can't be to just wait for the moment to come. It's to be preemptive in stopping it. Not from slowing it, but from total end-all be-all stopping, which is totally opposite what I usually would say in R6, where the end goal is not to keep them out of sight, it's to keep them out of there for a while and then play for the kills there. They got to do the opposite. They got to have a more effective roam game. They've got to extend for frags that keep Silly Slinkies on their toes, that stop first 30-second castle barricades from being broken down, and have some sort of counter activity to it, like maybe a Nitro Cell to be tossed out there. As why is Sanjaya alone inside Gym? What an interesting hold here. Thankfully, does have the pancakes up to destroy a little bit of utility, but yeah, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop 7-6-2 rounds, and that's going to go in Mine's way.
It's a pretty weird position to be playing in, like you said, but I think it was just mainly to try and protect the castle barricades. There's many ways to deal with the castle barricades, the frag grenades, you can use a Gone 6, and the best way to stop that utility from coming in is by just playing Wamai in weights and just protecting the castle barricade full stop so that they don't get to open that jacuzzi wall. There's a fight back though from Thirst Trap, and now it's down for Silly Slinkies as they just walk inside of sight, the castle barricade being the big boon there, and also jacuzzi wall getting open for free. Thirst Trap collapsing at the scenes, Gym bedroom in full control of Silly Slinkies, and it's a 1v4 for Just Go.
What can you possibly do here? Well, you have to get 4 kills. You have to play something here because Silly Slinkies They've got you on the ropes. They got you on the back burner. Jess still at full HP, still using the UMP, still has the bigger scope that's been given over to Castle. But I don't know if a scope's going to be enough to secure this. Damage off towards Lauren, has to fall back. Jess now below 50 HP as well. Notices that a drop is coming through that billiards hatch. He'll be waiting for Melly to extend downwards through it. That's also aware of the possibility of a breach through that soft wall that hits up towards main central staircase, knowing that Lauren more likely than not is still there. But is this one of those chances where you're actually playing to try to extend up to this? Because you're down to 15 seconds and time is quickly running out, and the pre-fire from Lauren is just going to make it an impossibility. LA5 is just good for two different players, both mine and Lauren in this round. L852, whatever it is. Way too good for two players in this round to both start and end off this the lap of luxury for silly Slinkies. As third trap will now be forced to question, do we go back to CCTV? Do we try Master Bedroom Gym? And I think the answer is going to be CCTV, not just because it's at the bottom of the screen, but because that was the last time on a tertiary site, besides basement, they actually got really close to victory and held them off for an extended period of time.
Yeah. One thing I do want to say, though, is that I really did like what Sanjaya was trying to do. I just think that she kind of overpeaked it, but like when you're getting pressured from that window, you can also get pressured from the side window and master bedroom, even though that wall is reinforced. You kind of have to do that, and if you kill the player in highway, it's great. But for third trap, they didn't get to do that. And another thing I also want to talk about is the fact that for this site in particular, a lot of the times when thirst trap let people kind of like walk in, I do want to say it's probably because of the lack of traps. You also have Fenrir being banned, which is a really good ban for Clubhouse in particular to help shut down any flanks that could come in, because Clubhouse is a map that you can't have linear takes on. You do multi-pressure elsewhere on the map. Having a Fenrir makes that easier to deal with, especially on these tertiary sites, these 50-50 sites that can go in favor of the attackers quite comfortably.
I'm trying to remember what thirst trap were bringing when we saw CCT come through, and I'm pretty sure it was the gridlock for Jess at the time. They may have still been on the Capital. They've rotated between where they were playing the gridlock or the Capital, and I'm noticing that neither of those are up for silly Slinkies.
Yeah.
As EMPs do go out to try to get through this CCTV wall, unfortunately the bandit tricking is working quite well for the time being. That's the issue when it comes down to it for the Selmas, is what is going on in this round? You cannot be serious right now. Everything you had to breach has just been completely dusted there.
Hey,
finally one Selma gets through, leaves up in exothermic if absolutely needed, and will force that bandit of Kitty away. But Kitty outstayed their welcome and absolutely just toyed with silly Slinkies for way too darn long there. Should not have been allowed to happen. There's really no chance, because you have no one controlling CCTV window to hold that bandit away from the bandit tricking, because you're trying so early to get that cleared, because you didn't want to have to deal with the wraparound yet.
You also don't have any utility for Raptors, so like you mentioned, no Grim, no Capital. Grim is banned, actually, so also no Ying. So this seems to be like a very straightforward take. They might pivot towards construction. They might just run in through the platform breach yet again, but that can't be a strategy that you depend on, especially when Raptors is in full control of thirst traps. Sanjaya just needs to not overpeak, and they may just like kill her from bottom garage. Actually, no, they're not pivoting over to the other side of the map. They are going to try and build this take head on through Raptors and the platform wall, which again, they just don't have any utility to clear this.
All right, waiting for the right time. Their exothermic breach, the one they had remaining, goes through. There's some flashes into the breach, off in towards Raptors, and Lauren opens up for the first blood. Now they extend into space, trying to get control over there towards CCTV. And the wraparound from mine inside cash is destructive, to say the least. Devastation in sight as silly Slinkies find the answer to their woes on the deliberated entry. It's a success story, nonetheless. In Thirst Trap, it's another point where they just don't have enough information off towards one side. Maybe it's the lack of a Solus. I don't think that's the case. They tried to make up for that lack of information earlier with the Valkyrie, and even then it didn't feel like it did a whole lot for them. I don't know what the answer is operator-wise, but they need to be willing to peek these a little bit more, and more rare the fact that silly Slinkies love to let somebody go on an island and go for themselves, because That's 2 rounds in a row where they've let somebody flank out of nowhere to get opening kills to give Silly Slinkies the round.
They also had a Legion in that round. Legion was positioned more towards in a garage, which is kind of weird because usually you'd have a Wamai in a garage to waste more time. And also, if you know anything about that push from Silly Slinky Scott, they threw in flashes through the wall that separates
Rafters,
CCTV and garage. So they just threw in a flash. They flashed out Sanjaya. Ivy walks in for free and kills a flashed out Sanjaya who's in rafters by herself with no support in the bottom garage neither. So that's a position where you would usually have Wamai playing there instead, so that utility doesn't sell through as easily. You don't really get flashed out as effectively, and you can hold on to that power position and deny the walk-in not only from bottom garage if you're playing in that Raptors position, but also deny the walk-in from platform too. Also, the Legion being positioned there and not positioned elsewhere means that a bulk of their traps will be placed in garage and not placed anywhere else in the map.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Kaid's back in play for Jesco for the side of Thirst Trap. I think the important person to look at is going to be, for Silly Slinky, is going to be Sanjaya. Clear out blue this time. You have a player in secret, you've left mine there, you move 2 players to get there, Lauren and mine work together in the process. You've put mine on this island, and now mine just needs to sit here literally for the next minute and a half. Do nothing. They don't have to do anything. They can wait for the rest of the team to take action. As what is going on for Melly? I think they've just found the answer is just a rush, and so they're trying to go for it, but you still didn't clear out blue. This time it's Panda holding the position, but you have to clear blue first. The hatch hasn't even been effectively utilized. Secret doesn't even have full control. You haven't even moved somebody in through oil. Silly Slinkies start a process, but the other side forgot to lift weights. It's like trying to run a mile, but you did your bench press instead of actually doing some cardio.
Just didn't really time that together. It's like you have one person trying to do one thing and then the other team is just like, wait, we're not ready yet. So that kind of felt like that was the bulk of that push there from Silly Slinkies. Oscar or Melly already committed to that hatch drop, and mine still committed to blue. But you also have to deal with the mirror windows, which has already been cracked because an Ash charge has been used. And they're still trying to force this entry in through Church and blue.
Ooh, there it is.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Still not enough, though. I mean, Turler doesn't really have anywhere to work from. It's a kind of a weak foot. Ivy has to drop in. Lauren managing to find the kill off towards Panda, but an armory holder, too much to contend with. It's a trade from Mari, though. A little bit too late, as it's just a 1v2. Theoretically, Turler is collectible, but I think that it's going to be a full wraparound. Has to be done by Mari, and unfortunately, Ancient knew that they were down and in that position, and now Mari's position will be guaranteed. And you have 2 angles that you cannot deny, blue and the inside of Church. There's just too much to go forward, and thankfully, due to the isolation from Ancient, who tried to play in through Church, this just became a whole lot more manageable. It's a single bullet game, Doc, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't help to be down at 10 HP and let any bullet do it in the first place. There's not be a perfect swing from Mari. And with 22 seconds left, that's asking quite a lot. Can they get it first? No, they can't. The MPX blitzes down Mari first as Kitty saves the game right now for Thirst Trap, as they'll stay at match point for a little bit longer and hope to get to OT with this next one win.
You know, earlier on, or even at the beginning of this match, Jess was like, oh, we know you're going to, like, destroy us. And even
for
we
one
thought,
round. One round.
yeah, we even thought, like, we even thought that, like, this would be a pretty comfortable game for Silly Slinkies. So far, Thirst Trap have a lot of different answers to what Silly Slinkies were trying to do. They recognized that last time that blue was a really big issue for them when they last played the basement site, especially when letting somebody walk in through Moto and just get 2 kills for free without the secret player from Silly Slinkies needing to do much to contest the blue area. That time, it was a lot easier for the blue player to contest the Moto player simply because you have more protection in the back of blue. Panda doesn't need to sit there and watch 2-3 different angles at once. It's very straightforward for her to just sit in blue, watch Moto. You have a mirror window protecting your backside, keeping mine at bay until she cracks it. Really good adjustments from Thirst Trap. I've seen this from them before, especially when they have played on their defensive side. And it's nice to see that they're doing this against the best team in the league.
The big question I think is going to be in this round is, will Silly Slinkies have to play against this bandit tricking as heavily as they did last time, or will they actually opt to go in through that CCTV window to create the option? they have nades. I mean, Mine's role mostly in the last few rounds has kind of been similar to Turler's, where they kind of go off together elsewhere and kind of get left for a moment, and then they'll work together to try to pivot into an angle. I mean, Mine individually was the one who came in through construction previously. Make use of those nades. Toss it in, and there it is, Mine, thankfully, on highway, but this is where Panda realizes this is the shortcoming, but can't use it well. Down they go. No finishing chance for Mine, unfortunate as it may be. But you've done the dirty work. They can't re-swing this. And the success you found just off of the threat of this CCTV side, I think has already opened up that construction wall. I don't have the visual, but I don't see the Bandit holding next to the wall anymore, which would lead me to believe that Silly Slinkies have, in fact, already gained control over this, have already entered in for the breach, and are now just droning things out and trying to figure out where they need to head from here. As Turler has claimed Logi, has claimed construction, and just needs to be wary of the fact that they haven't cleared out the rest of the second floor or any possibility of a wraparound. Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh, yeah. They also seem to open up the platform wall. If that's true, along with the construction wall and a lot of the pressure building up, Thirst Trap are just sitting in sight, and it's not comfortable whatsoever. A lot of this pressure, again, just being so overwhelming, and they just have to hold from inside of sight and hope that they just get 1v1 gunfights that Silly Slinkies somehow with.
They need drone work off towards Rafters. If they can confirm there's nobody inside Rafters for Thirst Trap, this is a guaranteed round for Silly Slinkies. They can just step into sight and play what they did in round 5 that Thirst Trap did to win it out on CCTV. It's just Sanjaya now left, though. A miracle has to occur for this one player, and they're doing well. It's Turler, inches away from Sanjaya. Timing will be everything, and it's good! Down everyone goes! Perfection required, and they step up to the plate! Thirst Trap force OT on this map against the #1 team in the league.
Holy hell! What the hell just happened? You have so much going for Silly Slinkies. They do the fundamentals right, opening up the walls, building up pressure, building up early pressure and construction early. Rafters was clear.
Attackers.
If you're Silly Slinkies, you're probably really mad or pissed off that just happened. Because all they did that was just horrifically wrong, the one thing you shouldn't do in Siege, especially now with the ACOG changes and most of the defenders having good guns and sights now, is give up ones. And that's exactly what they do to Sanjaya, who's now 12-8. Jess should just give her the GOAT title, because that was goated.
Give
that
up
was
your
crazy.
name. Change the Twitter handle. Change everything here, Jess. I'm sorry to break it to you. Hand it over to Sanjaya.
10 seconds left before insertion.
The hold in from Red Stairs, I feel like Silly Slinkies lost a lot of what they needed to work with there. Obviously, they funneled in one at a time to a single player that had a solid position to work from. But the winning condition was to get the plant down, and it was noticeably absent in the attempt. Yes, Red Stairs is really hard to get around. That's a problem that's going to arise. But you still had enough time, I think, at that point in time, about 25 seconds, you could have gone up to the rooftop, dropped into the CCTV window, and stepped in from there instead to
Server rack.
get the plants. Yeah, and get the plant behind server rack. So you can't cross there if you know Sanjaya is going to get the frag. You may have to play a little bit smarter, but it doesn't change the overall tempo and story. It has to end with you getting down the diffuser, and now you got OT lapping in your lap. And back on the attack, had to play this twice. This was not a good side for Silly Slinkies. Remember, they had to make the comeback for it, right? They had to hold on initially, where we saw Thirst Trap do very well. And with the lap of luxury they just got with that win, I can't help but feel like momentum is going to start favoring Thirst Trap here, and Silly Slinkies will need to try a completely new playstyle, because I don't think the rush into the final few moments is going to catch Thirst Trap off guard like it has been the last 4 rounds of that attacking side.
They just have to not let it's not even nerves, it's just don't let the mental get like too low, because I know if that's me in my stack, I'm probably going to get angry, and I'm probably just going to whiff every single shot that I have, and I hope that Silly Slinkies don't let that get to them. They seem to have built up good map control. That's because Thirst Trap have given them the map control. They're not roaming at all, giving them that full middle floor control. And now they've also opened up dirt and decided to put pressure there, but they've run into run issue. The mute shotgun, and it seems like they do have the utility to push this. There's nothing stopping the flashes from selling through and killing the mute if they were to fully flash them. You don't have a warden either. So overall, Silly Slinkies is just kind of coming at an impasse. They're not really coming up with solutions to deal with that issue. And Turler just walks in and doesn't use any of her flashes on that new player playing inside of dirt. So that's the first kill going in favor of Thirst Trap.
Ari knows exactly where Jess is going to have to be lying in wait to be able to recollect the Electro Claw. They know they're going to be preying on the one single usage of it. But everywhere else, the team is starting to fall apart at the seams. Panda finding a nice frag off towards Melly. Turler having been failed just moments prior. But silly Slinkies in this state where they need to clamber their way back into a success story. And I don't know if you're going to find the same amount of success sneaking into the side as a 3v5 is not impossible if you don't have that element of surprise you've been so reliant on your attacking side. As Turler, as Mine has to be able to get this crossfire set up. As it from main, Panda, though, not good enough against Mari. There's the kill they were asking for, a third in this round for them. Mine, who was working from Central Staircase, loses Ivy off towards Mud or Oil. And it's a 1v5. You ask a lot of a single player, and Sanjaya delivered, but Mine has too much to overcome individually. Flawless first OT round for Thirst Trap, and a team that was asking for a single round has now put themselves up for a very big chance to win here.
Crazy. And I want to really talk about that dirt push. Apparently, Turler did use a single flash grenade, but she did it by herself. Usually when you're pushing in dirt, you don't just have a single player pushing in dirt unless there's like literally no one there or they barricade the door off. So as to protect the AK's player. In that sense, they were aggressively holding dirt. That's why you send two players there. You know that one player is most likely going to die, so you have somebody there for an immediate trade, and you just team up on the flashes, and you use that to make a good entry for yourself inside of dirt. The third push collapses, the rest of the push collapses from Slinkys just because they don't have any added pressure elsewhere. It's very straightforward from Thirst Trap to clean up that round. Now, 7-6 on overtime match point. Previously, they were able to get a 3-3 half on their attacking side, and Clubhouse attack hasn't really been terrible from Thirst Trap. It's really just the time that gets in their way.
10 seconds to insertion.
Time is something that heals all wounds, but it also can prove that there's a couple more wounds that need a little bit deeper healing, right? Sometimes it takes stitches, and sometimes the stitches is just to be told what's going wrong and have somebody to make that adjustment for the team. And unfortunately, that's not always an availability in the middle of the action. You don't have that coach over the shoulder guiding and leading the team, or maybe the 5 sets of eyes that are currently in the team playing are maybe missing the bigger picture due to the limited range and limited view they have. They've left open dirts. That's actually the same thing that Silly Slinkies did previously, so that's not that shocking. No Kayut Electro Claws. That was something that Jess specifically brought every single time for Thirst Trap. Nothing that Silly Slinkies did when they played Basement. They were very much so an extend up to the second floor, try to play it a little bit, drop down to the final bits, play for the final 40 seconds, and go for frags on site, which is what most teams used to do with the SSG-style roam. But this is where Thirst Trap can claim a whole lot of space here, just 40 seconds into a round, and have 2 players inside dirt where Mario's going to have to be very concerned for their life as the drones are doing their exact job here to find locations for players.
AK's previously being an issue. Turler dies in the close right angle, and really you only just have to worry about the player on box 3. There's really not a lot of denial here apart from the smoke grenades. That's going to force some repositioning from Panda, who has to challenge the box 1 player here in Arsenal. Another set of smoke grenades come out, but that's a second kill for Thirst Trap. They find a 5v3, they find site control, and now they have a 5v2.
Silly Slinkies are now 2 players away, 2 losses of life away from a first loss here in the league. Make it just 1. Sanjaya rakes this through Mine, and Melly stands no chance against the range of Kitty through dirt. Disgusting fillet for Thirst Trap. Just finding themselves through trials and tribulations to still step away with a victory at the end of it. Needing to get to OT, but arising to the occasion purely off the backs of Sanjaya's miracle win. Do it for Sanjaya. 8-6 your final score. And this is a first loss for the number 1 seeded team, the number 1 team in the league, which now unfortunately will be staying at 2. Actually, I think they tie with 1 now because it is an OT win, so they get a point, or an OT loss, so they get a point, 1 point. But still, they were the only team without a loss on their record and have now been given a loss by Thirst Trap.
Surprising, to say the least. Now that propels Thirst Trap in that top 4 position. They lost it last week. They've regained it just now this weekend. And now they can have a deep breath because that is a really big push for their playoff potential come the end of the season when the round robin stage ends. A really good performance from them when previously I thought this would have been a pretty straightforward game from the Silly Slinkies, and it wasn't. It was a very tough game, not only for Silly Slinkies, but also for Thirst Trap. But they prevailed. When they've had issues, they've worked past them, something they previously didn't do last week when they played against Wildcard Queens. One of the first, I feel like, real teams that they had a chance to play against in Project Harmony. They struggled against them. They don't struggle against the best team in the league. That's just GOAT things, for real. That's obviously
you say they don't struggle, but they obviously did. They had to make the comeback for OT.
Yeah.
I think the issue, though, is that even though they struggled, somehow Silly Slinky struggled infinitely more. Where is the strategy where the entire end-all, be-all of their success story is coming off of last-second miracle step-ins to sight and kind of this surprise element, right? I get it's Rainbow Six Siege, but this isn't just a story of having to be Tom Clancy yourself, right? This isn't you need to step in a Splinter Cell and steal the limelight with a stealth story. This is supposed to be a setup utility, burn through, get cut-off angles, play very well, get yourself picks along the way, and then you send yourself in towards sight in the final few moments to take the victory. No, that's not how Silly Slinkies were winning, and that wasn't their win condition. In their win condition, when it fails dramatically, and it's a big problem that they'll need to now counteract heading forward, because there are going to be tougher teams than Thirst Trap, obviously so, right? They lost to Wildcard Aces, right? You're looking at it saying, oh, how can you beat a team that beat them when this playstyle obviously failed? And I guess maybe the stories to be don't go to Clubhouse with them, right? Like, that could be the idea, because this map obviously was showing a lot of problems for you, and you may want to stick to some of the other maps like Chalet that you're exceptionally good on, and we've seen so many times from that team.
I will say a big thing for Thirst Trap was a lot of their counterplay, especially on defense. When a round didn't go their way, or when they let a gap slip, they immediately closed the gap in the very next round. You think about the basement defenses that they didn't lose whatsoever, but obviously Moto posed a huge issue for them in that one round. They completely, what did they do in the very next round? They had a mirror window for bottom secret so that Panda couldn't get walked up on, and Panda has her full focus on Moto. Nobody can walk in. They clearly recognize their issues. They immediately fixed them. And that's not only something that they showed last week when they played their defenses against Wildcard Queens. They also showed that in the very first or in the very second play day against Akave Black when they played this exact same map. So clearly there is some big brain thinking in the Thirst Trap camp that's going to propel them to success, and or at least I hope it propels them to success come the end of the season.
Yeah, that end of the season, it's starting to stick ever closer, right? We're trekking through Project Harmony right now here at Shaka, and unfortunately, with trekking through it, we'll have to trek through out of this one and into the next. We're going to take a break before then, so don't go anywhere. When we return, more Project Harmony action, and hopefully another banger of a matchup to send this one through. Welcome back, everybody, to Project Harmony. We're back with more action in the Women's League, devising, well, hopefully a way to have this last game be just as good as this last one we just had, because what an ending of a show that was for Thirst Trap. And now we've got the bottom of the bracket team of Akave Esports, 0 points to their name, hoping to find their first against Cinta Negra Girls, who I'll be referring to as CNG because it's a very long team name for the rest of this. They have 1 point. They have an overtime loss against them. But still, this is going to come away with one of these teams getting a victory, so points will be added on to somebody at the end of this.
Yep, Cinta Negra Girls, just like Akave Black, don't really have a win to their name, but the difference is that they do have a point, so there is something to look forward to. Obviously, one of them will have to walk away with the win. That's just the way that Siege works. That's just the way these leagues work, and we can confirm it for you with the standings just in front of your face. So the Negra Girls are obviously on 1 point, like you said, Scott. The round differential for both of these teams aren't really that good. -15 for Akave Black and -9 for Cinta Negra Girls.
I mean, their best week for CNG came in the first week, right? Play day 1 against Thirst Trap. Of all teams, against Thirst Trap, who we just saw come out with a victory against what was the #1 team at the time.
Yeah.
That's impressive, right, to say the least. So obviously, statistically, they should be the favorite, but also Silly Slinky statistically should have been the favorite. So stats may not matter whatsoever here for Project Harmony. Where the points don't matter, the stats don't matter, and all the work Nat and Dap do behind the scenes means nothing. The actual standing of these players, because at any point they could show up and just change the league and change the standings at whim and at mercy, and that's the best way to have it. Honestly, these two teams aren't statistically that different, bar the fact that there are way more kills for CNG, almost double. No, in fact, it is double the kill total of this Akave Esports side.
Yeah, still though the KDs are negative, like really, really negative for both teams. It's not really been the best of seasons. There's also not really that many deaths for Akave Black, because most likely because they played much less rounds than the Cinta Negra girls. More plants for Cinta Negra girls as well. The cost is going to be just like slightly better though, because the plants are better and also the KD is better. Overall, the impact that Cinta Negra girls have on a round-to-round basis, much better than the Akave Blacks according to the statistics. And statistics don't usually lie, but as you alluded to before, sometimes they can lie. And both teams haven't really had the best of the seasons. That's what the statistics have been telling us.
Well, we got our standout player for CNG, and that's going to be Cassette. 3 games with 24 kills, break even KD, but you know, when your team statistically, 5 players have to tally up to 112 kills, getting 24 of those is pretty darn effective. APR is a little bit below 1.0, which is to be expected when you've got a -9 round differential anyways, and you haven't managed to take a victory. The KPR and things like that aren't going to be as impressive as, say, a team you're looking at like Girls on Fire, who are now in first, Silly Slinkys, or even Thirst Trap, who is sitting there as well. But still, a very important player on the roster for the CNG team, and someone we're going to have to keep our eye out for here as well, especially when they mark their favorite operator as Dokkaebi, and there's just no way Dokkaebi gets let through on these maps, especially with what I think this map is going to be. I can't imagine that Dokkaebi gets let through, but if they do, Cosette's going to be quite happy when it comes down to it. We'll take a look over at Akave Esports, player of interest to take a look off towards, and that player will be Negra, who is 16 and 21. KPR is actually slightly higher of all things, even though the total kills and deaths is a little bit lower than we saw for Cassette. 0.80 and a 59% cost. Still another player we'll have to keep our eye out for. They'll be picking up as their favorite operator will be Nomad, and hopefully we see that come through, because the Nomad is exceptionally strong on the map we're heading towards, which you'll see just after we check out the MVP of last week between these two teams.
Yep, Nomad's a pretty good flank op, and so is Dokkaebi as well. I wouldn't say flank op, but flank watch operator for Nomad. Good roam clear as well for Dokkaebi. Can shut off the cameras for about like 15 seconds too, which is exceptionally powerful. Nobody really talks about that a lot. And the MVP for the Cinta Negra girls is Lily Valky. KDR 5 and 8, 0.56. I believe that game came from their 7-4 loss against Meep on Saturday. It was on Oregon. And also, funnily enough, they also played Admin Abuse, also on Oregon, where they lost 7-2. And against Meep, they lost 7-4. So really, last Saturday wasn't the best day. If you're a Cinta Negra girls fan, if you're a fan of either Admin Abuse or Meep, Meep also won today against the Wildcard Queens. Interestingly enough, then you're happy with those results. But Cinta Negra girls, obviously, you've had a rough season, and losing 2 games in one day is surely like mental breaking. That's actually like really heartbreaking to think about. Just imagine you're playing comp on the Saturday, you're playing 2 games, you're like, oh, yippee, I get to play Siege, and then you lose both of those games. Yippee, I get to play Siege.
It's actually a pretty interesting set of games today. I mean, Meep had to take the Wildcard Queens, who obviously were sitting in 6th for the league. They had to take them to OT. They managed to come away with a victory, which obviously Silly Slinkys weren't able to do so. But the 1 ranked higher Thirst Trap at the time, or actually I think it was 1 lower at the time for Thirst Trap. But then Girls on Fire did take down Admin Abuse quite well. It's been a good day of Siege, let's say, for Project Harmony, but it has to end well, and that's what we're seeing. Hopefully, as the pick does come through, Skyscraper Cafe, Skyscraper again, because apparently it's this time Skyscraper we see twice instead of Bank, Chalet, Consulate, Clubhouse, Oregon Bank, and then Border will be our pick, with CNG starting off on the defense. Border is a great map to see that Nomad come forward. We saw that be the favorite pick, the side there of Akave Esports for their player of interest. I don't know how CNG are going to play this. Is with the veto phase coming through for the operators, I have to imagine Dokkaebi is going to be one of these first 2. But if they're let through, which may or may not be true, it could be with Osa actually being the first ban, which does make sense for this map, especially when you consider the second floor objectives.
Yeah. Also makes sense that Cinta Negra girls don't start off banning Dokkaebi, because that's an operator that has helped them out a lot, even despite them not really having a win so far this season. But Akave Esports might just handicap them here. You have your choices between Flores, Dokkaebi. Speak of the devil, it's going to be Flores instead. So Dokkaebi is going to be let up for the Cinta Negra girls, and specifically Cassette.
Got this.
And that's interesting. I think Flores is a very good operator to ban, but over a Dokkaebi or Ying, or Grim or Capital, yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Name every operator. Is Flores really worth banning over nearly anybody else on this attacking side? Dokkaebi would a smart choice. Dokkaebi does get let through occasionally on this map, so it's not the craziest thing in the world, but it still is when you consider they went for a Flores instead, and they know that Dokkaebi is going to be a high pick if they've done any VOD thing, which every game is live here at twitch.tv/project_harmony, right? They should have seen what gets played, what's one of their heavy things, and if your favorite operator you pick up is going to be Dokkaebi, you're likely going to be playing Dokkaebi, and that's something maybe you want to key in on, to give yourself a little bit of an edge to try to get yourself a victory. But first round, we'll go over to the Armory lockers and archive sites. The two defending operators that do get removed from the equation will be Kaid and Valkyrie. Kaid won. It's okay. It's whatever. I don't think hatches are really that big of an issue. And I don't think denial is that big of an issue. But the Valkyrie is a good ban, just considering how annoying those black eye cameras are across the entirety of this map.
Yeah. Going back to Kaid, like,
Defenders, protect your bombs.
you can just, like, especially on border, like, denial isn't really, like, that big of a thing on border, because usually what you're doing for most of your setup, what you have to do for most of your setup, is open up some of these exterior walls, put pressure onto the initial entry points, or the attack, which is going to be Akave Esports starting out on that attack. And if you are going to play heavy denial, you can play into the bandit, but I think because of the amount of concrete or soft flooring that exists on border, bandit can be a big issue. Not for that armor wall, because there's a concrete there instead. But it's going to be a second floor site choice for Cinta and Negra. It seems like they are extending just a little bit towards this east side. There hasn't been much interaction with the CCTV area, and obviously no zombie in this round to help make that CCTV area be more of a power position.
Round one officially gets underway, and the cams have obviously been set up from Akave Esports, keeping an eye on that elbow staircase. We give you a sneak peek off towards Central Hall as well, because that second floor hall is a bit too important for defending teams to use as a pivot point on the defense to rotate in and out of areas. Abby does have a sight line of a player sitting inside that corner, and I'm not sure necessarily why you're holding so open. You've left that open. It's kind of makes sense, but I don't know why you would try to swing that. If it works out, though, it works out, and CNG will have to make use of it and then have to reinforce it afterwards if they have any remaining, and that they do, maybe hoping to have that come in afterwards. They have left that corner open. They've left that space. The Legion's now been spotted inside Central Hall, and Akave Esports are quickly trying to figure out what the safest route into this map may be, and I don't think they've necessarily found any of it just yet. They're a minute in and still working with the cams and whatnot they have in play.
To be very honest, I would say this was going to be like more of a passive hold here from Cinta and Negra. They're playing more closely to sight, but they also have a ringer down below. That is Demon Lee to get the first kill onto Arex, removing the buck and removing any soft breach potential that could happen down below. And now that they're retreating back to site, they're going to have to depend on the Legion to sit here and cover their flank up the stairs. And if they just swing here, they could probably get this free kill, but no. That's not going to happen. Authentic gets one for free. That's an immediate frag back for Akave Esports after losing that opening kill onto the buck.
Good trades across the board. We'll have to send out a Kumine as Selma's do quick work with the mirror window that was initially there. Not going to matter too much past that. Sorry, not a mirror window is initially there. Just looks like one because of the breach from the Selma. Cinta will eventually get the frag necessary to put Akave Esports up and above the competition, trying to elevate them a little bit further. Sightline still being held, and Kumine into the ankles of one. They'll have to stop for just a moment to try to get that. Can you get away from the space? No, you can't. Down goes Maria. It's Nay off in the corner, working from that break side. Now has control of main hall. You can use this, just look through armory door, in through beepers, and try to get this cutoff between these two sides to ensure that there's only one player left they'll need to deal with. It's Danex on the far side, inside archives. With these track singers starting to expand and extend, Abby knows where Venex is going to be. It's in this corner. They just need to make sure Jackie doesn't have a sightline to fire back from, which may force your main hall player to extend first and foremost. Timing will have to be perfect. You'll extend through. Roll out, please! Where is the information? Off towards Authentic. It doesn't matter. Jackie's still standing. MP good for 2. And it's a 1v1 now in the final 10 seconds. Your main hall player setting off beepers. They know where you are. Can they turn? Jackie, what are you doing? It's Nay for the final blood.
Heard them pass through beepers. Had to kind of like struggle between the beepers and also the small office window where you can just vault in. Even though you hear the beepers, that's not to say for sure that that's where they're exactly going to cross, because again, they could just jump in through the small office window. a very chaotic round to start off this first match between Akave Esports and the Cinta Negra Girls after the overtime win that Thirst Trap had not that long ago. So, you know what? To answer your question, Scott, this might just be as exciting as the last game if that round is anything to go by.
You would worry if this is a game with Akave Esports, you know, the 8th standing team against now Girls on Fire, right? You'd be concerned. A number 1 against a number 8, right? Difference is so high. It's a positive 8 round differential versus a positive negative 15 round differential. Or I guess now negative 14 round differential. You'd be concerned about how that scoreline would go. But since these are two teams that are pretty much evenly matched, right? You're going to be looking at this and saying, hey, this should be a close game, and it's going to be highly impactful. Every round is going to count, and we need it to do so if it's going to match up to the fervor we saw end at the end of Game 3 of the day, with silly Slinkys facing off against that Thirst Trap roster, with Thirst Trap somehow coming away with the victory. But Akave Esports know what they have to do. It's get their kills, it's win their ones, and they close out that first round to make sure they get the lead early as CNG start to set up their position, start to set up security for a player to lie within it, and they'll use the Aruni to break down the hatch as well. We see a lot of Azamis typically standing there, using those Kiva barricades to set up, but that's noticeably absent for CNG on this defense, despite the fact that Azami was in fact left up on the defense to be played. They opt not to bring the Kiva barricades.
Seems like they do still have a focus towards the CCTV side. Like you mentioned, you have a castle barricade on a single window, security room that's been droned out, and that's going to have to be dealt with from Akave Esports, where you have a Gon 6, where you have these hard to reach charges that's being used by Nate on the break room door. It's something that you have to deal with. If you can get rid of that utility early, you can open up a lot of pathways inside of site. You just have to be careful of these long lines of sight that Akave Esports have created from inside of Armory, and also one player who just rotated back into that security room in Demon League.
Do it. Shoot him. Tap him. Do it. Waste it.
Doesn't do it.
It does nothing, but it would be really interesting.
Yeah.
It'd be like, heck. Also, it's just slightly too far, so they can't do anything surrogate either. Can't see anything. But the live pings, the Z pings, is exactly what you're asking for, right? It's like having a Monty there, constantly pipping. Unfortunately, I don't know if Abby was aware of the fact that you can, in fact, stand on a desk here and peek up just over the top of this ridge. And now with that Wamai pancake placed there, do they think it's the top of the head and they shoot that instead? It may look like it from the opposite side. I wish we could get another angle of that on the other side where we just saw Abby go down. You know, too little too late, not a big concern. 5 versus 4, that player disadvantage for Akave Esports. They need to clamor it back, and unfortunately, Lindsay, with that Mark 14, the Devastator in the hands of Yoruni, it's not going to pan out for you as Toxic sees the sight line, but just can't do it. And yeah, there's the pancake. It kind of looks like a head, but there's a flashing LED on it. It's not the same. Down goes Demon Lee. Nay has to get the flank. It works out through security.
One thing that I like about this round from Cinta Negra Girls is that they're just not being as aggressive. They're waiting for Akave Esports to kind of make mistakes themselves. In that sense, Abby made a mistake in not predicting the head height angle that exists on top of that desk, on the top of that wall. And so now you only have 50 seconds left. You have security room, but you don't really have a lot of ways inside of the site. Cinta Negra Girls are being very disciplined. They're waiting for you to walk to certain angles to challenge them. And a drone just makes Lindsay panic just a little bit. Nate confirms that kill quite easily, and now it's a 3v3.
Even up the count, makes things a lot more manageable on the attacking side, but you still don't have the space to swing forward because a flank from down below. Maria with the UMP watches through that hatch inside of security break. Now Toxic has their work cut out for them on the step forward. Do they have utility to clear out the surrogate? I don't think they do. And any player that may have AK Authentic is now removed from Maria, just the same as we saw from Abby inside security. 5 seconds left, red time ticking, an impossible scenario ahead of them, and Toxic says, hey, maybe my KD is slightly more important than the round result ending a little bit sooner. They'll hold on and just say, hey, that gives us 6 more seconds to talk about this through with the rest of the team for the next round.
Much different round there from Cinta Negra Girls. They were a lot more disciplined compared to the last one, but I also think that Akave Esports were just a little bit too stalled out. Like, they got security control, they got East control, they also got like a little bit of office too, but like they seemed to spread themselves out too thin. They didn't really focus on a single execute, and Cinta Negra Girls were just very much poised and calm in their power positions just because Akave Esports simply didn't work them out of those positions. So, you know, 1 for 1 so far on that site. You lose it, you immediately go back to it, and you win it almost off rip very convincingly as well. Now you get to go to Bathroom and Tellers. An interesting site to go to. It's a really good site, especially for the defenders.
30 seconds left. The round officially gets started as you see CNG starting to prep up the defensive woodworks. The Fenrir, which is another thing that's usually left banned on most maps defensively, is being allowed to be played. And I don't know if I'm seeing a whole lot of it just yet from Jackie, but if there was an objective where I think it would be very important or very possible for it to be highly effective, it would probably be this objective here. Mirror window as well gives them sight lanes maybe off towards elbow staircase. They have full control over bathroom and workshop. You could possibly put some of those Fenrir dreadnought mines off over here, and then you're just going to extend up to that second floor and play for the fallback, back down to site, back down into main, back down in through bathroom as well. This is just such an easy objective for most defending teams to lock down, but they're not up onto the second floor yet. It looks like they're still clambering around on this first, hunting for places to effectively use utility, places for where they could possibly sit statically. And if Akave Esports had any sort of speed or had already placed their drones and had information actively being relayed off of those, you could realize that and had at least half of this no man's land up on the second floor under control already. That's where you bring out the zero. That's where you bring out all that extra, little bits of information gathering utility to help you out in the final bits. So we do see Akave Esports just doing what they have to do, sending out the drones, making sure their information is key. And nay, I have not seen a single round where they have missed this cam up above, making sure nobody is inside of Fountain, nobody's inside of Office.
Seems like the coast is clear for now as well. We do have two explosives to worry about. From the Cinta Negra girls, 2 nitro cells. 1 measly impact that's not going to be the biggest issue. The story is it goes to nitro cells that can either be placed inside of bathroom, inside of tellers, or even inside of workshop if somebody just kind of place themselves there. But they're not really placed there. They're mainly placed inside of site. Full map control given in favor of Akave Esports. You can work the vertical. You can get the hatches open. You can also just die as well with the flank up the east stairs. Abby, the flank watch, the grid lock dead. Flank immediately dealt with Akave Esports. The top 4 still in their favor.
Even player counts in Akave Esports will kind of lapse away from the success they've had. Don't have the flank watch, and while CNG are kind of stuck down to the first floor, it doesn't mean that Lindsay or Demonly doesn't have the chance to wrap up through central staircase. Kind of far away. They'd have to be pretty loud about breaking those track singers that are on the staircase. At least you get those out before you go down. The important process there, especially when you know that the flank watch is theoretically the most important thing for you right now. 55 seconds remaining, and time is going to start running out here soon. As Akave Esports, they have been one of the best droning teams we've seen so far here in Project Harmony. They feel a little bit slow to actively utilize that information, or maybe don't utilize it effectively as they necessarily could have. As diffuser will be collected, bathroom is being watched from nearly every angle possible. Firebolt being sit down in through the breach off towards that teller side. And maybe they're hoping for a smoke canister as well to be sent. You have that available. No. They're going to hold off and wait even longer here, Chakra, before going for it. There's the second.
Yeah, I was hoping they just drop after that firebolt was sent in to rotate. Now they do that. Plant is going to go down. And is there any denial here from Cinta Girls? Nope. It was being prepped from Venix, and she decides not to repair.
Activating diffuser.
He goes down. 30 seconds left. His nitro cells don't go nearly far enough thanks to the small tiled wall inside bathroom. Authentic's taking damage through the drone hole, through the feed holes. It won't matter. Eric's from up above. Secures Lindsay, Vanix, and Demonly, who's down. The only one's theoretically remaining, but Vanix gets removed, and unfortunately that reveals the ugly truth that they had actually TK'd Demonly to get them in a DB node state. And CNG will unfortunately give up that third round and hand over to Akave Esports, where you have to question, do you go back on over to that side as it is quite good, or do you play for Workshop instead? And they say, Workshop, we didn't like them swinging bathroom. We didn't like them taking control of that hatch in that space. We had no way to deny it. We'll go elsewhere, where we kind of extended and had good control over in the first place.
Yeah, hopefully there's more focus up on the top floor. If you notice anything about that last round, there was really nothing on the top floor from Cinta Negra Girls apart from a flank that was immediately dealt with after Maria got the very first kill. This round, vertical matters just as much as it matters for bathroom tellers. So a hell of a lot. You have to keep hold of that vertical. You can't really be too passive in your map control, especially not on border. Every site you need to be extending. Every site you need to be holding above you, below you. around you, because if you just let the attackers have full map control, you give them time to set up, you kind of limit your options on your movements around the site because of the ample amount of vertical play that can work against you, and especially for Ventilation Workshop. Vertical is super duper important. If you give this up, then you have no form of plant denial. You also have nowhere to play on safe on site, and you just kind of have to play retake, which is very difficult for Ventilation Workshop.
With the quick and easy access Akave Esports will have in through main door, through main entrance. The question how much effort they put in through on this clearance of the second floor, because if CNG are spread out quite thin, it can be taken advantage of just as quickly. Nay, once again, oh, that one's a little unlucky. Yeah, you got one more. Sit it out there. Nay, once again, not missing a single round when it comes to using these cameras to make sure they were able. Honestly, if it works out for Akave Esports, good for you. You don't actually see Zero being used that often. And when you do, sometimes you like to see it come up really effectively. And for a map like Border, probably the best, or if not one of the best maps for it. Information is key, especially when it's so darn difficult to get control over in towards office without having a drone be removed, and you're going to need those drones in the final few moments, because Akave Esports have proven they love to keep these drones secure. They love to keep these drones at cutoff angles to make sure that they have something in front of their entry and something behind the team to watch when somebody dies.
There's one thing I haven't complimented enough is the drone game. To be fair, if I don't say anything bad about it, it's probably really decent.
Good. Yeah, it's probably
good.
It's either okay or really good.
Yeah, and for Akave Esports, it has been really good. It's helped them aid themselves in the entries. It's helped them take map control. The drones even push defenders back because they just feel so pressured by the amount of drones that come up against them. Yes. And the information aids them there. Really good drone work helps them isolate Lindsay, who rotates right into the raiding arms of Authentic, who's waiting inside of archives. That's great for Akave Esports. That gives them that second floor control. Oh, but they just lost their soft breach.
Find yourself from below. Very well tossed as well, though. You've just seen an EDD from Venix go, just destroyed, but you don't need that. You got another utility in the back pocket to do the dirty work as well. That's two players now down, though, for Akave Esports, and another Nitro Soul that went out and hit Authentic. Didn't finish the job this time, but still enough damage to be influential for the next firefight they have to entry in towards. Makes the job of the rest of the CNG team a whole lot easier. You can see the hatches continuously being breached. Ava's going to place a cluster charge and their final cluster charge down below to try to continue to clear out that site. Workshop is so dangerous to extend in towards. Sometimes you just have to forego it and say ventilation may be the right idea. But I don't think that's going to be the case. You've let somebody waddle their way up through main hallway, and Demonly will not miss the chance for a frag. This one, though, just barely not enough, but they got damage off. And CNG don't need much more. Secure past that with both players barely adding up to 100 total HP between the two of them. And now with only 10 seconds left, they have to drop in through Archive's hatch. They have to take these kills. And Authentic somehow wins their one. Jackie goes down. Vanex has an angle. Gets removed by Abby. Plant's been secured. And it's just Maria left standing. And this SMG-11, it sends so many bullets downrange. But at that distance, they have to close the gap to make this easier. And the rifle from Abby, too much at range. What a recovery from Akave, and a much-needed timeout rightfully called for CNG.
Thought the round was basically over once they lost their only form of soft breach. The fuse creating a lot of trouble, yes, but it doesn't really create like a lot of vertical angles there from Akave Esports. I think the one thing in that round that was like really, really good for them was even in the man disadvantage or the women disadvantage, whatever you want to call it, they did a very good job in shutting down any flanks that come up on the top floor from Cinta Negra Girls, who I commended them for their discipline when they played on second floor. That round, I can't really blame them for kind of like going out of their way to try to flank upstairs, just because it's worked one time and it might work again if they can fully, and if they can fully retake the top floor, that's all well and good, because then you have vertical angles working against you, and Akave Esports have no way to plant or get the diffuser down. So that's not really a bad round being played from Cinta Negra Girls. I think it's just even better from Akave Esports, the way they played it out.
Yeah, I think Akave Esports is doing everything right? So many things could go wrong theoretically, and some of them are, obviously, because we're seeing CNG wrap around very well. We're seeing them extend fairly successfully, and we're seeing their roam game when they know they're starting kind of stalling and they're just barely keeping Akave back. They realize that they can't sit back on their haunches. They can start to get aggressive themselves and start to hunt for something, but maybe we should see CNG go for that one and done deal instead of trying to extend for a second like we saw up through the staircase. If you know you're going to play up for that, if you know that Demon Lee is going to try to go for the kill, let them get their one and then fall back. You've got the player advantage. You've done your dirty work. Sometimes that's all that's required of you before falling back. Imagine how much more useful that P90 would have been in that 2v3, which could have been a 2v4 drop for Akave Esports. Sorry, yeah, 2v4 drop for Akave Esports in favor for CNG, obviously. Chances are they would not have been able to make the recovery in that round, and it could have been a successful result for CNG to tie the game up 2-2 instead. What ifs? But, and you know, if Marvel can do it, why can't
I'll say though, Mirror is a new one. They brought the Azami this round, something that we've talked about a couple of times, especially for the second floor site, when it's in a context of extending towards the security room and a break room. Really important that you have an Azami. Even if you don't have a plan for Azami on border, you should probably have her in your lineup no matter what because of how good she is on this map. Mirror is also really, really good at holding Fountain, at holding Sight, and even just challenging the entry towards that armory balcony.
Or drone for Akave Esports. They've sent that up there nearly every round. They got on a cam on a cam, hat on a frog and on a log in the middle of the ocean, whatever the heck the saying is. Akave Esports have been very good about making sure that stays there. I think CNG finally realized that that's a pretty big position for them to try to deny. We do, in fact, see nobody inside security, inside cover, holding that. Maria is in break, but that's pretty far back in comparison to where you would normally expect a player to be sitting, especially when you have the Azami of Lindsay with Kiva barricades and impacts that they could use to break that hatch and drop back down to the first floor. It's shocking for CNG, but what's also shocking is the willingness for Demon Lee, who had already been the extending player for CNG in the last round, does so again, but this time outside, where they're spotted and still get a kill. But all that success is unwritten once you get a frag back in favor for Akave Esports, and the Kiba barricades are no more in the hands of CNG.
Akave Esports are just leading more picks. They're trying to interact with this office side. They're very successful in getting that pick towards office. You also have CC control. That locks a lot of movement for Cinta Negra girls on this defense, and they can't really rotate through that area anymore because of the fact that that control is now in favor of Akave Esports. It's just about pinpointing where this execution is going to be for Akave, and they just keep finding even more picks. Let's rotate from Abby towards the metal side, and they've also dealt with the mirror window too.
He's in a very tight spot. Still with that player advantage. It's going to be a pretty aggressive swing you have to make, nearly blind. One player inside Fountain. Do they see them first? The legs are there, but that's not where the eyes are held. Vanix gets the upper hand, but Maria off on the flank inside a sight gets caught off guard. Now puts you out of man disadvantage again, and it's the flank again from Abby. Secure themselves a victory, and Akave Esports are pretty much suffocating the defensive positions of CNG. It feels very much like a python constricting upon these objectives. And it feels like you should see CNG get so well because they like to extend, they like to be further out. But those shortcomings force them back way too soon. And Akave Esports have already controlled no man's land and already applied the pressure towards sight. It's too little too late at that point.
That's what I've been seeing from Akave Esports the whole entire game. To be fair to them, like the way that they're playing today, and it's me just sorry, my God, I just almost like choked. That would have been awful. The one thing that we've seen from Akave Esports so far is just like good organization within their attacks and a good understanding of what each player should be doing. Their droning has been excellent. This does not look like a team. I'll be honest with you. This does not look like a team that should be in the bottom of the table because their organization in this game has been excellent. And
attackers located a bomb.
Like I believe I literally saw Akave Black play on the first day. Against, I believe it was Admin Abuse where they played on this, or no, Girls on Fire where they played on this exact map and they literally got like slammed on it. And they didn't look good at all, especially on their defenses where they seemed like a little bit passive. Today is a completely different story where we're seeing a completely different Akave Black team. Yes, it's border attack, but you still have to win them and you have to do them quite convincingly. Akave Esports, every time there is something being done from Cinta Negra Girls, it's always being answered by them in a very calculated way.
I think you phrased it very well. It's different to just win a round, and it's different to win a round convincingly. And Akave Esports have done so on the ladder nearly every time. even when they had to make a 2v3 comeback on a drop when both players are down about 35 to 50 HP ranging values, they somehow come out away with it where it didn't feel like they had lost control at any point whatsoever. And here's that information from Nate, who not only has been key to the information game for Akave Esports, but also to the fact that they're getting frags 6 and 3 at this point. They know this Legion is back there as the live ping going through. Is it enough though when the camera will be cleared as well, making Eritz's job so much more difficult? Making this a role where do they know they're still back there? Do they have to send another cam? I think they have to. The rotate hole should have been acknowledged, and Lindsay is most definitely gone from that position, but it's just time that's being wasted in Akave Esports for probably a good 20 seconds now, if not 30 to 40, depending on how much longer they take here of being wasted because they have no clue about the positions for CNG, which is odd considering how good their drone game usually is.
Also, if they made that impact hole before that even happened, which I'm pretty sure Lindsay did, you should probably see that on the camera that spotted them in the first place, and this shouldn't be happening neither, since Negra girls being aggressive and doing it unexpectedly. Something that Akave Esports aren't very used to in this game. Now they find that very first pick, and they also have customs control, and they also just kill another player that's authentic dead, that's the fuse dead. Akave Esports, a 5v2 in favor of Cinta Negra girls.
This is not the Akave Esports I've grown to love over the last 5 rounds. That's way too one-dimensional. It's a flat play. Yeah, you still have 2 players against 4 remaining for CNG. That's still doable. We've seen Akave Esports come back from nearly just as bad. But you're asking so much of this player here when the whole team hasn't staged themselves respectively or appropriately for the situation at hand. 4 players extending on that custom side is a ridiculous stat. There's no reason why it should be so flat for Akave Esports, and especially when they've played a strategy against this site and won it previously. Why would they stray from it so far in such a wrong direction that's not similar at all to any of the other attacking rounds they've had up to that point? It gives CNG their second round win. They're happy to close off that first half of the 4-2 split, with Border being somewhat attacker favored, obviously in the case for Akave Esports. That's a manageable recovery for CNG ahead of them.
Yeah. Very odd round, a very odd attack, especially with the lineup that Akave Esports had. Now they have to go onto this defense, not really favored on Border. And the last time that Akave Esports started on the defense for Border specifically, or not started, when they played the defense, they played it against Girls on Fire. To be fair, they did pretty good on their attacks, 3-3 attacking half. Then when they switched to Border, they switched to defense, they had no defensive wins whatsoever. It was a 4-0 split once Girls on Fire went on their attacking half, where they won the game 7-3 after Akave Black got 3 attacking wins on their own attacking split. So, yeah. And the main issue that I saw with those defenses from Akave Esports, or from Akave Black, was that I felt like their defenses were like very, very passive. They gave up a lot of map control really, really easily. Cinta Negra, or not Cinta Negra Girls on Fire, were able to just get map control, set up the way that they wanted to, and win attacking rounds pretty convincingly. This time it seems like they aren't going to be as passive, but at the same time they have a castle for the security side, and also a castle on the double door in the main hallway, just to not have their rotations be cut off between that hallway and office.
Breakdown for CNG when it comes to attacking this round. The Esports do have a player extending out ever so slightly in towards security. And you can see Maria trying to use this Twitch drone to see if they can maybe get the mute jammer that's placed there, but unfortunately the position isn't perfect, but neither is the mute jammer placement for the entire wall. They left the soft part up with no ability to deny the possibility of that Twitch drone, and Maria gets a whole lot of value out of that one little drone, and now can send the next one off into, well, literally anywhere else but here, and remove the cams, remove any other util that's free for the spacing, and they get away with that as well. Did it survive? I think it did. Bimmer is still on the drone, so it still is absolutely there. Akave Esports defensively have given up quite a lot of possible information, some really important utility when it comes to that double wall, even though one of them is only reinforced. Armory is going to be a whole lot harder, as there's the always present concern that there will be a breach in through there. As Lindsay's down on the first floor for CNG, spotted is the player of Abby, but Abby comes away with the kill instead. You've lost Eritz in this equation for the hands of Jackie, but Abby holds strong. A second frag onto Vanex, and the window needs to be held as well, because CNG have 2 more players on that outer balcony, and Demonly is hunting for it. You've got to fall back, and Abby knows that. They're playing smart, they're playing safe, but Maria's got the cutoff from stairs.
Kills ringing out for Akave Esports. The recovery from her teammates after they lose that security control after she held it for so long for Akave Esports, and that's what's been like a really good thing for them as well. Akave Esports, their recovery whenever they lose a pick or really important picks or important control, they're able to just like bounce back really, really quickly. They lose CCTV control. You have the castle inside the main hallway to recover that for you to be able to watch the rotates. And I'll be honest though, for Cinta Negra Ghost, they had a lot of issues in not only gaining space but also dealing with the setup around that main hallway via the castle barricades for Akave Black.
So much was successful for Akave Black. I think a lot of it comes off the fact that they aren't playing that position in end all be all way to die. And they have 2 players on cover. I think that's the more impressive thing defensively. If you're going to sit up there, have the ability to fall back, and not only have the ability to fall back, but have a player there to help you fall back. It's a team game. It's a strategy game involving 4 other players around you, and you all have to work in tandem to find success. And Akave Esports defending just looks really clean. And I think CNG kind of fell apart early into it, as we're looking at a very possible rehost scenario, but unfortunately, Akave Esports haven't called for it. It could. It's before prep phase ends. It was actually before operator phase pick ended, and now they're looking where as long as no damage is done for the first 15 seconds, I think is the rule as well. You can also call it, but still nothing being called. If they can pull off a 4v5, they could win this game. That's impressive.
I respect it. I'm not calling for a timeout. Kind of just like
don't stop the momentum.
Tech pauses also just like take a long time. So there goes that. You don't want to take too much time, especially with Siege and how rejoining a lobby works. Let's take getting really quick control though of customs, reaching in through jail. But okay, what can she do with that? Realistically?
We got our very own Jackal in the game. That's not even having to be played Jackal. Vanex looking for the feet. Straight through the drone hole. Sees a couple, but unfortunately can't make much impact off of it. That would have been a really good shot for CNG to make a 5v4 quickly into a 5v3, as eventually it will come through to success. And Authentic, you're looking with no cover on the opposing side. Jackie just swings out through security window, and down you go. 2 players now remaining for Akave Esports. They already started a player down, and it just has gotten worse. You've got to find kills, and though we see one come from Abby, they're the only one remaining and alive as Nay goes down in the Nitro. Not even close to where the plant's going. They weren't even planting in bathroom. It's a round 1 and done for CNG. Akave just couldn't really participate up to standards, up to snuff, because they were already down a player stepping into it.
It's already tough, especially on border. Like, you really just need every player up. You can't like have like a 3v5 or a 5v4 at the beginning of a game. So it's already tough from the beginning. We will get a quick pause here, wait for the player to join back from Akave Black. But for now, you're going to see our faces, and I hope that isn't like a jump scare for you, because I did just announce it. But even then, regardless, I can't really say anything about the defense for Akave Black, because they just didn't really get anything started. They were easily isolated in their positions on the top floor. Cinta Negra Girls did a very good job of teaming up with each other, constant 2v1s, ensuring that at least if somebody dies, there's somebody there for an immediate trade.
We just highlighted the success story of the security square hole, right? We just said it was really good, but Authentic's playing on top of table with no cover behind them, right? With nothing to keep the sightline elsewhere, and with nobody holding the armory wall to have an angle to keep players away from that window or even test the limits off towards that window. Yes, they're obviously lacking the player, but that player's role wouldn't have been to be there anyway. So I think we saw too much of a playstyle shift just because they were down a player. You just essentially shift the playstyle 1 over and say, hey, we're now in a 4v5. It's as if somebody just got killed. No big deal. We can still make the recovery here. A little bit better of a hold needs to be done through security. If CNG can continue to find success in security like we saw in that round, this is going to be hard-pressed to keep them out of the sight and hard-pressed to keep them off of the kill feed. In their favor, obviously, not on the right side, on the left side, because security just tends to be kind of the most important position for a lot of defending teams to kind of stack themselves up within, and it was also the most important position for Akave Esports to win the round 2 rounds prior. Can't let that happen again. But you did get some kills for Abby elsewhere. You drop in through Workshop, you had something working for yourselves. But they had also gotten into side because nobody's holding that stock side. Nobody's controlling that elbow staircase. Nobody's sitting there on an extension. Nobody's even inside of checking or security, whatever it is. Nobody off in that direction, even cold an angle from a distance. It's a weight game where you have to figure out if you're missing one player over here, you can blame it on the missing player from DCing. But if you've also got a missing player over here, where's the answer? Who should have been where? And how do you make the adjustment when you now finally have all 5 coming into the next round?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because now that Akave Black are on a defense, they at least did a little bit better winning one defensive round over winning none against Girls of Fire in their opening day on Border. Obviously, it's going to be much, much better coming into today. And it seems like they have improved compared to like not last Saturday, 2 Saturdays before when we had our first play day here for Project Harmony Season 2. So there are some good improvements here and there from Akave Black. I said it at the beginning. This doesn't look like a bottom place team, especially not on their attacks. And I feel bad that they're there because like Thirst Trap even didn't look like they should have been in the bottom 4 today when they played against like the silly Slinkies. So now it kind of begs the question, after today, especially with how the standings will look if Akave Black do get this win, what's going to be the story for the rest of the season for Project Harmony with Silly Slinkies dropping their points at the top of the table? They're no longer there. They had their first loss of the season. No, it wasn't. Yes, it wasn't in regulation. It was in OT, but still the majority of the points go to Thirst Trap. Who are our playoff teams going to be? Because everything just seems so convoluted at the moment. There's no real definitive answer for me.
Anything can happen, right? I mean, that's just how leagues work in the first place, but the point differential is kind of high between 7th and 8th place, connecting up even to, Wildcard Queens. Obviously, if this game goes to OT, that makes the differential even harder to come back from. So best case scenario for CNG is they make the recovery, they win it out, it does not go to OT, and they'll be at a tied stat line with the Wildcard Queens, and that makes it manageable to get the 1 round needed. Maybe if Thirst Trap can lose a game, not have an OT game, something along those lines to try to get them back into it. There's stages of progression, but we're almost halfway through the league now at this point, right? I think that's the case. Mm-hmm. And we're still in territory where you make your destiny. It's a big phrase in college football in America. It's like you determine your destiny, you control your destiny. But we're 2 more weeks from now. If you're not finding success, your destiny's in other teams' hands. And that's kind of a problem. That's not where you want to be. You need to be able to have control over yourself. And if you let it get too out of hand early by taking, 2, 3, 4 losses by week 4, it starts to feel a little bit more like something crazy has to go wrong with literally everybody else before you have a chance back in the playoffs. But we've had crazier things happen in Harmony. We had crazy things happen in Ares before that. Anything can happen in R6 and esports in general. And I'm really excited to see if Akave Esports, who you said it best, they do not look like a team that has lost every single game.
No, I'm so
They're playing very well on Border. I am very impressed with this roster right now. I definitely think they have a chance. They just need to absolutely tear through everybody they have ahead of them right now, because 0 points at this point in the league, they've got to start getting some fast if they want to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, and it really, realistically, today they just need a regulation win. They're already 5-3 up. You need to get on match point in this upcoming round. Taylor's Bathroom is a pretty strong site for the defenders. Just need to have more protection around each other compared to the last round, because you're right, it wasn't down to the missing players. It's just down to players being easily isolated, and it wasn't just the passivity that Akave Black had an issue with last time they played this map. It was also just players just kind of being by themselves and being easily found out by Girls on the Fire, whereas in the attack, they're consistently with each other. So I wonder what the discrepancy is compared to their attack and defense. But, just adjust this. That's really all you can do in Siege, and it sounds easier said than done, but that's literally just what you have to do in this game, because a full 3 points for you at the bottom of the table, if you still want to make playoffs, which I'm hoping Akave Black do want to do,
why not?
You have to get a regulation win here tonight.
I'm sure every team stepping into this wants to make it to playoffs. They don't want their run here in Project Harmony to end so soon. They want to have their chance for the limelight for as long as possible. We'll be first to say that last season wasn't as competitive as it necessarily could have been. We're really happy to see this season be super split to the top teams and have so much really solid competition, where it does feel like, especially with the way Akave Esports are playing right now, where it feels like any team could step up and beat any team. We saw that in Game 3, saw a close one in Game 1. We're seeing a pretty darn good matchup from Akave Esports right now, even though CNG are playing well as well, but Akave are stepping above the rest. The player is in a goo mine. I think we'll have to take that out before they step too far into open space. Maria, though, opens up for the first blood, and down goes Eretz. No more goo mines to be tossed out or thrown, and we'll have to rely on the ones that are still already out there. But it's a man disadvantage, or player disadvantage, I should say, for Akave Esports that shouldn't have been accessed so soon. The fallback plan will have to be called, and 90 seconds left, and you're already having to fall back to the first floor. Could be a bit soon, but it's sacrifices you have to make.
You only have 2 natural cells as well to grow up at this attack to completely throw them off. You do find a kill onto Maria. I'm not too sure where that happened at. Full top floor is in favor of Cinta and Negra, and they can use that to turn that into horizontal pressure. The fuse charges forcing these defenders, making them very unsettled, and they're having to rush their way out of power positions that they wanted to play in the first place.
Down goes one, Jackie and Vanex. This is a tying game now for Akave Esports. They finding their 3rd kill of the round, almost by their lonesome. They're 12 and 15 right now, Chaka. 50 seconds left. Make it a 13, why not? The Mossberg in hand. Goofy little moving charm aside, they are ready to bury in anybody that steps through this door. But you've got the top gunner for the side of CNG, the 2nd best gunner in this game right now, ahead of you. The Mark 14, one of the most dangerous weapons of all time in R6. Do they see him? They aim high. And Nay lays low for the floorboards. Can't spot the toes this time as Akave Esports reach match point here on Border. As the bottom team in the league, they're looking ready to take their first win.
I don't even know what to say about that round. Like, you literally have so much working for you if you're Cinta Negra Girls. You go with the creative approach, using the fuse, not really making a lot of vertical angles or not really having a soft breach. And that's fine because they use the fuse to force players out of workshop and they run out. They kind of give up these isolated ones. They're not ready to take gunfights when they're rotating out and running out of places because they're scared to get fused inside of workshop. But then at the end of it, it's like you have a lot of this map control. You have ways to create space inside of sight, but Cinta Negra Girls don't do that. It seems like they just kind of gave up their ones to Akave Black, to Naves, who was, before that, I believe, like, what, 10, maybe 11, maybe even, like, 9 kills before this?
9.
Now she's up to 13. Like, why are we giving ones to her?
And honestly, it didn't even feel like it was trickling in for CNG, right? There was the occasional trickling effect, right? But I think the first 2 were almost immediately back-to-back. It was quick succession. It was a really good hold from Nay. The positions were held tight. CNG didn't really have a choice but to funnel into that one. They were feeling a bit of pressure to claim that space because they were so willing, so needing that control there. And I highlight it all the time is there's 3 zones of control in the game of R6. It's defender space, attacker space, and no man's land. And Border is probably the best map to describe no man's space, no man's land. You have to claim that as an attacking team. And a lot of times that comes down as your central hall, your main hall upstairs on the 2nd floor. It comes down to open square. It comes to the new balcony. It comes to everything like that where you need control over those spacing to use as a pivot point in towards sites. And if you can't get it, it takes a while to get it. You start to feel like you have to get it. It has to go into your hands, and you'll force it too quickly when there's still a split of your time and you don't have the necessary time constraints like CNG I think had in that round. So a fallback play needed to be made, and it wasn't, and now Jackie won't be involved in any plan for this round as a UMP at range actually takes them off the board, and Akave Esports are a player up in a match and series point scenario.
That's tough. At least you have ways to do with the castle barricades. You can use the hard breach charges, or more safely, so you don't get your toes shot out, you can use the Sophia impacts. Akave Esports, they find another kill, but what you really this off this wall so that nobody can play in this area C4 over the top and deny your whole rush plan coming in from the archive side. Now that they're dead, that's kind of impossible. At least you shut down a player down below, or do you? Lindsay finds a double kill, and Cinta Negra Girls just as quickly as the round looked like it was about to end in that immediate 5v3, they find 2 back and make it a 3v3.
How is Lindsay still alive? They were working their way up the stairs. They're working their way in through These dog, they are all over the place on this first floor. Finally now transitioning up to the eastern staircase through elbow. They do have a castle barricade in front of them. They will more likely not try to extend in through that office soft wall, especially the one that they've opened up more. They don't have the utility themselves to break through the castle barricades. That's why you bring Maria over with the lifeline impacts to try to do the job instead. And even 3 versus 3 as we extend into the final 60 seconds. You can feel that CNG are slowing down the game, which is the right idea. But Vanix is in no man's land. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. They are way too far into space right now with no one else from CNG capable of getting there at this point in time. There is no Nitro Cell. There is nothing else for Akave Esports that can really deal with this Montaigne. It would be a different story if it was an O-Cell, which obviously got banned down the veto phase. That's why it's not as big of a concern. But my goodness, they have to start to extend forward. And Lindsay's the player to do so. Even though they have 5 HP to their name, they take that space to control. And they even find Authentic at the other end of the barrel, which may just open this up for CNG. Lindsay's 4th of the round. Is it an ace potential? Aritz is trapped inside of Armory, inside desk. Has to fall back. Will rotate back the other way. If Vanix secures this, that's a guarantee round, it feels like, for the side of CNG. Is you're gonna have to get a Montaigne off of the diffuser, stop sitting on top of it. This seems like an impossible task for Aritz, as Lindsay is hunting for this kill. Will hold this corner. 30 seconds left. Is the ace going to come through? Will Aritz steal the limelights? Damage off, not enough to kill. It's gonna go through. CNG lap of luxury with an ace from Lindsay.
Crazy round from her. What I really liked in that round, though, from Cinta Negra Girls was the Monty pick. And I know you said Monty's just isolated, not really doing much of anything. And I initially agree with you for like 1 second until I realized exactly what they were doing. The Monty wasn't over aggressing. They were trying to go for picks. Huh?
Safe?
There were also no nitro cells too. But the one thing that the Monty did do was just create a lot of distraction. They kept stepping in and out of a Fenrirmon. And if you notice anything about the gunfights that the Ash was taking of Lindsay, the first one in Fountain Castle had no idea that she was pushing there at all. No clue, no sound cue, no Fenrirmons, no proximity alarms, no info. Because they were so focused on the Monty pushing in from Archives, they thought it was still an Archives execute. And technically it still was. But they didn't know when it was coming or if it was coming quite yet, and they weren't really focused on other areas around the map that the Negra Girls were pushing into.
Monty's role and responsibility there is to be a distraction.
Yeah.
And it was a concern when a Nitro still on the board, but the second your 4th player goes down,
10 seconds.
throw the Nitro Cell in the pocket. It becomes less of an issue. And it's just a matter of trying to get into that space for CNG, and they knew they had to get there. So you need to cover the Monte for the plants.
Attackers are
If you can get there off the back of Lindsay, you can get there no matter what. Next round goes forward. 4-6 still the scoreline, and CNG need to play a flawless 2 rounds to guarantee overtime here against Akave Esports, as they look still ready to send themselves through with a full 3 points and put themselves on the board once statistically for the first time here in the league. The clutch drone comes out from Maria, hacking away some of the default cams, the one over at the top of East Stairs. And Maria, very aware of the very big possibility that Nate could be extending over towards the top of East Stairs and attempting to pre-fire that to make sure, hey, this is my land. There are many like it, but this one is mine. You better fall back. And Nate respects that and says, okay, I'll get off this instead. I'll have my own little space to claim.
Yeah, Nate's up here by herself, though, and that's an issue that we highlighted a couple rounds ago. Akave Esports, they tend to just be isolated in these positions where, since Negra Girls, they can recognize this, and they could just easily converge. Lindsay's already pushed up, and they might just take this gunfight against her.
You win the gunfight. Where do you go from there?
She backed off. That's smart, though, from Nay. Now back into sight, but you give up full top floor control, and you have ample vertical for Cinta Negra Girls to work here to make the site very uncomfortable to hold for Akave play.
Down goes the first blood. CNG acquiescing in it again when you're at match point against you. The first thing you want to give up, but it's Jackie again. Can't survive these early engagements against Akave Esports. Thankfully, this one a good minute after last time they had faced a first blood against them. An early peak by Akave Esports. It's good for that. And you can see that CNG still want control over this second floor, and they see the footholds, but Authentic refuses to go down until finally Lindsay reaggresses at the right angle. This top floor control is spelling disastrous for Akave Esports, but somehow still Nate is roaming around and finding kills, and Demonly is paying the price here too. What can you do? Eric, they're next to you. They're in sight. They've dropped. Demonly is inches from you. Do you know this? They're in vents. They do. The noise. The second's there. Pull out the Mossberg. Down they go too. It's a rinse for Akave Esports as they send themselves out of this map and get their first 3 points of the season.
Great performance from Akave Black on the defense, but an even better one on the attack. They confirmed that 4-2 half. Moving on to the defense, it was just clean up from there. After they lost that opening round on defense, they've quickly adjusted, knowing not to give up isolated gunfights. And at the end of the day, a very solid, well put together performance from Akave Black. That's just the perfect way I can put it. That does not look like a team put at the bottom, and I'm going to shout it until they're not at the bottom anymore.
But they're not. They're no longer at the bottom. I would say throw up the standings, but I don't think they've been updated that quickly. They're now officially sitting at number 7 instead of number 8. It's now CNG that are sitting at bottom of the standings due to this loss, but they're not sitting at the bottom of 0 like we had Akave Esports sitting there for so long here in the season up till this week of Play Day 4. They're sitting at least with 1 point, so they have that tie they had against the Wildcard Queens. They have something at least working for them. They're going to need to find a victory come up next week, and that's when the going gets tough. You got to rise to the occasion and get a whole lot tougher. A big respect to Akave Esports for figuring out what was going to work. Border felt like they were in control the entire time. This felt like their map, and a lot of the times games are kind of one off of the veto phase. For the map selection, they can feel like they're one off the operator veto phase, but it felt like for maps, this was theirs, and CNG just played into it and had to pay the price.
Yeah, just overall a very good performance. For Cinta Negra Girls, there's really not a lot of things I can say for them because mainly my praises or my main comments came from for Akave Black, just because there wasn't really a lot of things that caught my eye for Cinta Negra Girls. They didn't really do anything that shocked me or surprised me. Their performance wasn't terrible by any means. It was still like a 7-4 that's relatively close to almost becoming a 7-5, almost being an OT game, like kind of. But still, Akave Black with a very solid performance. It didn't really feel like they put a foot wrong until they got to their defense, where some of their struggles were kind of highlighted through, again, isolated gunfights that they kind of gave up because they were playing in isolated positions by themselves.
If you give up, early fights, which I think was the problem we were seeing from Jackie early, and I don't just mean like giving up the fight as in they were losing it. I mean, like they weren't even able to fight back for the 1-2 rounds prior, which obviously the recovery from CNG did come through, and they weren't in this one. They lasted a whole minute longer, but it still felt like there wasn't enough, utility usage of the Inox scanner to find the impact they were wanting with it. A lot of misnomers, right? And CNG is a good enough team, clearly, to be able to make up for those mistakes, and this is something that they're going to look back on and broad view and say, hey, we know what we got to do. We can look into this, and we can make the adjustments absolutely necessary. Everyone in this league is capable of doing it. I think CNG has the facilities, has the fan base, and has the heart to do it as well. Because like we've mentioned earlier, halfway through this series, it still can be anyone's day in the league. Sometimes it feels like it's in the other it's in the other team's destinies, right? You got to kind of hope that they lose here and there, but you have to hope you win, and you got to make sure you drive yourself to do so, reach that finish line. But we'll be back with more Project Harmony next week here at Chaka. If you enjoy the broadcast today, make sure you return coming up next week, as there will be more action on Saturday, and then the next Saturday, and then the next Saturday. A lot more Saturdays to go as Project Harmony continues to go through. My name is Infinosis, joined here by Chaka. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for the production behind the scenes. We'll see you guys next week for more.